Why? Do you want to do it now? Okay. Right, I'll do it straight away, okay. Okay, 1, 2, 3, testing. Live stream feed, testing 1, 2, 3. Worcestershire versus Leicestershire at New Road. 4-day game, Britannic Assurance, not Britannic Assurance, LV Insurance County Championship. Are you getting that? Is that okay? Okay, cheers mate, bye. We need to bring a chair through for you, or we'll get another one from in the press box. Right down to hear every conversation that's going on in there, and the effects mic, including all the bad language. I usually turn it right down. No, no, well, on mine, yeah. Which is hanging out there next to the... There's Parky wandering out for all the toss.
things privately.
These things don't mean anything to them yet, because it might get developed at a later date. So I'm going to write good on good. Yeah, look, I haven't told anybody. I've got copies, but I haven't told anybody yet. So
We could all one about English actually. So it's a chapter in your book, I think. Yeah.
Well, we've agreed to do it, and so yeah. I mean, I won't make any money out of it.
Oh, good.
We get 10% between us. 5% from me and 5% from the CCC. I'm just going to give it to you to keep up with that. But anyway, it's something to do with it. So,
I don't know.
so I haven't told anybody. You're the first person I've told. So. Anyway, and the other thing is, I was looking at this last week. What's the idea with my phone? It's a podcast. Oh, this is it, I think.
Is it the Leicester one?
No, it's a podcast sort of Podbean, right? And I don't know how you get your podcast on it, but if you put cricket in, all the podcasts come up, and there's loads, and one of them is that on a pair.
Oh, right.
And I just wonder how you get on it.
Give me a reminder, I'll find that out.
So it's called Podbean. I mean, I presume they don't. I would imagine they just ask you to. I mean, they're all on it. Quite a lot of like really small ones are on it. So I don't know how you. So that might be worth looking at. You got updates every half hour.
I do, mate. Yes.
That's all right. So do I.
Right.
So for Leicestershire, delete Swindles. So yes, if you want to working down, delete Sam Evans at the top of the order, put in Rishi Patel.
Yeah.
Then at 6, delete Swindles.
Yeah.
Sam Bates replaces him. He's number 14, but obviously he's keeping. That said, he'll bat at 7 with Ben Mike going up to 6. So and who'll keep? Sam. He's the second 11
Oh, he's a
keeper, Sam
keeper.
Bates.
Okay,
yeah. Okay, and then
Otherwise, as basically,
so Patel's gone up to 2.
yeah,
Okay, and that's it then. Yeah.
essentially, yes. Ben Michael bat at 6, Bates will bat at
Yeah.
7,
Okay.
and Barnes, Parkinson right, and Scande.
Yeah.
Hey,
I'll get the stream on here eventually.
congratulations to Sam and Slaughter.
Morning. Yeah, I'm fine, thank you. Yeah, we start at 10:30, so it would be better to go a bit earlier, I think. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Okay, lovely. Okay. Yes, last one of the season, beautiful day, really is. New Road on a September day like this is a wonderful place to be, and it's going to be quite an emotional few days for one man, or maybe two really, Daryl Mitchell in particular, who makes his last appearance for Worcestershire after 16 years, over 500 appearances in all, and his very last game for Worcestershire, so the fans around the ground hoping that he can mark it with a good performance and finish in style. And also another one finishing in many ways is Joe Leach, who is giving up the captaincy of the county after 5 years. He'll still be here as a player, of course, in the future, but won't be captain after this game. So he marked that by losing his last toss as captain, and Leicestershire have won the toss and chosen to bat here. And play will get underway in bright sunshine in about 10 minutes' time. Brilliant. Okay, fine. Cheers. Yeah, we do. Yeah. They're not very good.
Anything but great football.
They're not very good. They might be better this week. They might be cleaning out the freezers.
Getting rid of everything.
Village game with two teams gathered at the side, one or two have it hitting a few out of the back into somebody's hands. Yeah. Churches. What, the stream? Well, I'm watching. Yeah, YouTube's just gone live. I've got it here if you want it.
If you watch the thing is, you watch the play of the Reds, you should get the highlights as well, don't you? Which you get on YouTube.
I use NV Play for that.
Okay.
So if you have NV Play in the scorecard, it brings up the video highlights at the side, which is quite good. And the stream's a bit behind us, so it works quite well. You can see a replay about sort of 10-15 seconds after. Right, here we go. Good morning, welcome to New Road in Worcester for the first day of the final county championship game of the season. Worcestershire against Leicestershire in Division 3 of the OV County Championship. Bright sunny morning, absolutely glorious here at New Road this morning. And the news is that Leicestershire have won the toss and chosen to bat, and they will be starting their innings shortly. And we're back with you with Joe Leach about to bowl the first over of the game from the Diglis end. Joe Leach, who is skippering Worcestershire for the last time today. After 5 years in charge, he's decided to give up the captaincy from the start of next season. And he made a start by losing his last toss, I should say, and Leicestershire have chosen to bat. I'll give you the teams in a minute. Just break off as Leach prepares to bowl the first ball of the match to Hassan Azad, the left-handed Leicestershire opener, who waits now Leach comes in from the Diglis end and bowls, and Azad is off the mark straight away, tucking this one round behind square on the leg side for a single. He's opening the batting with Rishi Patel, who comes into the side because Sam Evans and Henry Swindells have been left out by Leicestershire today. So Azad, Patel, George Rhodes, former Worcestershire player, coming in next at 3, and then it's Lewis Hill, Louis Kimber, Sam Bates comes in to keep wicket, Ben Mike, Ed Barnes, Callum Parkinson the captain, Chris Wright, Abedina Sikande and Gavin Griffiths, the rest of the Leicestershire side. Worcestershire are unchanged from the game against Middlesex at Lord's last week. Here's Leach again from the Diglis end, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Patel. And Worcestershire's side then is Mitchell, Libby, Roderick, Haynes, D'Oliveira, Barnard, Cox, Leach, Baker, Morris and Pennington. So Leicestershire winning the toss and choosing to bat on a bright sunny morning. Beautiful September day here at New Road, as Leach comes in again and bowls outside the off stump again to Patel, who leaves that alone, and it's taken by wicket-keeper Ben Cox behind the stumps. Delighted to say I'm joined by Richard Ray from BBC Radio Leicester. Good morning, Richard. Welcome to New Road, and it's never looked lovelier, I don't think.
It really hasn't. Good morning, Frank. Good morning, everybody. All the trees are still in leaf on the banks of the Severn, the cathedral rising majestically and happily without scaffolding. I think it's the first time I've seen it without scaffolding for some little time, but what a beautiful sight it is.
As Leach comes in again from the Diglis end and bowls outside the off stump to Patel, who leaves that alone again for the third time in this innings. We've only got one scoreboard working at the moment, which is a bit of a worry. It's the one away to our right, which is not easy to see from our position.
We have to sort of crane our necks around a little bit. There's a computer screen on the other one. Yeah, absolutely. But no doubt it'll be up before long.
It'll be right soon. The one that is working is okay for most of the spectators in the ground. The pitch for this one is situated away over on the Severn side of the square. As Leach is in again and bowls, and Patel drives beautifully for 4 through mid-off, beats the diving fielder at mid-off. That was D'Oliveira, and that goes to the boundary, first boundary of the day, and a very nice shot indeed from Rishi Patel.
Yeah, he's a very classically correct player, Patel. He's been out injured for a while. It's been a bit of a breakthrough season for him, certainly at Leicestershire, after they signed him from Essex at the end of last season. And then a very fine 100 in the Royal London Cup at Edgbaston against Warwickshire, in defeat, it has to be said. But then he injured an ankle in the Royal London Cup last game at Northampton.
Leach comes in again to complete the first over of the game, and Patel is forward to this one, pushing square on the offside, fielded by Libby. End of the first over, 5 runs coming from it, 1 to Azad, and 4, that beautiful off drive for 4 from Rishi Patel.
They've been looking for a way to sort of try and get him back in the side, I think, essentially. He has been fit for a week or so, but Sam Evans, who normally opens with Hassan Azad, is having to self-isolate for this game. And so it's just opened a slot at the top of the order for Patel to come back in, and Paul Nixon rates him very, very highly indeed. Potentially, he says, an international in the making. Remains to be seen. Hassan Azad found form last time out in some style. 152 he made of 260 balls. That was in the innings victory over Sussex at Grace Road last week. Having struggled a little bit in the middle part of the season, started very well, got a good unbeaten 100 at the Oval against Surrey, certainly on a flat track, but he's been playing well for the last few weeks without making scores. But he did both last week, and he's facing now, as in from the New Road end comes Pennington, defended by Azad a little bit tentatively on off stump. we say off stump. We're at basically
Yeah,
we're at long
guessing.
off,
Deep extra cover almost.
wideish
Yeah.
long off, aren't we? As you say, deepish extra cover. So do forgive me if from time to time we're slightly tentative ourselves in describing what the ball is doing before we
think-
glance at the stream.
Yeah, I always say if you're watching the stream, be generous to us because you've got a different view from us.
Pennington is in as that is turning it off middle and leg out towards square leg. Pitch very sort of grey brown biscuity coloured, dark biscuit coloured. Reports from the middle, Frank, indicate that it's fairly dry, so could turn a little as the game goes. Often does here, doesn't it? Or used to.
It hasn't done
I
anything.
associate
Hasn't done
it with
anything
it.
this year, really.
Oh,
Well,
that's a shame.
the last red ball game against Sussex was a good pitch, but prior to that they'd been a little bit docile, shall we say.
Pennington is in. Azad is back and turning it just a little bit wide of square leg and jogging a single with that curious sort of, I don't want to use the word mincing, but when he sets off for a run,
But you have.
Azad, I just have, because it's a little bit sort of upon his toes, little sort of fairy steps, and he gets going again, and once he's running he's fine, but it's not the most sort of athletic start in the world.
Yeah, the pitches here at New Road early in the season were very, very dead, basically, it's fair to say. But the last one against Sussex was a really good cricket wicket, so we'll hope for something like that.
Pennington is in, and forward goes Patel, solidly enough. Out into the offside it goes, and there's no run. Frank's dealing with a fly brutally. Oh, I can't bear to look. It's an X
Still
fly.
alive.
It has ceased. Oh, blimey!
It has ceased to exist.
It has ceased. we can do the whole sketch if you want. It is an X-fly. There it is now, anyway. In goes Pennington. Fair hair glinting in the sun. Bowls to Patel. Swings away. Patel steps forward. Lets it go through. Decent carry through to the keeper.
Yeah, that's the going back to the pitch. Decent carry, as you said. That's what we had against Sussex, and it was probably really for the first time at New Road this year. And good to see. Tends to keep a little bit lower when the ball's bouncing at this New Road end, bowled from the Diglis end. But that certainly went through nicely, didn't it?
Did. What we should say is that the ropes are quite a long way in from the advertising hoardings, as Pennington is in, again outside off stump. That one didn't quite carry as nicely, allowed to go through again by Patel. End of the over, perfectly respectable one from Dylan Pennington. 6 without loss, just a single from it. 2-2, Hassan Azad 4. Just that one rather fine scoring shot from Rishi Patel.
And the scoreboard's fixed, I'm pleased to
Hurrah.
say, because that's the one we rely on the most over there on the 7 side of the ground. Ground looking beautiful, and a decent crowd in for a first day of a midweek county game, I would say. And those that sit on the 7 side there underneath the hotel have got a really good view because of where the pitch is situated, as Joe Leach comes in from the Diglis end over the wicket to the left-handed Azad, who is, well, I was going to say is out caught behind, because Ben Cox took that and there were massive celebrations all round from the Worcestershire fielders. It wasn't one of those where just a couple of people go up. It was one of those celebrations that is almost taking it for granted that the batsman is out. It's gone miles off the pitch if he's not hit it. He didn't walk, and the umpire has given him non-out. Nick Cook, a good umpire. So dismay for the Worcestershire fielders. I can only assume it went a long way off the seam, because he played at it and Cox then took it moving a good yard to his left. Anyway, not out. Leach over the wicket, in again, bowls, and this time beats Azad outside the off stump, and there's no appeal, and Leach at the end of his follow through just has a little chirp there, I think, which might be suggesting that he did think it was out.
I'm not sure, because Cook and Leach were laughing together
Were they?
when he walked
Yeah.
back at the end of the appeal having been turned down.
You'd
and
never
and
move on that far before Joe, or something like that.
something, you know what Nick
Yeah.
Cook's like. But there was a big noise of his bat hit the ground very hard.
Yeah, and then it went.
Azad,
It went
and then it
so
went,
far,
as you
didn't
say.
it?
So
Anyway, here's Leach from the Diglis end bowling again to Azad, who is out this time. caught at second slip by Daryl Mitchell, his 301st catch for Worcestershire, and a good response from Joe Leach, having had that appeal turned down earlier in the over, and Azad is gone for 2.
Yep, squared him up.
Mitchell.
Absolutely squared him up. Pitched about leg and moved across towards middle, so he was looking to play it straight back down the pitch and took a thick outside edge, went through at a nice height to Mitchell, but early on in the day always good to take one cleanly. Joe Leach, I thought, given that it's his last match as captain, he's going to do something a bit special, and he's perfect start.
He's been bowling really well, Joe Leach, since we returned to the red ball game. Despite Worcestershire's mixed fortunes, 2 defeats, one at Lords, one at Canterbury, and a win here against Sussex, but throughout that, the captain bowling really well, and some would say that he's been almost back to his best, back to the sort of form that he showed before a serious back injury that he had 3 years ago. So, good start for him. And he'll be bowling now to George Rhodes, a man well known in these parts, of course. Father Steve was wicketkeeper and coach here for many, many years, and George, who has grown up in these parts, played for Worcestershire, still plays his league cricket in Malvern for Barnard's Green, and he'll be a nervous young man, I would imagine, out there now as Leach comes into bowl 2, and with 4 slips in place he bowls, and Rhodes is forward, pushes this out on the onside, and there's no run. Yeah, Daryl Mitchell beginning his final game for Worcestershire, over 500 appearances of course, and he retires at the end of this game and goes off to work full time for the PCA. Be hoping he can mark it with a few runs, I would imagine. And as I say, just picking up his catch, which I think is his 301st. Leach bowls and George Rhodes drives nicely out on the offside, but well fielded by D'Oliveira at extra cover.
Question: Mitchell's retirement.
Yeah.
Would he have liked to have done another year?
I think so. I'm not sure of the absolute nature of the negotiations and you know what was offered, whether anything was offered or whatever. But I think so. Having said that, I'll just break off as Leach bowls this ball and Rhodes is forward again playing defensively, and it's the end of the over, 6 for 1. Having said that, I think he's been contemplating retirement for a while, and the PCA work he gave up the chair of the PCA and became cricket operations manager, I think is the title, and he's going to be busy with that. Yeah, just looking at a tweet from Martin Emerson up at Durham, where the Great West Air Ambulance has landed on the field during the game between Gloucestershire and Durham. Not sure whether that's for a player or a spectator. Whatever it is, we do hope that everything goes well up there, and we'll keep you posted.
Indeed. Mitchell 37, I think he's coming up to 38 as Pennington is in to Patel, who steps forward, just lets that one drift by outside off stump. There is no run. Very still this morning. The trees, which as I say are still in pretty much full leaf, albeit starting to turn colour, are all very still indeed. It's a truly lovely last day of summer officially. Autumn equinox is today, essentially. 21st, isn't it? In goes Pennington, bowls, and nice high left elbow as he steps forward and defends that one back down the pitch. Rishi Patel picked up by Pennington in his follow through. And again, there's no run. Umpire at this end is Hassan Adnan. As you know, at the Diglis end, former Leicestershire and England left arm spinner Nick Cook is our official, one of the best, I think, in the game, as Pennington bowls wide, comes back in a little bit, having been left to go through by Patel, taken by Cox.
Yeah, came back
reaching
late
to his
actually.
left.
Late. It went past the off stump, carried on straight, and then halfway to Ben Cox it veered away.
Yeah.
Some bowlers make that happen, and it's. I was a keeper. It's quite annoying when that happens. Some bowlers seem to do it all the time, but it doesn't often go as late as that. Unusual movement.
Pennington is in and bowling again wide. Again, Cox
Same
just takes
again.
it to his left. They're safe leaves by Patel. They're missing off stump by a very safe margin. As Frank said, a little bit of late movement. If Pennington can just get that going just a fraction earlier, he's going to be very much in the game. Longish run for Dylan Pennington. 24 wickets for him so far this season. First class wickets obviously at 33, just over. Is in and bowls again wide. Again Cox this time hops to his left to take the ball. So it's maybe just getting a touch closer. Let's have a look see. Yeah, it was a touch closer, and Pennington's right hand started to go into the air. Getting there, he'll feel.
He's had a good season, Dylan Pennington. Those stats that you read out don't seem startling, but as a young bowler learning his trade, I think he's made real strides this year.
He's played, this is his 10th first class appearance, 10 out of the 14. Then he comes in and bowls. That is a straighter delivery, but Patel meets it with a nice straight back, walking into the defensive press. Back down the pitch it goes. A maiden over, consecutive maidens, a wicket maiden to Joe Leach, and Pennington maintaining the pressure with a wicket, with a maiden, I should say, of his own. The sort of football style T20 shelters have been brought out for both teams because of the distance, I don't know, for the distance between the rope and the Graham Hick Pavilion, which is a good 30 yards, something like that, with the pitch being cut where it is.
Yeah, they're just to give a bit of leeway to the subs, aren't they? And the 12th men who have to be a bit busier than usual in these COVID times. As Leach is in, bowls to George Rhodes, who gets off the mark, pushing this out on the offside. Good single taken, good running as D'Oliveira comes in from extra cover. But it did tickle me just before the start of play when we had the two teams came out of the pavilion and then gathered around those two T20 dugouts. The Worcestershire team sort of half sat down, half standing around, and then the Leicestershire openers came out with a couple of the coaches and their 12 men, and one of them had a ball and he threw a few to the batsman who hit them back, and it looked for all the world like a village game on a Sunday with the two teams gathered at the side. Leach bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Patel. Good delivery, came back quite late, but a good leave again. He's shown good judgment so far, the right-hander. And yeah, they were standing around and batsmen just hitting a few full tosses back, and it really did look like a return to grassroots cricket. Proving, essentially, it's the same game. It's the same game played up and down the country on a Saturday and Sunday afternoon at whatever level. Bowler to batsman. Here's Leach from the Diglis end, over the wicket, bowls, and this time beats Patel with a good one. He played at that alright, pitched around about off, held its line, played inside it, taken by Cox. So 6 for 1, the one man out is Azad, caught at second slip by Daryl Mitchell off the bowling of Joe Leach for 2. That was in the third over, and actually just one run added since then. 7 for 1. Scoreboard's gone again. Obviously some technical problems with that scoreboard on the 7 side. Here's Leach again, past umpire Cook, bowls to Patel who drive beautifully, straight down the ground. As good a shot as you'll get that from the elegant Patel. Half volley it must be said, but he leaned into it, didn't try to hit it too hard, and timed it beautifully between the bowler and mid-off, down to the boundary at the Diglis end of the ground. Lovely shot from Patel. His second boundary moves to 8, and the total to 11 for 1 after Leicestershire won the toss.
The cricket purist looking from where were sitting at the moment, with the ground looking as lovely as it is, and Patel's shot like that would have nothing to which he could possibly object.
In comes Leach and beats Patel again outside the off stump, as John Curtis gives me a note telling me that was Daryl Mitchell's 301st catch for Worcestershire. I already knew.
Yes. Trying to be helpful.
He took 5 in Zimbabwe and 1 for the MCC as well. So overall, this is 301st in first class cricket, so not just for Worcestershire. In comes Leach again from the Diglis end and bowls to Patel, who's forward, pushing out on the offside. No runners. Gareth Roderick does the fielding. End of the over from Leach. 11 for 1. Patel has 8. Rhodes has 1. But thanks anyway to John Curtis, as ever, for his helpful stats. And that's the end of the over.
Yeah, don't stop trying, John.
Yeah.
It's much appreciated.
Yeah, it was a lovely shot from Patel. As you said, a cricket purist would have loved it. There's only one better shot for me than that, and that's maybe the perfect on drive. I
was thinking of
it was just glorious, wasn't it?
Yeah, with
it was
the
glorious.
cathedral in the background, and if you can avoid that, unfortunate. The scoreboard is very helpful when it's working.
Yeah,
but it's not the most picturesque
one of the
scoreboard.
best. Yeah.
Pennington is into George Rhodes, is looking to turn around the leg side. There's an appeal for leg before. Hassan Adnan just
going down the leg side.
Yeah, just turns his head to one side, and indeed the appeal was choked off pretty quickly. It was, yes, going down the fairway, missing another stump, I would suggest, and Pennington stopped his appeal almost as soon as he'd started it. No flag on the cathedral at the moment. Does that mean the bishop isn't at home? In goes Pennington and bowls outside off stump, left by Rhodes. Is it like Buckingham Palace? Sometimes there's a flag up.
We've had a few different flags up there. In one game earlier this year, I think it was the Warwickshire game, we had the Black Country flag was flying up there because it was Black Country Day.
And what does that look like? Is it?
I'd have to check now, but it was.
Didn't leave a.
It was
impression.
It was good because we had a couple of Black Country bowlers bowling for Worcestershire at one stage. Just look it up.
Is in. Rhodes is defending on the back foot. Ball slightly short of a good length.
But you're right.
Out into the offside.
They do fly various different flags.
Jake Libby is the fielder coming in from sort of backward point.
There we are. It looks like that.
Oh, okay.
So it's red and black, and it's got a chain.
I've seen that
chain on it. Yeah.
In one or two locations, but.
And it was Black Country Day during the game, I think, and they flew it up there.
Worcester isn't in the Black Country, is it? I could be wrong. In goes Pennington and bowls a super delivery that beats Rhodes. Ends up. It's off the seam, I think.
No, Worcester isn't in the Black Country, but the Black Country is in Worcestershire. So
okay, it just goes through on the boundary, does it, somewhere? Worcestershire used to play at Dudley, of course, and Stourbridge, both of which I think technically are in the Black Country. Looks to be been in this track at the moment.
Yeah.
Pennington is in and bowling to Rhodes. An appeal for leg before looked high and also looked maybe just drifting on down the leg side. Not enough going for that one again, but movement for Pennington, and he took his bottom hand off the bat there, Rhodes. And he wanders out to prod a little suspiciously at the pitch.
How's his season been for Leicestershire?
I think pretty positive on the whole. Almost got through into almost got through into Group 2 of the second stage. Outside off stump, comes back and Cox takes it low to his left behind the stumps. Rhodes happy to leave it. End of the over. 11 for 1. Just a single to George Rhodes.
Yeah, no, I meant George Rhodes. How's his?
George's. I beg your pardon. Yeah. Well, he's only just managed to sort of get a couple of games in the absence of Colin Ackerman, really, batting quite high up in the order with occasional off-spin, which is obviously Ackerman absent for personal reasons. And he managed to get a half-century last time out. Played in the Royal London Cup and was on the fringes of the T20 side, so not a great season, you would have to say, for George, but he's finishing it reasonably well, and if he can get a score here on what looks to be a demanding pitch, if he can battle his way through this sort of first hour, he'll do his cause no harm at all.
Here's Joe Leach from the Diglis end to continue, bowls, and beats Patel's push outside the off stump, taken by Cox, so yeah, it looks a test for the opening batsman at the moment at both ends, as you would expect with the new ball early in the morning. But if you can get through the first hour, and they're nearly through to half an hour, having only lost that one wicket, if they can get through the first hour, then they will feel, if they haven't had too much damage, that the decision to bat having won the toss was justified. There's Leach in bright sunshine from the Diglis end bowls, and Patel is forward, studiously forward, playing that right under his nose, pushing it back up the pitch to the bowler. Do feel free to get in touch if you'd like to. On Twitter, I'm at Frank Watson 58, and you are
at Rich M. Ray,
R-A-E. And do you have an email for cricket or not on BBC Radio Leicester?
By and large, not.
No. Here's Leach from the Diglis end, again bowls, and Patel is forward, out on the offside, fielded by Libby, no run, so again it's at Frank Watson 58 or at Rich M. Ray, R-A-E, and happy to hear from you, see what you think of the way the game's going, the decision to bat first. I'm particularly interested to hear from Worcestershire supporters to what they think of Joe Leach giving up the captaincy after 5 years. Quite an interesting piece of news that came out this week, and of course there'll be many people who are keen to see Daryl Mitchell do well in his last game for Worcestershire. Here's Leach again, bowls, and this time Patel is standing up tall on the back foot and playing defensively out on the offside. Thinks about a run, but a good tumbling stop by Gareth Roderick, moving across to his left.
So who takes over from Leach's cap? I'm
decided.
Asking you. Yeah, I'm not asking who definitely
right.
will. I'm for you, who takes over?
Yeah, well, it is a good question, and I wouldn't say there's an obvious candidate. Jake Livy has been Red Bull vice captain this year, and he's been in good form and has just signed a new 3-year contract. So he would be a strong candidate, I think. Leach in again from the Diglis end, bowls again. Patel is forward defensively, there's no run. Matthew Wade, of course, the Australian, is coming over to play for Worcestershire next season in all forms of cricket, and yeah, I think he has captaincy experience, so he might come into the frame. And there might be one or two others who might be considered. Ed Barnard tends to play in all formats. Brett D'Oliveira, who's led the side in some white ball games in recent years and has had a very good season in most forms, really. He might be a candidate, so I don't know. I think it's a decision that will be taken over the winter. As Leach is in again and bowls, and this one's driven by Patel straight back to the bowler, and there's no run. End of a tidy over from Leach, and Worcestershire will be reasonably happy with their start. They've been fairly miserly in good helpful conditions. 7 overs gone, Leicestershire 11 for 1, Rhodes on 1, Patel on 8, the man out Azad for 2.
Buongiorno Springsteen on Twitter. Now, ever since Twitter sort of doubled the amount of characters that it's allowed, I figure if you can't say what you need to say in 240 whatever it is characters, then people do know my email should they need it, but by and large they can keep it simple. Pennington is into George Rhodes, who's turning a delivery that is arrowing in towards middle and leg, out into the leg side. Inquires of Patel whether there might be a single in it. There clearly isn't. It's gone more or less straight to Josh Baker, who's patrolling at mid-wicket. The matting pitch in front of him. What is matting on? Is there another game coming up? Do you have another international or something like that being protected? Pennington is in, bowls again onto the legs of Rhodes, and this time Baker has to move to his right to field, and a leg by will be taken.
I'm not sure. That's the answer to that.
Leicestershire staging an international today. England women against New Zealand.
Yeah, they were here on Sunday, of course.
The bells chime sonorously. A reminder that I have an update to do at usually about 2 minutes past 11, so I'll do one more Pennington delivery if that's alright, and then pop next door.
Confident man.
Yeah, absolutely. End of the season. Don't care anymore. Pennington with that longish run. In he goes and bowls. Solidly forward is Patel, guiding it through gully. He's going to have to chase back from third slip to pick up around about, I don't know, maybe 10 yards inside the ropes. Gareth Roderick, the fielder, and Patel picks up a couple, moves into double figures onto 10.
And Richard goes off to do his update. Dylan Pennington, as yet unsuccessful this morning, but he's bowled fairly tidily. Conceded just 3 runs so far, and they've all been in this over. Prior to this, 2 maidens. He comes in once more now and bowls a bouncer to Patel. He ducks underneath it, negotiates that pretty confidently as it goes over his left shoulder and is taken by Ben Cox, but good carry again. 14 for 1. It was a no ball, so umpire Hassan Adnan just signalling that to the scorers. At least I think he did. It hasn't gone on the board yet. And Pennington in once more. Bowls another bouncer, and again this one is pretty comfortably negotiated by Patel, who kept inside it this time. And there's no run. Just waiting to see. That no ball has now gone onto the board, yes. Although it's gone onto the board as 2 runs for Patel, I think. Which can't be right. Anyway, I'll confirm all that at the end of the over. It's 16 for 1 anyway. As Pennington comes in again. 2 balls left in this, his 4th over. Outside the off stump, this time left alone by Patel, reaching forward, lifting his bat well clear of that one. 16 for 1 then, Leicestershire, having won the toss and chosen to bat. Patel on 10, Rhodes on 1, the man out, Azad, well caught at second slip by Daryl Mitchell off Joe Leach in the 3rd over for 2, having survived a big shout for a caught behind earlier in the same over. 4 slips in place as Pennington comes in from the New Road end and bowls. And again, this is outside the off stump and left alone by Rishi Patel, who negotiated that over fairly confidently. And at the end of it, Leicestershire are 16 for 1. Update coming very shortly for BBC Hereford and Worcester's FM listeners. Dylan Pennington just having a chat with umpire Hassan Adnan about that no ball, and just asking for clarification of where exactly his foot was, I think. Doesn't bowl many. Well, Leicestershire have made a faltering start, it must be said, after winning the toss and choosing to bat. They're 16 for 1 after 8 overs. The one man out is Azad, Hassan Azad, who was caught, very well caught, at second slip by Daryl Mitchell off the bowling of Joe Leach for 2. That was in the 3rd over, and it was 6 for 1 at that stage. Mitchell's 301st first-class catch in what, of course, is his last ever first-class game, as he is due to retire at the end of this one. Since then, testing bowling from both Leach and Pennington, but at the moment, George Rhodes, once of this parish, has negotiated it in company with Rishi Patel. At the moment, Rhodes on 1, Patel on 10, and in the 9th over, Leicestershire 16 for 1. As Joe Leach bowls again to Rhodes, who leaves that alone outside the off stump, and is taken by the keeper Cox. In comes Leach again and bowls, and that's a half volley which is driven very, very nicely by George Rhodes, straight up the ground for 4. Lovely, lovely shot, eased it back past the bowler and just past the stumps on the onside and down to the boundary for 4.
Was that your on drive that you were talking about?
Yeah,
It was a bit early.
that was a
Almost,
straight
not quite.
drive, wasn't it?
Yeah, a little
The on drive is perhaps a little bit
more
more
of a
difficult.
flourish.
On drive off the back foot is my absolute ultimate, but that was a lovely shot, wasn't it? Lovely shot. And Leach again is in, and Rhodes waits, bat raised, and is forward defensively to this one, which is of a better length. And in comes Leach does his own fielding. Just had a question put to us, Richard. So only 5 players have 50 or more first-class wickets this summer in domestic cricket. An indication of how tough it's been for the bowlers. Name them. Answers on the back of this piece of paper. I won't cheat. I'll say Chris Rushworth is my first one, I think. And we'll have a think about it over the next few balls, shall we? As Leach comes in, 20 for 1. He's in and he bowls, and that's short, and Rhodes got into position, thought about hooking that,
Harmer must be
and
one.
then decided to let it go through. You think Harmer, okay.
I certainly know no Leicestershire players have, but Chris Wright is on 46, and getting close.
20 for 1 it remains, so we've got Rushworth and Harmer.
And Callum Parkinson has 47,
Yeah.
so they're both within touching distance.
But not yet there. So, who are they? Here's Leach once again, pounding in from the Diglis end, bowls, and Rhodes is forward, pushes this one out on the offside. There was a bit of excitement behind the stumps there, because he played that right in front of his pad, and had it hit his pad they would have been up, but in fact I think he got that pad outside the line of the off stump, so I doubt that there would have been any joy for that appeal. He's played quite well so far, George Rhodes. He's only made 5, but that includes that lovely straight drive for 4 in this over, and he's looked reasonably untroubled. 3 slips in place now as Leach comes in to bowl to him, and he lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Ben Cox. End of the over. Rhodes has 5, Patel 10, 20 for 1. I'll think about these bowlers now.
Sanitising gels time, or spray actually they use mostly, don't they, these days? Worcestershire wander not particularly enthusiastically towards the 12th man. The 2 batsmen lean on their bats in absolutely identical poses, with their feet crossed, and the 2 umpires have a chat as well. Will Davis, Leicestershire's 12th man in this, or one of Leicestershire 12 men, no doubt there'll be a couple at various stages, comes running on with a drink for Messrs Rhodes and Patel.
So we've got Rushworth and Harmer.
I think it must be, I'm sure Harmer must have taken 50 or more.
Norwell.
How about Mohammed Abbas? He's took low.
Norwell's got a
plenty.
few, hasn't he? Warwickshire.
We'll claim Abbas.
Okay.
As a
I'll put him
we'll
down.
say we
Luke
taught him all he
Fletcher,
knows.
I think.
Oh yes, absolutely, Sergeant Fletcher. Pennington is in, bowls. That one comes back in as a shout for leg before it is turned down. Good shout, as in a very loud shout from Pennington, who danced down the wicket with both hands raised, but umpire Adnan was not impressed. It looked a decent shout. Well, he might have been impressed, but he wasn't sufficiently impressed. We'll catch the replay. My colleague Frank thinks that was close.
That was very, very close. I think very close.
It
Back pad.
Yeah, and the only thing that might have saved him was just height, wasn't it? Just height, because it did a bit off the pitch as well. Straightened. Lovely delivery. Pennington in again to Patel, who leaves safely outside off stump. But there was a little bit of nip there from Pennington, had a decent lick, defeated the attempted defensive shot, hit back pad, but just perhaps too high. Well,
Darren
definitely.
Stevens?
I'm not sure he's got 50 in first. He might do. Good shout. That's well, there's 5 there, aren't there?
Yeah, but we have to decide whether the 5 we want to go
Yeah,
with.
exactly. Yeah, don't want to give Mr. Curtis any cause for satisfaction by only getting a couple. In goes Pennington and bowls. Patel wristily tries to flick it down the leg side. Didn't get anything on it. It carried on, perhaps swung on down the leg side, and
Buys.
goes down as buys, down towards fine leg. Cox just didn't sort of seem to react too much. How far did it go? Did it go a long old way? Either way, it's gone down to the boundary. And Leicestershire's score increases to 24-1. Let's have a look, see.
Didn't bounce much either.
No, it sort of died a bit, didn't it?
Yeah.
It was odd delivery. Leicestershire benefit by the tune of 4.
Ryan Higgins, what about him? I think he might have.
Picked up a few against Leicestershire when Leicestershire should have
I think
beaten
I'm going to go for him.
Gloucestershire at Bristol, but none really at the Upton Steel County ground. In goes Pennington and bowls. Lovely straight on drive for 4 by Rishi Patel. Did that meet the criteria?
Well, that was
Getting
a beautiful
closer, isn't
shot.
it?
It was a straight drive again, really, but lovely, lovely shot. I mean, that's his 3rd glorious boundary, and they've all been straight down the ground, which suggests that Worcestershire have bowled a good length. They've bowled quite full. If they've erred, it's been on the full side, and nobody's been cut or pulled yet, but it was too full, and it was a lovely shot. Just eased it, didn't he? Didn't really smash it. Just leaned into it. Lovely cricket shot.
He's
an elegant player.
Beautifully correct player. Pennington is in again. Bowls, edge, dropped at second slip. Looked reasonably straightforward on 4, Mitchell. He did have to reach to his right two-handed, but it was a lovely height. Found the edge, and Pennington can't believe it. He's got his head buried in his shirt as he walks back. Goodness me, that was a chance, the sort of chance that should be taken, Frank, really, and it went down.
It is sort of chance that Daryl Mitchell has been taking for years as well.
Absolutely.
And you do feel for Pennington because he's done his work there, really, hasn't he?
He had. He's in again to Patel, who is forward on off stump, dropping it out into the offside, and there's no run. Frango Fox down in Melbourne, having had a very good look at that leg before shout, says too high.
Okay,
but
fair enough. That's it then.
Well, we both thought that was the only thing that could have saved.
Yeah.
Well, that did save.
Yeah. So it was a good over from Pennington.
It was.
Had a great shout for LBW turn down and had it put down at second slip, and he trudges away down to his position at long leg, thinking all is not well with the world. So Rushworth, Fletcher, Higgins, Harmer, Abbas.
I'm not sure about Higgins.
Oh, I reckon he's a good shout. What about anybody at Somerset? Overton.
Davey hasn't really, has it? Overton, yeah, it's a possible.
There's Leach in again, bowls and Rhodes drives nicely on the onside, but fielded it mid-on. And
who's the other one? Who's the other overseas at Hampshire? Abbott and Abbas. Kyle Abbott.
Abbott got it. He got a lot of wickets against Worcestershire.
Yeah. Kyle Abbott or
but
Abbas.
He hadn't got many up to that point, so it might be Abbas. Right, shall we have a look?
What, cheat?
No, we've made our choices.
Okay.
Or do you want to keep thinking? There's Leach again. He's in and bowls, and Rhodes gets a run, turning this one off his pads to deep backward square leg. And there's a single, 29 for one. We're discussing, if you're just joining us, we've been told that 5 players have got 50 or more first-class wickets. Who are they? And we're trying to think if we can name them off the top of our heads. We've got Chris Rushworth, Luke Fletcher, and Simon Harmer, Mohammed Abbas, and I'm thinking Ryan Higgins, but you can throw 1 or 2 more in and we'll just see if they're there if you want to. Don't start tweeting us or texting us because that'll be cheating.
Bailey hasn't at Lancashire, has he? He's taken a load, but don't think he's played enough.
Matt Parkinson?
That's one of my thoughts, but I don't think he plays enough.
No. Leach from the Diglis End bowls, and that's an airy shot from Abbas. That's the loosest shot that he's played since he's been in. A really airy drive at a ball which was of a good length. It wasn't full enough to drive like that. That's the sort of shot you play in August when you've got 150. Not in September when you've got 14.
I think he's been unsettled by that.
By that drop, maybe.
From Pennington.
Yeah, maybe. He hadn't really played anything like that, had he, at all?
No, absolutely. But this is
29 for 1.
what he's done a few times this season, actually. He's looked very good at the start of his innings and then found ways of getting out.
As Leach is in and bowls, and he's forward to this one. Pushes out on the onside, picked up by Josh Baker, young left-arm spinner coming in from mid-wicket. Well, that's it, isn't that? And that's why, you know, he's a player that as yet hasn't sort of really cemented a place in a county batting lineup.
This is his 6th first-class innings of the season. 27, 2, 44, 27, 21. So he's got 4 scores in the 20s. Exactly.
Yeah. Leach in, bowls to him, and he's forward to this one, pushing out on the offside. And there's no run. Just thinking about, you know, Daryl Mitchell's career as it comes to an end. He's averaging 37, something like that, I think, over 38. He's had 38 first-class hundreds. A long career at the top of the order. What attributes you need for a career like that are exactly the attributes that people like these two batsmen are searching for, both of them, Patel and Rhodes. As Leach comes in and bowls, and this one's left alone outside the off stump. And no ball called by umpire Nick Cook. So 2 more onto the score. And those attributes, I suppose, one of the main ones is mental strength. And fitness, mental fitness, the ability to play long innings, to stick at it out there, and to work your way through difficult periods, and to, as you say, to turn starts into significant scores. 31 for 1 with those 2 extras. Leach from the Diglis end is in and bowls to Patel. Hit on the pad, big appeal again, but going down the leg side, I think this time. Yes, indeed. End of the over. Patel not looking comfortable at the moment, but he's still there, hanging in there, and he's got to show that mental strength that I was talking about. He's on 14, Rhodes has 6, and after 11 overs, Leicestershire, who won the toss, are 31 for 1.
Suggestion from Fango to add Tim Murtagh to our list of possibles for 50 wickets plus. Joe Leach, as soon as he turned to Nick Cook and saw Nick Cook has a sort of way of saying no. He lifts his head to one side and sort of moves it away. He doesn't shake it as such. But Leach immediately pointed down the leg side, and Cook nodded at him.
Right, we've got to pick 5 then. Rushworth, Fletcher, Harmer, Abbas. I think
Abbott,
Higgins.
But not. You okay. Well, I'll go with your...
Right, let's have a look.
I'll go with your...
Put ourselves out of misery. Okay, here we go. Fletcher.
Pennington is in and bowls to Rhodes, who defends slightly short of a length. Are we looking it up, are we?
We got 4 and we mentioned the 5th. We've done pretty well there.
You got Higgins, well done.
Fletcher 63, Rushworth 56, Murtagh 54, Harmer 53,
that's 1 for
and
Fango.
Higgins 50.
1 for Fango, and Abbas not yet 50.
So there we are. I think we did pretty well there. I'm happy with that.
4 out of 5
4 out
then.
of 5, not bad.
With a bit of help from our friends. Pennington into... I think I picked up. It's Charlie Morris is on.
It's Charlie Morris, yeah.
He's in and bowls, and that was a little bit short again. Goes back. Rhodes tries to help it into the leg side. Don't think got anything on it. Thumped into the thigh pad. Runs out towards backward square. The leg by is duly signalled and taken.
Yeah, came back into the side for the game at Lords, Charlie Morris, having not played at Canterbury, and bowled really well at Lords. Top wicket taker for Worcestershire. Got a 6 for. And you know what you're getting with Charlie Morris. Wholehearted effort. He's not particularly quick these days, but hits good areas and is a consistent trier.
He's in and bowls again. It's probably just slightly too short of a length in terms of if he's looking for a little bit of late-ish swing. It's played on the back foot out into the offside by Rishi Patel, and there is no run. No wonder Pennington was even more cheesed off, having been knowing he was coming to the end of his spell there. I think I'd have been tempted to give him another over had I been Joe Leach, but Leach has bowled 6, Pennington 5 as Morris is in. Bowls slightly better length, draws Patel forward into the defensive push out into the offside. None of the Brett D'Oliveira's wearing a sleeveless sweater, as is his wont. Otherwise, I think all the Worcestershire players in their shirt sleeves, a mixture of short sleeves and long sleeves among them. But D'Oliveira favours a sleeveless on most occasions, I think. In goes Morris and bowls. Again, better length, and again Patel is forward. A big stretch, just perhaps settling himself back in a little bit as he pushes that one out into the offside. A few white clouds around. There's a lot of sort of very high light stuff, but forecast, I think, for the 4 days is essentially pretty good. I'm told from Saturday it's getting cold.
Yeah, it wasn't good, the forecast, a few days ago, but it's changed, and I'm pleased to say it looks set fair.
Morris is in and bowls, thick outside edge, but we give him the benefit of the doubt and say he was looking to play it down, looking to deflect it, possibly not quite as close to Mitchell as it actually went in the end, but that said, it bounced a long way before. Daryl Mitchell and runs down to find third man for 4, so an opener's 4, if you like. Rhodes on 6, but Patel has moved on to 18, 36 for 1.
Yes, this is turning into quite a good start, isn't it? Because they lost that early wicket, and certainly if Patel had been picked up a few minutes ago at second slip, then it wouldn't have looked so good. But these two have battled through. I mean, you know, we're nearly through that first hour. I think if you bat first at 10:30 in September, you're getting through the first hour with only losing 1 wicket, and that's a pretty good start. It could all change very quickly, and it has done a bit.
10 minutes to go.
10 minutes to go, and it has done a bit. As Leach comes in from the Digley to Rhodes and beats him outside the off stump, it's done a bit off the pitch. There have been a couple of good shouts. A catch dropped, but they've battled on, and Patel just got to get it back together again, hasn't he? After he was playing so well, but as you suggested, Richard, he did look to be a little bit perturbed by that drop, and he gave a chance, just signalling to the 12th man now that he wants a new pair of gloves. It's quite warm out there. Hands will be getting a bit sweaty. 36 for 1. Leach in from the Diglis end, bowls and beats Rhodes with one that cuts back and hits him on the pad, on the thigh pad, I think. Quite uncomfortably negotiated by George Rhodes, but negotiated nonetheless.
Well, they'll be old friends, won't they? I guess Rhodes and,
and
Leach. Well, old teammates, I'm assuming. Friends as well. I think George gets on with pretty much everybody, really.
I think so.
He's good value when you get a chance to talk to him, isn't he? He's an amiable young man.
36 for 1. He's on 6. Rhodes, and he waits now. Takes a pace or two down the pitch to Joe Leach to this one, and then pushes forward and plays it defensively up to mid-on. Good crowd for first day of the last championship game of the season here at New Road. A crowd that, you know, largely have been starved of live cricket for the last couple of years. And
where do the members sit at the moment? Are they not allowed in front of the
pavilion? They're not allowed. No, the pavilion,
so
the whole pavilion this side of the ground in terms of spectators is not in use. As Leach comes in and bowls to Rhodes, who pushes back up the pitch to the bowler, so they're probably spread around.
Okay.
That's always a popular little patch behind the bowler there at the in the D'Oliveira stand, that well-populated area just to the left of the sight screen as we look, and then when the pitch is over on that side of the square as it is on the 7 side, the bank of seating underneath the hotel, fairly popular. Had a couple of decent crowds for white ball games here. Leach is in, Rhodes down the pitch again to this one, and then leaves alone outside the off stump, just trying to upset the bowler's length a little bit. One thing about these two, they'll know each other well, and George Rhodes will have faced Joe Leach in the nets on many occasions, and he'll know him in that respect. But with a new ball, or newish ball, and in pretty good form at the moment, Leach is a tough customer to deal with. He's in now and bowls 2 Rhodes, but deals with this one alright, pulling a short ball away on the leg side, but Josh Baker is out on the boundary at deep square leg, presumably for that delivery, hoping that Rhodes might miscue it, but he kept it down and he gets a single. 39 for 1, he goes to 7, and Leach, who as I said earlier has been in good form since we returned to red ball cricket, he's bowled pretty well so far this season. He has taken 33 wickets. He's in now and bowls, and this one is pushed out on the offside by Patel. End of the over from Joe Leach. 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 20 his figures, and Leicestershire are 39 for 1 off 13.
Out come the change of gloves and the cap for Leach, who might have a little break now. The captain, does he like to bowl longer than 7 overs at a time? He's perfectly capable of doing so, but he'll be thinking it could be a longish day otherwise. I have to do my update at 11:27 apparently, because something is set in stone at the normal time.
Well, so you better go then.
That applies to you as well, but
no,
I'll desert you.
Mine will be a bit later than that, but Richard off to do that for BBC Radio Leicester, and that's Richard Ray. I'm Frank Watson from BBC Hereford and Worcester, and we'll be bringing you live commentary on this game throughout the 4 days here at New Road. Charlie Morris moves away from us from the New Road end and bowls a wide half volley to George Rhodes, which he square drives for 4. Got what it deserved, that one from Morris. Be annoyed at himself. It was very full, very wide, and Rhodes had no trouble just steering it really between cover and, well, between backward point and gully really, just behind square on the offside for 4. Nice shot for Rhodes. His second boundary goes to 11, and the total to 43 for 1 here at a sunny New Road. Pitch for this one situated quite a way over on the 7 side of the ground. The boundary rope in quite a long way from the New Road end, and indeed from the pavilion. Quite short boundary straight really at this New Road end. The boundary rope is, I've rarely seen it in this far, at the ends of the ground. Anyway, here's Morris. Past umpire Hassan Adnan bowls outside the off stump to Rhodes, who perhaps excited a little bit by that previous delivery, a little bit of adrenaline flowing, plays a loose shot at this one, driving at a wide one outside the off stump, and he'll be glad that he missed it, actually. Well, I say he'll be glad that he missed it. He won't. He'll wish he hit it for 4, but he'll be glad that he didn't nick it. That's what I'm trying to get at, because it was a little bit wide and a little bit loose, and he would just be saying, come on, calm down. Still a good time to leave the ball if you can at this stage, I would say, and this one is much straighter from Morris, and he's on the back foot pushing into the covers, and there's no run. While this ball's still in its 14th over, still doing a bit off the pitch, still doing a little bit in the air. Opening batsman, number 3 batsman out there, if you can leave it, still worth not taking any risks.
His 3rd first-class innings of the summer. Just a couple so far. Norton 54, his scores.
There's Morris in. Bowls to him, and he's on the back foot, dropping this one down on the leg side, fielded by Josh Baker, coming in from mid-wicket. And there's no run update coming shortly for BBC Hereford and Worcester listeners, and well, I'd call it Leicestershire's first hour, I must say, with only 1 wicket going down. I think when Callum Parkinson won the toss this morning, if you'd have said to him, you're going to be only 1 down after an hour, he would have thought, that's good, I'm justified in my decision to bat first, as Morris bowls outside the off stump, taken by Cox, and there's no run. I mean, that can change, obviously, a couple of wickets in a couple of balls and it would look very different, but they've done alright. Patel's given 1 chance. There have been a couple of LBW shouts, but in testing circumstances, since they lost a wicket in the 3rd over when Hassan Azad was caught at second slip by Daryl Mitchell off the bowling of Joe Leach for 2. Since then, these two have battled well. They haven't looked entirely comfortable, but they've battled well. Morris is in, bowls, and Rhodes is beaten by a good one outside the off stump, which climbed a little bit, that one, and also went off the seam. I'd say beaten, he might just have dropped his hands and got away with it, but it was a good delivery, and he negotiated it well. End of the over, we're going to have a change of bowling. Ed Barnard is coming on at the Diglis end, and he usually gets the ball to do a bit, but hasn't been at his best with the ball this season. And usually, well, more often than not, I think bowls from the New Road end, so we'll see how he gets on.
Do you need to keep going, Frank, with an update coming?
Well, probably, yeah. It's probably. Well, I've probably got a couple of minutes. You might get over in, actually. Carry on.
Right,
yeah.
I shall crack on, but do leap in, should it be needed. So, Bernard having a chat with Joe Leach, polishing the ball on the bottom of his shirt. He's got 3 slips. He's going to be bowling to Rishi Patel. In he comes and bowls. Patel is half full, just leaning into the defensive shot, slightly angled bat, pushing it out towards backward point. And the backward point is the prolific this season, Jake Libby. Prolific with the bat, of course.
And Leicestershire have made a solid start, really. They lost a wicket in the 3rd over when Hassan Azad was caught at second slip by Daryl Mitchell off Joe Leach for 2. But since then, despite a dropped catch at second slip when Patel was on 14, he and George Rhodes, once of Worcestershire of course, have moved the score on very nicely to 47 for 1 at the moment. Patel, who's just hit a lovely back foot cover drive for 4 off the bowling of Ed Barnard, is on 22, and George Rhodes is on 11. At the moment the bowling is being shared by Charlie Morris and Ed Barnard, but Leicester should be pretty happy having won the toss and chosen to bat with the first hour gone by and only 1 wicket down. They're 47 for 1.
It was a lovely shot as well, wasn't it? In goes Bernard, bowls again to Patel, who leaves outside off stump, swings away. But as you say, was nowhere near the pitch of the ball, but a lovely shot punched away through the offside. Leach couldn't quite get there before it crossed the ropes at wide extra cover. I've just realised, Frank, that the hotel has, the sort of cladding has all been taken off.
Yeah,
and it all looks,
it looks
very grey and Soviet 1950s at the moment.
It does.
In goes Bernard and bowls. Patel is looking to drive. He's hit it in the air and he is caught by Leach. A simple catch, and he smacks his pads as he leaves the pitch, having absolutely given it away. Went for the drive. He can't believe what he's done. He gave Joe Leach the simplest of catches at mid-off. Rishi Patel, having hit 5 rather pleasant 4s in going to his 22, is out. 47 for 2, Leicestershire. He's done it again in the 20s.
Yeah, exactly what you said, isn't it? Exactly what you said. And this is what people perhaps don't realise about county cricket. Well, maybe they do, but I often think, you know, the players that average around 30, 28, 30, 32, those sort of players, and they're often the batsmen that move counties as well, I think, those sort of players, that they've shown potential. They've probably got 1 or 2 scores along the way, they've shown they can get starts, they've shown they can play, but they don't have that mental strength to consistently go on and turn those 20s and 30s into 60s and 70s and 100s. And well, I hope Rishi Patel has a great career ahead of him. He looks an elegant player. He clearly can play lovely, lovely shots, but that's the next milestone, the next barrier that he has to cross, isn't it? The next hurdle that he has to cross. He's played some absolutely glorious shots today, but had already had 1 chance, and you know, hasn't really made that pay. And as you say, he's chucked it away there. Really, slight change of pace from Barnard, perhaps different from Leach and what he's got used to in the first hour. But just as I was saying, it looked like Leicestershire's first hour honours are probably even again now.
So 4 times in the 20s in his 6 innings. And you have to say, got himself out for the most part. That was certainly the case. Bernard obviously takes plenty of credit. Leach would have been devastated to have dropped an absolute dolly. So he takes a small amount of the credit, but Patel has to take a fair chunk of the blame. Lewis Hill is at the crease as in goes Bernard and bowls to him. A very positive leave from Lewis Hill. Steps forward and lifts his bat over the line of the ball. He has been Leicestershire's batsman of the season. Lewis Hill, over 900 first class runs, and what is it now? I think 3 centuries, 5 half centuries for Lewis. Comfortably the best season of his career. Bernard is in and bowls. He goes for the cut and misses outside off stump, then raises his eyes to the heavens. A little bit of overconfidence perhaps. Ed Bernard has struck in his first over. Applauses for him. He has 1 for 4, and Leicestershire, well, having gotten through the first hour with a loss of just 1 wicket, a major setback with a loss of Patel. Rhodes has to dig in now, give Hill a chance to get going. They don't want to lose 3 down before lunch, and it's sort of level morning, but any more
I was
than
thinking 80 for 3 is my par score.
Right.
But yeah. But at a 10:30 start, you'd be looking, as the fielding side, you'd be looking for 4, I would think, by lunch. They will be now, having got that second one just after the hour. Here's Morris from the New Road end, bowls to Rhodes, who pushes back up to the bowler. There's no run. Barnard, good start for him. I mentioned that he hasn't been at his best. He's had a good season 2 years ago, a really good season with the ball. Last season, pretty good in all formats. This season, hasn't bowled as much in white ball cricket, certainly, and not at his best in red ball, but that's a good start for him. He'd be pleased with that. Morris in, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Rhodes, and he is the sort of bowler, the pace that he bowls, I think, that people do play shots against, and it was indicated even there where he'd been hit through the covers for 4 off the back foot by Patel, and then picked up his wicket, and even then we saw Hill play and miss at that last one, albeit a shortish one that he thought he could smash away to the boundary. But he's kind of like that this year, Barnard, the sort of bowler that people do play shots against, and that always gives you a chance. Morris in, bowls to Rhodes, who turns this on the leg side, takes a little kick off the matting, which is covering that strip in front of Josh Baker at mid-wicket, but he read it well as it popped up in front of him. It wasn't travelling particularly quickly, and there's no addition.
It was a really odd shot from Patel. He was almost looking as though he was trying to hit it over the top, but knowing he shouldn't. Does that make sense? He was
it might have just
checked it a little bit.
Stopped in the pitch a little bit.
It was a bit of a half volley, but it swung a fraction.
Here's Morris in, bowls to Rhodes, who pushes out on the offside. Yeah.
He just didn't commit to it completely, knowing probably that he shouldn't be playing the shot.
Yeah. Just having a look at it now.
Dialed it up.
Yeah, it was quite full, wasn't it?
It was.
He just mistimed it, really, didn't he? Simple as that. It was just an odd one. It wasn't a full half volley. Bit of swing, maybe, but yeah, change of pace, perhaps. He's a skillful bowler, Ed Barnard. He mixes it up. Yeah. Charlie Morris moves in, bowls now to Rhodes, who gets a leading edge to this one. Looking to turn it on the leg side. Does have a habit just occasionally of playing around that front pad, I think. And leading edge which pops out on the offside but bounces short of Roderick in the slips. 47 for 2. Rhodes faced 39 balls now for his 11. 2 nice boundaries. 1 straight drive, 1 square drive. But other than that, fairly circumspect. Desperate to do well, I'm sure, against his old teammates. Morris is in, bowls to him, and he's forward to this one, very correctly pushing out on the offside. Roderick comes in from the covers to field, and that's the end of the over from Charlie Morris. 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 8. His figures: Barnard 1 over, no maidens, 1 for 4, and the other bowling figures so far: Leach 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 20, and Pennington, who I thought probably bowled as well as anybody and had a catch dropped in the slips, 5 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 9.
He has another year on his contract. George Rose signed a 3-year contract when he moved to Leicestershire, which raised 1 or 2 eyebrows, has to be said. And so far probably hasn't done really enough to justify it, so he'll be, as you say, desperate to do well. Bernard is in to Hill, big stride forward and lifts his bat over the line of the ball as it swings through to Cox behind the stumps. No run. Bernard receives the ball from Joe Leach. Still got the 3 slips in. There's movement there. Leach knows the importance, as Frank has been saying. 3 or 4 early wickets. It's a shortish batting lineup outside off stump again. Hill leaves. Leicestershire, remember, they don't have Harry Swindles, who's having to self-isolate, a young wicket-keeper batsman for whom it's been a bit of a breakthrough season. Swindles almost 700 first-class runs with a best of 171, averaging 43, but he's not there. They have young Sam Bates making his first-class debut, the second 11 keeper. Got a late call-up. Bernard is in and bowls. Again, Hill leaves. So Bates will come in at number 7. Swindles would normally come in at 6, but Ben Mike, the all-rounder, the first of the all-rounders, moves up to 6. Bates comes in at 7, and then Ed Barnes at 8. That's very high for a bowler. He's done brilliantly with the bat this season, Ed Barnes, but 8 is at least a position high, really, you feel. At the moment, Bernard is in. Hill is driving in the air, not too far wide. He's going to pick up 4 runs for it, but he could not have been said to have been in control of that shot. Libby, I think it is, at backward point. Thought for half a second he was in the game, sort of tumbled slightly to his left. It was wide off him, but it was in the air just about as it went past him. He was drawn into playing the shot, Hill, and he's got away with it. Slightly streaky way to get off the mark.
Another indication of what I was saying, really, about how Barnard bowls those balls that batsmen think they can play shots at, you know. Could easily have gone to hand.
Could indeed. Bernard is in again to Hill, who is driving hard down into the ground. It was stopped by Bernard and his follow through. I think he was then looking to flick the ball at the stumps and dropped it in so doing. 50 up for the Foxes with that slightly fortuitous boundary for Lewis Hill. 51 for 2. Bernard 1 for 8. 1 ball left in his second over. Turns in past umpire Cook and bowls to Hill, who drives thick outside edge, and it bounces once, twice, just the twice before crossing the ropes down here in front of us at third man. But Hill did not hold back there, just absolutely opened his shoulders and flung the bat at that one. Got plenty of it, got enough of it, but again it's a little bit, I don't know, loose from the Leicestershire batsman.
Yeah, it looks like a man who's in form, and he's just decided if he's got width, he's going to go for it, isn't he? He's thrown the bat at a short one in the previous over and missed it, and thrown the bat at that one, just playing it on the width completely, and got away with it. Flash hard, as they say. If you're going to flash hard, and he did, and he got his second boundary of the over, and he's gone to 8. And again, you know, Barnard is the pace that if he does give you width, you can really have a go at it. He does encourage people to play shots. Sometimes it produces runs, sometimes it's to his benefit and it produces wickets. And he could have picked up Hill earlier in that over with the first one. Probably a bit disappointed that he didn't, but that's the way Hill's going to play, I think. 55 for 2 as Morris begins a new over. Bowls to George Rhodes, who drives very, very nicely, beautifully, up to mid-off, where D'Oliveira makes a tumbling save. D'Oliveira usually to be found at backward point, not often at mid-off, but it's got Jake Libby at backward point today. 2 men out on the leg side for Morris. Long leg and deep square leg. Baker So the odd short one might get thrown in there against Rhodes. Morris is in, bowls, and there is a short one, and Rhodes does again get into position to hook it, and then just kind of pulls out of the shot at the last minute.
Well,
quite well directed, actually, that one from Morris.
They'll know him, of course. They'll know that maybe one of his weaknesses is to take on the short
they
ball.
obviously fancy this is the second time they've put a man out there. They obviously think it might be worth a try.
George likes a hook, remember, boys.
55 for 2. Morris in his 4th over. He's conceded 8 runs so far. And he comes in now. Past umpire Adnan, bowls, and Rhodes gets a run, just turning this one off his hip down to long leg, where Dylan Pennington is the fielder.
If he was known as George, he claims to be known as Sherlock, but I've never heard any of the Leicestershire players call him Sherlock, but you never know.
I don't know.
Might be wishful thinking on his part. I'll have to ask him that.
56 for 2 with that single.
Positivity is what Hill ascribes his improved form to.
Well, you know,
he's been much more determined to take on the.
Well, that figures with
shots.
the way that he's gone about it, isn't it? Morris is into him now. He goes back and pushes us defensively back up the pitch. He looks like a man who's comfortable with his game at the moment, I would say. He's, you know, if he plays and misses, it doesn't seem to bother him. His feet are moving well, aren't they? You can be positive even in defence, as he was there. Get your feet moving, get right in behind it. He just looks as though he's fairly comfortable at the crease at the moment.
His strike rate is the highest of the sort of Leicestershire main batsmen as well. So yeah.
Morris is in, bowls to him again. He gets a run, just steering this one down to 3rd man. Libby is the fielder down there. They pick up a single, 56 for 2. Goes to, in fact, 57 for 2, and he goes to 9. Yeah, and I think when I say he's comfortable, I think one of the things about when you're playing well is that if you play a miss, you don't worry. You don't let it worry you. We commented earlier about Patel that when he was dropped, it appeared to affect him over the next few minutes. I get the impression that when you're in the form that Hill's in, you play a cut and miss it or slice one past gully, you don't let it bother you. And Morris is in and bowls to Rhodes, who's forward, pushing back to the bowler. End of another tidy over from Charlie Morris. 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 10, his figures. Rhodes on 12, Hill on 9. The 2 men out. Azad for 2 and Patel for 22. Leicestershire are 57 for 2 after 18 overs.
When I was growing up and sort of starting in cricket, they used to say that about Alan Lamb. He was very prolific for, well, most of his career, but certainly for a good few seasons. But his ability to put the previous delivery, if it had beaten him behind him, was, they said, it was said to be unsurpassed. They are now posting a 3rd man for for Hill. Gareth Roderick heading back from 3rd slip. I wasn't sure he was going to go to fly slip for a moment, as in goes Bernard, bowls to him. Hill leans forward, drops it out into the offside, and then sees as a quick single to be taken, calls Rhodes through. Rhodes responds. Good running by those two. Hill into double figures already, 10 off 11, 58 for 2. Roderick stays at 3rd man for George Rhodes, who's 12 off 44 balls. It's been a battle for Rhodes, but he's still there. Bernard is in, bowls to him, late decision to leave, a good one. Allowed to go through to Cox, taken to his left. Sun hat, the Worcestershire sun hat on his head, as ever. Roderick also sporting wide-brimmed white hat. As at mid-on is Dylan Pennington. Everybody else, I think, in their sort of racing green Worcester caps. Bernard is in, outside off stump, allowed to go through by Rhodes, this time taken without real movement by Cox behind the stumps. There's no run, 58 for 2. So I presume there'll be some sort of new cladding going on that the hotel.
I'm not party to that kind of knowledge.
I didn't think it was. I mean, people say it's an ugly building, and it is now, as Bernard is in and is driven for 4. He was overpitched by Ed Bernard, and this time Rhodes didn't have to really reach for it. It was wide-ish, but it was very, very full. It was a real half volley, and on the front foot steered it away in front of point for 4.
I'm not sure there ever was any cladding.
Well, it was. I just thought those sort of round things were where it was fascinating. It was white,
vents,
wasn't it?
They're vents by the look of it. I'm looking through the binoculars at them. It was. I think it's just might need a lick of paint, but I'm not sure. If you know,
can't have gone grey from all that white so quickly.
If you know, let us know.
I'll ask them. I'm staying there tonight.
Okay,
I'll ask them.
We'll wait for your update tomorrow.
All right. From the Architectural Digest.
Double the listeners tomorrow.
In goes Bernard, outside off stump left by George Rhodes. Pulled the bat very deliberately back out of the way, and then he wanders off to square leg. More and more coming into the ground, probably over 1,000.
Yeah.
Something around that sort of level, I would suggest. Scattered around the ground. A good turnout, and who can blame them? Bernard is in, back foot 4, so looking to force, had to probably strained up on him a little bit and checked the shot slightly. Solid defensive press out into the offside from Rhodes, fielded in the covers. The end of the over, 62 for 2. George Rhodes has 16 with that boundary, 16 off 49. Lewis Hill 10 off 11. They came together when Rishi Patel was caught by Joe Leach at mid-off off the bowling of Bernard for 22 when the score was on 47. Umpire Cook struggling already. Look at him, he's down on he's leaning down, playing with his knees. And it's only an hour and a half into play. Poor Nick.
So it's Charlie Morris from the New Road end, starts his 5th over, and this one is short and cut by Lewis Hill, but into the ground, bounces up for Gareth Roderick to field at backward point, and there's no run. 20th over of the innings. Leicestershire won the toss. I suppose there might have been a little bit of hesitation about deciding to bat first. 10:30 in late September. I think probably not as straightforward a decision to bat first as it might have been earlier in the season. Morris is in bowls to Hill, who mistimes a drive this time, and it just squirts out on the offside and there's no run.
Well, Parkinson has a match 10 for here, so he will know that, you know,
it might turn.
Yeah, I think that.
Yeah. And it was quite dry. It's a new pitch, and they'd like to bowl last on it yet. But having said that, he would have been sat in the pavilion quite nervously in the first half an hour, and when a wicket went down in the 3rd over, he might have feared the worst. But only one since then, and in testing circumstances, the batsmen have battled pretty well. Morris in, bowls to Hill, who goes back to this one, plays defensively out on the offside. Hill has 10, Rhodes has 16, and these two came together when the score was 47 for 2 in the 15th over. That was when Rishi Patel, who'd played attractively for 22, included 4 or 5 really excellent shots, but then rather threw it away, chipping a catch up to mid-off. Morris again is in and bowls, and this takes Hill on the pad, and there's a big shout for LBW, and Morris in particular looks very disappointed at that one being turned down. Ooh, it was close, margin, might just have been sliding down the leg side looking at the replay, but decent shout. Ooh, yeah, looked a good shout, but there you go. Adnan's been erring on the side of not outism. He was a batsman, of course, and it might just have been sliding down the leg side, to be fair, and he's got a much better view than we have. I was judging it on the replay. It was a good shout anyway. 62 for 2. Morris is in and bowls again, and this time it's clipped away very nicely off his pads for 4 by Lewis Hill. Just too full this time from Morris. Possibly just losing control, a little bit of frustration having had that shout turned down that he thought was close, and Hill doing what we said before, having had a little bit of an upset, you know, cleared his mind, didn't worry about the previous delivery and made sure that he capitalised on that with a lovely wristy flick off his pads to the square leg boundary. He goes to 14, 66 for 2. And Hill again. Well, we've been discussing it, haven't we? How do you go from being a batsman who averages 25, 28 to an average of mid to high 30s or 40s? And I'm sure a lot of it is to do with your mental approach rather than anything else, because you've already proved you can play, you can get starts, you can get scores, but it's not making mistakes. Morris bowls and Hill is forward, and again there's a shout, this time strangled as it goes out on the offside, and there's no run. End of a decent over from Morris. He'll feel a bit frustrated, but it's 66 for 2 at the end of it. I think fitness is a lot to do with it, Richard.
Yeah,
with the ability to play long innings without making mistakes.
I think that's true. Lewis has always been sort of pretty fit, I think, but it's his circumstances as well. You were talking about the mental approach. He's lost the gloves, so he was the first choice wicket keeper until Harry Swindles came through. So suddenly it's bat or you're not in the side. Really, you've got to score runs, so that I'm sure concentrates the mind a little bit. But also his sort of circumstances away from the game. In goes Bernard and bowls to Rhodes, who is solidly pressing forward, playing the ball back up to the Worcestershire all-rounder, and there's no run. Very settled at home. They've just had a little baby girl, Mr. and Mrs. Hill. Rosie's arrived, so he's very happy away from the game. He's sort of, his mind is very concentrated at the guy. He knows he has to score runs because there's no other. He doesn't have another string to his bow now, if you like. They've also changed a couple of things technically. Bernard is in. Rhodes is hit on the pad, but the appeal from Bernard is belated. The slips and the wicketkeeper started to go up, but Bernard went up, I feel, slightly in response to them. Either way, the appeal was dismissively turned down by Nick Cook. I'm reading his body, far too much into his body language there, I'm sure, but there was just the way Nick turned his head to one side. I think Bernard knew it. He is in and bowls to Rhodes, outswinger, which Rhodes allows to go through to Cox behind the stump. So I think it's just a combination of things with Lewis Hill, and then you have the sort of confidence builds on a couple of good scores early, and then it's sort of gone on from there. But certainly at the moment, 145 last time out, in a record partnership with Hassan Azad. Bernard is in. Rhodes again leaves outside off stump.
Yeah, I was kind of talking about how Patel becomes a player that doesn't make mistakes when he's got in and that kind of thing, and I think fitness is a big factor. Graham Gooch I can remember watching Graham Gooch here bat for 2 sessions and make 80, and then he went off, took his kit off, put his running kit on and went out and ran 5 miles. You know, that kind of thing, just keep the mind clear when you're tired.
Into Rhodes, who defends on the front foot, out into the off side, picked up by D'Oliveira.
If you're physically fit, you're less likely to make mistakes. I think that's what I'm getting at. Tim Curtis told me that he played a test match with Gooch against the West Indies at Headingley, and they stayed in a hotel that was 5 miles from the ground, and he ran to the ground every day. And I think he made 150 in that game in one of the innings.
Bernard is in, bowls, back foot defensive shot this time from Rhodes, and yet Gooch never came across as a sort of lean, he was a big fella.
Tiny legs.
Not much,
Tiny legs, I've always
barrel
said.
chest,
Yeah,
wasn't he? But
big chested, but had very, very skinny legs. But no, just put a lot of miles in, I think, and got himself very, very, very fit.
But running is wonderful for clearing the mind as well, in a funny sort of way. In goes Bernard and bowls back foot defensive shot in the air, thick outside edge through. It would have been above sort of gully, I suspect. Runs on down to Roderick at third man. Rhodes takes one and keeps the strike. End of the over, 69 for 2. Half an hour to go before lunch. On comes the 12th man with the sanitising gel. Rhodes has 17 off 56. Hill 14 off 17. The session sort of quite nicely balanced at the moment, Fred.
Yeah, I would agree with that, as Richard goes off to do his update. Nicely balanced. I think if Worcestershire can pick up another couple of wickets before lunch, they'll feel it's been their morning. Another one, maybe, it will be par. If Leicestershire can get through to the break unscathed, then they'll feel pretty happy with their decision to bat when they won the toss. 69 for 2. The two men that have gone. Hassan Azad caught at second slip by Daryl Mitchell off Joe Leach for 2. That was 6 for 1 in the third over. And then in the 15th over, Rishi Patel caught at mid-off by Joe Leach off the bowling of Ed Barnard for 22. That was 47 for 2. So 22 added since then by this pair. Not without alarm. There have been a couple of good shouts for LBW, turned down, and 1-2 player misses, but Lewis Hill in particular has been very positive, and George Rhodes has been watchful, has put the bad ball away when he's had the opportunity to do so, and as Richard was saying, he's still there on 17, made off 56 deliveries in a game, an innings, and a game that will be very important to him. George Rhodes, formerly of Worcestershire, of course, son of Worcestershire's former head coach, and still playing his league cricket in the area when he's not in the Leicestershire side. Gets a pat on the back from his partner Lewis Hill as he prepares to face the bowling of Charlie Morris from the New Road end. Morris as yet wicketless, 5 overs, 1 maiden. He's conceded 14 runs, been pretty tidy. Did get hit for 4 in that last over by Hill, in his last over. And we're restarting as he comes in now and bowls to Hill, who goes on the back foot. Rhodes, I beg your pardon, who goes on the back foot and pushes out on the offside. And there's no addition to the score. We're in the 22nd over. Half an hour to go till lunch, so probably get another 8 in, maybe. 30 overs or so in the morning session. Possible we might see the introduction of Josh Baker just for an over or 2 before the break. As Morris is in now from the New Road end, bowling again to Rhodes, who is forward and pushes out square on the offside. Update for FM listeners coming now. Leicestershire have lost 2 wickets since winning the toss and choosing to bat. The first was Hassan Azad, caught by Daryl Mitchell at second slip off Joe Leach for 2. That was 6 for 1 in just the third over. And Rishi Patel, second out, caught by Joe Leach at mid-off off the bowling of Ed Barnard for 22, which was 47 for 2 in the 15th over. Since then, the in-form Lewis Hill has come to the crease, and he's in company with former Worcestershire batsman George Rhodes. At the moment, we're in the 22nd over of the Leicestershire innings, and with Rhodes on 17 and Hill on 14, they are 69 for 2. As Morris bowls again to Rhodes, who defends this down on the onside, and the score stays at 69 for 2. Morris halfway through his 6th over. 2 slips, the only close catches now, as he moves in from left to right. As we look from our position at wide long on, he bowls, and Rhodes is forward to this one. Doesn't quite get that right. Seemed to just surprise him a little bit, and he pushed it away.
Still a bit
on the offside. Yeah, just an we were having a little giggle down at Kent about the way that batsmen make little movements with their hand after a ball has been bowled. Sometimes they just nod, don't they, at the bowler, but sometimes if they're beaten or if they miss time one, they take their right hand off if they're a right hander, or the left if they're a left hander, and they just mime what the ball did, and he did that there. As Morris is in and bowls, and he beats him with a good one outside the off stump. Good response from Morris.
I never know quite why, as you say, because I'm sure the batter at the other end can see exactly what the bowler has done, and so can probably the guys in the.
We decided down at Canterbury that it's a kind of it's as much for the crowd as anybody else. Well, and for your own mind, but it's almost like a gesture to everybody. I missed that because it just swung away a little bit.
Gosh,
so
it's
just nip back.
Movement everywhere.
Yeah. Anyway. Morris in, bowls, and Rhodes is forward and gets a run as he steers this one down to third man. Played it well, kept it down. Libby the fielder down there, and Rhodes moves on to 18, and that's 70 for 2.
I wonder if in the old days Bernard would have picked himself up, having just failed to get to that one, and turned and pretended to throw. Not allowed to anymore.
No. 70 for 2 at the end of the over, and Rhodes keeps the strike.
Two batsmen have a chat in mid-pitch. Good over 8. It's level at the moment, so we're going to get a bit of spin. Now this could be interesting, couldn't it?
I said, while you were next door doing your update, I did say we might see Baker introduced early.
After an hour and a half. There's
I
a
didn't
little bit
think
there
it'd be this
for him.
early. I thought it might be just a couple of overs before lunch, but
Callum Parkinson will have be watching carefully in the pavilion, I suspect. Watching the screen, because obviously the pavilion is square on, the Graham Hick Pavilion. Players housed on the top floor thereof, or at least Leicestershire. Are they on different floors as well these days?
Probably.
Baker is in, a little paddle sweep and round the corner. It's going to bounce away down towards long leg, and well, Rhodes picks up 4, and straight away it was just drifting down the leg side from Baker. Left arm spinner, but he was aerial.
Just possible. They've played against each other this year in the Birmingham League, these two, because they're both playing in Division 1 of the Birmingham League for their league clubs.
Right.
Just possible. Barnard's Green have played Kenilworth Wardens.
Baker is in, a little bit of bounce, and he plunged forward rather at that one, took the bottom hand off the bat as it bounced up a touch. Far from, then there was turn there as well. There was turn. Baker is in and bowls. Back goes Rhodes, looking to turn on the leg side. Did it come off a little bit of a leading edge as it ran out towards mid-wicket? There's something there for Baker, and this could be interesting. Parkinson's antenna will be receiving lots of signals at the moment. Baker is in, forward goes Rhodes, just about getting to the pitch of that one. Back up the pitch it goes. Then he leans on his bat with his right hand on his hip, affecting a nonchalance I suspect he doesn't feel. Baker is in, Rhodes is forward again, not quite getting to the pitch of it, but no obvious turn on that occasion. There's definitely something there though for young Mr. Baker, so unfamiliar to me. He is in and bowls. Rhodes goes back, defends on the back foot out into the offside. Baker himself picks up in his follow through. The end of a very interesting over from the point of view of the whole match going forward, I suspect, Frank.
Yeah, remains to be seen, of course, but Josh Baker, new into the side, came in to play white ball cricket initially and has kept his place in all forms since he came in. He's only 18, he left school this summer. He's from Astwood Bank Cricket Club, is where he grew up in the northern part of the county.
Astwood Bank.
Near Redditch.
Okay.
And went to Malvern College, played cricket for them until this summer, came through the Worcestershire Academy, and has made a very, very good impression, and also done pretty well with the bat, including 60 odd not out at Lord's, top scorer in the innings, his first ever game at Lord's, batting at number 9 last week, which was a fantastic effort. Anyway, Dylan Pennington's replaced Charlie Morris at the New Road end, and he starts with a wide delivery that Lewis Hill throws the bat at and misses, and it goes through to Cox.
I hope his parents were there, and I bet
they weren't. Sadly, they weren't. They were there on the first day and went home on the second because it was a Monday and they had to go to work, I think.
Right.
So they weren't. I messaged his dad and he said, sadly, we weren't there. But I was delighted to see it. I wasn't there, but I was delighted to see it. Here's Pennington from the New Road end. He bowls to Hill, taken on the pad. Big shout for LBW. Quite confident from behind the stumps, but Hassan Adnan not in the mood to go him out this morning. Let's turn that one down, and it probably was slanting away down the leg side. And
Foxy Phil
Pennington's still frustrated.
On Twitter, he's a bit concerned about Hill. He says he looks all over the place.
Well, he looks loose, I would say that, but as we've been saying, he's certainly going for his shots.
Maybe they feel there's so much in the pitch, one way or another. Leicestershire,
it's the best way to play.
Yeah,
maybe. Here's Pennington again. He's in. He bowls, and well, he drives that one through the covers for 4, wide and full, smashed away. So Foxy Phil, was it?
Foxy Phil.
Don't worry too much, Foxy Phil. That's
Phil
4 more. 4 more for Lewis Hill, and he goes on to 18, and it's 78 for 2.
He's a Leicestershire sport who lives in this area, so his loyalties are very
he might
slightly...
be here soon.
Oh, he's here.
He's here, is he?
His loyalties are slightly split.
Oh, okay.
Slightly, but mostly Leicestershire.
In comes Pennington again. Bowls to Hill. Gets more. Runs 4 more down the leg side. Leg buys, in fact, I think. He leans inside this one, so Pennington overcorrecting in terms of line, and that one slanted down the leg side, flicked the pad and went for 4. So expensive couple of deliveries from a Worcestershire point of view. 82 for 2. Yeah, going back to Josh Baker, Worcestershire listeners be fed up with hearing me say this, but I coached him quite a bit when he was younger, when he was sort of 13, 14, mainly as a batsman, because I knew his bowling was being looked after by specialist spin coaches, and I didn't want to get involved with that, but coached him as a batsman, and well, he played 1 shot at Lord's, and it was my on drive. It was a magnificent shot. I'll show you later. I've got it on video. As Pennington is in and bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Hill, and I think it was off Ethan Bamber, and it was absolutely magnificent. Just warmed the cockles of my heart, as they say, Richard. And
a proud moment.
It was brilliant innings from him. He came in at, I think it was 80 odd for 2 when he came, for 7 when he came in, and he got 60 odd not out. And even though Worcestershire lost the game, it went some way towards providing them with a first innings lead in that game. Fantastic effort from the youngster. Pennington from the New Road end in, bowls, and Hill is taken on the pad again by this one as he moves inside it, but no appeal this time, slanting down the leg side, end of the over. Rhodes has 22, Hill has 18, and after 24 overs, Leicestershire 82 for 2, I'd say, just slightly on top.
It must be a proud moment for a coach to see a protege excelling at Lord's.
I wouldn't claim
one of your proteges.
I wouldn't claim to have been that huge an influence on him, but I used to do a few 1-to-1s with him when he was a young lad.
Young Bamber.
Certainly delighted to see him do well.
Young Bamber can't be that far from 50 wickets. He's
done well, hasn't he? Yeah. He was on loan at Gloucester a couple of years ago. He's done pretty well, Ethan Bamber.
In goes Baker and bowls to Rhodes, who leaves, taken by Cox, who does more than show the ball to the bails. He does actually flick them off. But Rhodes back foot securely anchored. Baker is in. Rhodes is forward, pushing out into the offside. He's found the gap just in front of D'Oliveira at point, or between point and extra cover, because there is a cover, but he's back on the boundary. So comfortable single taken by Rhodes, who's, if he can get through to lunch, he will have done a super job for Leicestershire. Really, 23 off 69 for Rhodes. It's been tough going out there. There's been seam movement, a little bit of swing, And now there's a little bit of turn for Josh Baker. Interesting to see what Hill's approach will be. Baker is in. Hill is forward. Hits the top part of the bat and in the air for a few feet as it bounces out towards Brett D'Oliveira at a backward point. There's certainly something there for Josh Baker.
One thing I'm pleased about for Baker is that he's come on with 2 right-handers at the crease, because he's regularly been coming on with left-handers at the crease and hasn't found it so easy.
In he goes. Bowles takes the edge of Hill's bat. He went back there. It bounced before slip. Mitchell half stopped it, diving away to his right. But goodness me, it is tough going out there for the Leicestershire batsman at the moment. Well, Azad aside, and he's been and gone. That's it. In terms of left-handers for Leicestershire. In goes Baker, Bowles, forward goes Hill, getting to the pitch of it.
We saw a couple of those left-handers as well. One for Warwickshire, I think it was Rhodes, and for Sussex we've seen left-handers try and get after him when he's come on as well, put him under real pressure early on. Yeah.
In he goes and Bowles. Hill gets to the pitch of that one, defending it. That said, of course, I haven't seen Sam Bates bat as yet. I'm pretty sure he's a right-hander, but I could be proved wrong. Looking forward to watching him. Not for a while, hopefully.
I think the other thing is that I'm quite enjoying is that Baker's bowling at Nick Cook's end, and it's not the first time. I think he has bowled at Nick Cook's end before, but he'll be getting a few words of advice, I suspect, at various times. Maybe not just during the game, but certainly afterwards. And he couldn't be much better man to get advice from, really. 83 for 2 at the end of that over.
Foxy Phil, who, as I say, is out there, says he's seeing a little bit of dust when the ball pitches as well. So it is very dry on that basis. I haven't seen it obviously as yet, but John Mallett, Leicestershire's club photographer, is coming back in, so he might have a few close range shots.
Dylan Pennington from the New Road end starts a new over and bowls outside the off stump to George Rhodes, who lifts his bat extravagantly clear of that one and allows it through to Ben Cox. 83 for 2. As I say, good crowd in, nice morning. It's not quite as sunny now as it was when we started, but very pleasant temperature, very pleasant conditions for September cricket. Do love New Road in September. And game nicely poised as Pennington is in and bowls, and that one's left alone outside the off stump by Rhodes. Good delivery, that one. Got a bit of pace about it, that one, and Rhodes, it was a very late decision to pull the bat out of the way as it climbed outside the off stump, taken by Ben Cox. Reverse cup, fingers pointing up towards the sky.
Played my cricket on the east coast of Yorkshire, and September was nearly always the best. We always used to play right to the very end of September. It was nearly always the best month for weather.
Yeah. 83 for 2. As Pennington is in and bowls outside the off stump, left alone, taken by Cox, moving away to his right.
The issue, well, it wasn't an issue for us, but it has been at Leicester in the last couple of weeks. Has been sort of light and
it was for us against Sussex. We had 2 or 3 days curtailed by bad light. It wasn't that kind of light in Worcestershire last evening. I think you would have carried on playing.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers
crossed,
a bit of sun.
We've had the floodlights. We know we have floodlights at Captain Steele.
Here's Pennington again, bowls, and Rhodes is pushing this one up to Leach at mid-on. Thought about a run, turned it down. Leach then picked it up at mid-on and looked at Rhodes as if to say, you weren't really going to take me on, were you? I think there's a bit of banter going on between Rhodes and Leach. Well, and probably with one or two of his other team. It wouldn't surprise me.
Absolutely.
83 for 2 as Pennington is in now, bowls, and Rhodes is again gets a really good one there, but he handled it well, dropped his hands underneath it. It's just, if that had been a little bit straighter, that was a really good delivery, but he really did play that very well. Just got a little bit chest on, but then dropped his hands when he saw the line of it and watched it through. But if that had been 12 inches straighter, that would have been a a really difficult delivery to
83
cope
for
with.
2 is beginning to look a semi-decent score.
Yeah, I think
morning.
it is. Yeah, I think it is. I think definitely been a good morning for Leicestershire. Pennington is in and bowls, and that's left alone this time. He's on the front foot. Good over from Pennington, but it didn't produce anything in the way of tangible reward. It was a maiden, 7 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 13 his figures. I think he's been a bit unlucky.
Agreed.
Not to have picked a wicket up. 83 for 2 at the end of it.
Well, he has been, hasn't he, with that drop, but walks off towards deep square leg. Young Mr. Baker will continue from the Diglis end.
He also gets through his overs ridiculously quickly, Baker. We put the clock on him a couple of times in the game against Sussex, and he was regularly 1:40.
Good
1
on
minute 40. Yeah.
It's one of Leicester's biggest flaws, and that they bowl their overs ridiculously slowly sometimes, and they're always up against it when it comes to over 8, unless Parkinson's bowling plenty. Baker is in and bowls. Back goes Hill. Leaves. Got in position to cut it away. Decided it was safe to leave it. It was. He's already ready to go. Just a couple of steps and into his action. Back goes Hill, carefully, suspiciously pushing it out into extra cover, towards extra cover, where Bernard is the fielder. Baker, tall young man, is in, gives it some air. Forward goes Hill. You heard perhaps in the effects mic the rapping call of no as he pushed it out to Bernard again in the covers. I suspect he won't be inclined to take him on, given it is only 10 minutes until lunch. Baker is in, Hill is waiting. He's a little bit done in the flight there, I think. Wasn't sure whether to go forward or back. Played the ball off the pitch, which is a bit risky, but kept it down, pushed it towards second slip. There are 2 slips now, standing very close to each other, actually. In goes Baker, and it's a fuller delivery. Forward goes Hill, getting to the pitch of it, defending it back up the pitch. No run. We've got Mitchell at first, of course, and Jack Haynes at second, standing a yard perhaps in front of Mitchell. In goes Baker. Forward goes Hill very correctly. A very good over taken, coming up towards half past. Did you put the clock on that? Oh, yeah, that's the minute.
1 minute 27 seconds that over.
You put the stopwatch on it.
1 minute 27 seconds. That's quick even by his standards. Helped by the fact that they weren't fetching the ball back from the boundary or anything. But it was a maiden. But he really doesn't mess about, and it's good. It's good for the over rate, and it's good to keep the pressure on, I think.
Indeed.
83 for 2. So
I think his coach has got a lot to do with that.
That's nothing to do with me. That is, I absolutely no credit whatsoever for that. The on drive maybe a little bit. No, not at all. He's come a long way since those days.
But is it something, as you know, when you're coaching youngsters, you say, crack on? Generally,
I think, I think so. Yeah. It's Pennington from the New Road end. Bowl short to Rhodes, who cuts for 4. Short and wide, nicely played by George Rhodes. Got Rod on top of it, cut it down past the diving Roderick to the cover boundary, so the pressure off in this over in terms of runs now. Just get through it now as far as Rhodes is concerned. 27 to him, 87 for 2. Yeah, I think you try and just generally teach youngsters to be positive about the game. I think in league cricket, coaching league teams and that nowadays, the rules are there that you've pretty much got to get on with it to make sure you're up with the over rate that is demanded of you. Pennington in again now. Bowls outside the off stump. Rhodes leaves, taken by Cox, diving to his left, and there's no addition. But generally, I don't think it's a problem really in age group cricket and in league cricket and so on. I think over rates tend to be pretty good, and
you don't have captains fiddling with the field every other ball, or
some do, don't you? You still get your odd pernickety captain, I think, but generally I think it's not really a problem lower down. Pennington in again, bowls outside the off stump. This time Cox takes this one after it's been left by the batsman moving away to his right. but for a spin bowler, I think Baker gets through his overs particularly quickly, partly because his approach is short. It's also very straight, so he doesn't curve round. That takes off a few seconds, and he's just keen to get on with it and repeat and repeat and repeat. Very consistent for a youngster in terms of his line and length. Pennington in bowls, Rhodes back, plays defensively back to the bowler, and there's no run. I think that's probably the thing that has impressed a lot of people most about Baker since he's come in, has been the I don't want to curse him now, and he'll come up and bowl a nightmare over, but doesn't bowl many bad balls. You can take him on maybe, but he doesn't bowl many long hops. He doesn't bowl many full tosses. He tends to be quite metronomic in terms of rhythm, and that's certainly the impression he's given, I think, in these first few weeks of his career. Pennington in, bowls again to Rose, who's on the back foot, pushes back up the pitch, and Pennington does his own fielding. So just 2 men out if you're just joining us, and I know people are just joining us all the time. Hassan Azad caught at second slip by Daryl Mitchell off Joe Leach for 2 in the third over. That was 6 for 1. And then Rishi Patel, who'd played attractively for his 22, despite having been dropped at slip when on 14, then chipped to catch off Ed Barnard to Joe Leach at mid-off with the score on 47. So these two have added 40 so far for this third wicket. Pennington bowls, and Rhodes is caught at first slip by Jack Haynes. He'll feel he's given it away, and he'll be really annoyed with himself. Played very well for his 27, but pushed forward at that one. And Jack Haynes is turning himself into quite a reliable slip fielder, picks up the catch at first slip. Reward for Pennington, and George Rhodes is out on the stroke of lunch.
I think he was trying to leave. He started to lift his bat, and whether it just, as a couple did in the previous over, just bounced slightly more than he expected. I'm not quite sure. I need to see the replay on that one. But yeah, whatever. It's deserved reward for Pennington, isn't it? Because he's bowled pretty well, Dylan Pennington, without getting a reward. He's got one now, and an important wicket, as you say, because that puts the sort of session back in the balance. Leicestershire would have been fairly pleased. That partnership of 40. If they got through to lunch, they'd have been delighted with their morning's work.
Yeah.
Yeah, Fango Fox saying yes, well left, George.
Yeah.
So haven't seen the replay yet, but it does look like he was trying to leave it.
Well, Louis Kimber is the new batsman. As I said earlier, I think 80 odd for 3 is par. I would put that absolutely at par now at lunch, this score. Worcestershire nicked another one out, then it would be their morning, but otherwise absolutely par for me, 87 for 3. And as you say, just reward for Dylan Pennington, 8 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 17. His figures.
They'll be relieved, Worcestershire, I think, because there's something there. There's something there for seamers and spinners alike. Vital now. Leicestershire get through this final over. Well, actually, given his 1.5 minute overs, it won't be the final over, probably, will it?
Might get another after this. Yeah.
So Josh Baker is in to Lewis Hill, who is forward, back up the pitch. On the on side it goes, runs out to mid on, and there is no run. Short leg has gone in there now. Louis Kimber. His heart will be beating a little bit more quickly. In goes Bacon. He's driven past him, but only as far as Leach at mid-off. And again, there's that distinctive Hill shout of no. Baker is in. Hill leaves outside off stump. Nice bounce again. I like this pitch. There's something there. And there's a little bit of bounce. And it's a good cricket wicket, as they say. You can score runs, but there's something there for the bowlers. In goes Baker, forward goes Hill.
Well, we're on the stroke of lunch here at New Road, and Worcestershire have just picked up the third Leicestershire wicket to go down, and it was that of former Worcestershire batsman George Rhodes, who was caught at first slip by Jack Haynes off the persevering Dylan Pennington for 27. 2 men out this morning. Before that, Azad for 2 and Patel for 22. A wicket each there for Joe Leach and Ed Barnard. We're on the stroke of lunch. Louis Kimber has come to the crease to join the in-form Lewis Hill. Hill is on 18. Kimber yet to get off the mark. 1 over to go to the break, and Leicestershire 87 for 3. Sorry to cut you off there, Richard, but sudden update, which was a little bit earlier than I expected. But there we are. We're on the stroke of lunch, and Josh Baker gets through another over very quickly. 4 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 5, his figures, and we'll have 1 more over before the lunch interval now, as we suspected. And that means that Worcestershire will have completed 30 before lunch, which is exactly the number that I suspected they might when I did my calculations about half an hour ago. So Louis Kimber taking guard from umpire Hassan Adnan. 3 slips back in place now for him, and he faces Dylan Pennington. Last over before lunch. Pennington from the New Road in bowls, and Kimber edges this, steers it fairly safely, comfortably down on the offside, fielded at third slip by Ed Barnard. I think they thought they might get a single at first, but Barnard moved quickly to his right. Good start though from Pennington. Good straight delivery, having picked up that wicket in the previous over when he had George Rhodes, who'd played very well for his 27, caught at first slip. He was actually trying to leave the ball and didn't take his bat away quickly enough, and it flew, I think, almost off the face of the bat to first slip, where Jack Haynes took the catch. Just watching a replay over again now. Yeah, he was trying to take his bat out of the way. Just an error of judgment. Pennington in again, bowls, and Kimber again gets an edge to this one and steers it down to third slip, and there's no run. 87 for 3. 3 balls left then before lunch. 3 slips and a gully in there for Kimber facing Pennington. Just to echo what Richard Ray said a few minutes ago, looks another good cricket wicket here at New Road, like the one we had against Sussex. Bit in it for everybody. Pennington is in bowls. This one outside the off stump, left alone by Kimber, and Ben Cox takes. So the full bowling figures for Worcestershire, I'll just run through them as we approach the lunch interval. Joe Leach 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 20. Charlie Morris 6 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 15. Ed Barnard 4 overs, no maidens, 1 wicket for 20. Josh Baker 4 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 5. And Dylan Pennington in his 9th over, currently 1 for 17 with 3 maidens. He's in now and he bowls to Kimber, who pushes this one up to mid-off. D'Oliveira fields, and there's no run. So 1 ball left before the lunch interval, and 87 for 3. Absolutely par for the course as far as a first-class game is concerned in my book. 80 odd for 3 at lunch. Leicestershire won the toss and chose to bat. Honours pretty even as Pennington bowls the last ball of the morning session to Kimber, who is off the mark, pushing this out on the offside and taking a risky single. D'Oliveira with a throw. Had he hit the stumps at the striker's end, there may well have been a big appeal.
It would have required a decision of
missed
umpire
it.
Cook, wouldn't it?
It would have required a decision, but anyway, he didn't, and it's the end of the session, And as I've just said, Richard, in my book, that's honours absolutely even.
Yeah,
but
really good
we
session.
shall see. Good session, as you said, good pitch. I'll run through the bowling figures. Scorecard before we go. Azad caught Mitchell bowled Leach 2, Patel caught Leach bowled Barnard 22, and Rhodes caught Haynes bowled Pennington 27. And Leicestershire at lunch 88 for 3, Kimber on 1 and Hill on 18. Thank you very much for listening. Hope you've enjoyed our coverage, and do join us again when play resumes. As Leach is in again, the bowls, and Patel drives beautifully for 4 through mid-off, beats the diving fielder at mid-off. That was anyway. Here's Leach from the Diglis end, bowling again to Azad, who is out this time. Caught at second slip by Daryl Mitchell. His 301st catch with that scoreboard on the 7th side. Here's Leach again, past umpire Cook, bowls to Patel, who drive beautifully straight down the ground. As good a shot as you'll get that from the L by the keeper Cox. In comes Leach again and bowls, and that's a half volley which is driven very, very nicely by Jewel Road, straight up the ground for 4. Lovely.
The Upton Steel County ground. In goes Pennington and bowls. Lovely straight on drive for 4 by Rishi Patel. Did that meet the criteria? Morris is in and bowls. Thick outside edge, but we give him the benefit of the doubt and say he was looking to play it down, looking to deflect it, possibly not quite as close.
4 days here at New Road. Charlie Morris moves away from us from the New Road end and bowls a wide half volley to George Rhodes, which he square drives over when Hassan Azad was caught at second slip by Daryl Mitchell off Joe Leach for 2. But since then, despite a dropped catch at second slip when Patel was on 4.
At 1950s at the moment.
It does.
In goes Barnard and bowls. Patel is looking to drive. He's hit in the air. He is caught by Leach. A simple catch, and he smacks his position high. Really, you feel at the moment. Barnard is in. Helly's driving in the air, not too far wide. He's going to pick up 4 runs for it, but you cannot have been said to have been in second over. Turns in past umpire Cook and bowls to Hill, who drives thick outside edge, and it bounces once, twice, just the twice before crossing the ropes down here in front. People say it's an ugly building, and it is now, as Barnard is in and is driven for 4. He was overpitched by Ed Barnard, and this time Rhodes didn't have to really reach.
62 for 2. Morris is in and bowls again, and this time it's clipped away very nicely off his pads for 4 by
as well these days.
Probably.
Baker is in, a little paddle sweep and round the corner. It's going to bounce away down towards long leg, and
maybe. Here's Pennington again. He's in, he bowls, and well, he drives that one through the covers for 4, wide and full, smashed away. Certainly, I think, yeah, I think so, yeah. It's Pennington from the New Road end. Bowls short to Rhodes, who cuts for 4. Short and wide, nicely played by George. Mid off with the score on 47. So these two have added 40 so far for this 3rd wicket. Pennington bowls, and Rhodes is caught at first step by Jack Haynes. He'll feel he's
very good local cricket societies, the Worcestershire Cricket Society meet here at New Road. Guest speakers this winter will include Paul Nixon, who is active on the ground today, Bill Appy, Dennis Davis, Ben Smith, Fred Rumsey will be here in March with Stephen Shaw, and a Worcestershire player or official will be the guest for the January meeting. Meetings here at New Road for the Worcestershire Cricket Society. Always good to come along and have a natter. Second Tuesday of each month from October to April. And our very good friends from Stourbridge will once again be running their winter programme at Stourbridge Cricket Club in the Pavilion. And their guests this winter will include our butcher, Daryl Mitchell, will be there in the centre, Paul Carvery, Worcestershire Reply Cricket.
Lunch being taken, play about to resume in about another 5 minutes time. Leicestershire 88 for 3 at the break. 3 wickets this morning falling. Azad out for 2, Patel for 22, and just before lunch former Worcestershire batsman George Rhodes out for 27. A wicket each for Joe Leach, Ed Barnard and Dylan Pennington. Kimber and Hill, the not out batsmen, Hill on 18, Kimber on 1. Worcestershire will be hoping that they can strike a couple of early blows this afternoon. Honours just about even though at the lunch break. Leicestershire off 30 overs, 88 for 3. Welcome back to New Road in Worcester, where play is about to resume in the afternoon session of this LV Insurance County Championship Division 3 game between Worcestershire and Leicestershire. At the break, Leicestershire were 88 for 3, and the not-out batsmen are Lewis Hill, who is on 18, and Louis Kimber, who is on 1, having got off the mark with the last ball before lunch with a rather risky single.
An unnecessarily risky single, you would have thought, given it was the last ball before lunch, however.
Yeah, but so he'll be on strike, and Joe Leach is going to continue with the bowling of Josh Baker, I think. No, he's going to have a bowl himself. I said that because Baker was walking towards the stumps, taking his cap off, but he was just rearranging his headwear, and it's Leach who is going to have a burst from the Diglis end. Bowled pretty well this morning, 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 20, and he's going to be bowling to Louis Kimber, and it's your end, I think, Richard.
Well, as I say, Leicestershire have not necessarily a long tail, but in terms of the frontline batsman, well, it's Ben Mike due in next, one of the all-rounders. In goes Leach and bowls to Kimber, who is solidly forward, pushing out into the offside, and there is no run. Louis Kimber, a graduate of Loughborough, where he has just finished last summer, captained the Loughborough side against Leicestershire. Has impressed sufficiently to be given a playing contract with the Foxes. Hits the ball a long way when he gets in. Leach is in, bowls to him. He's turning his wrists on that one almost a little bit too soon, and it runs down the wicket off the back foot down towards mid-on, and there's no run. Very impressive last time out when he needed to score quickly against Sussex. 59 not out off just 52 balls, as Leicestershire chased quick runs to set up the game. Successfully set up the game as well. Went on to win by an innings with a couple of overs to spare. Leach is in, bowls outside off stump to Kimber, who steps forward, lets that one go through. A rather bigger unit, Frank, as they say, than Lewis Hill at the other end, but Hill just makes that gesture of movement. But I suspect Kimber, having faced the delivery, was fairly well aware of what it did.
Yeah, it's almost involuntary, isn't it?
It is.
It's a bit like prodding the pitch with your bat, you know. You never really make much difference to it unless it's a wet pitch. But you just do something between balls.
Leach is in and bowls outside off stump, outswinger. Kimber lets
Nick Cook's doing it now.
Go through. It's obviously plenty of movement out there, but that one again too wide to persuade Kimber to throw the bat at. People asking me on about the availability of Colin Ackerman. Colin is absent for personal reasons. Leicestershire's club captain, and obviously will be back next season. Leach is in and bowls again outside off stump. Again Kimber steps forward, lets it go through. The pigeons that nest underneath the roof that's in front of us over this stand are back with us. 1, 2, 3 of them. There was a period, I think, when Worcestershire put some sort of anti-pigeon sort of bits and pieces, spikes or sort of just thing to try and stop them on, but probably given up on that now, because I can't see any. The pigeons are certainly there. Leach is in outside off stump, and Cox took it, not going, moving to his left, but just about left hip, left by Kimber, not too far away, but certainly far enough to leave. End of a relatively uneventful over to start proceedings this afternoon. Leicestershire remain 88 for 3.
Yeah, good maiden over from Leach, but maybe just a tiny bit out in terms of line. But Kimber showing good awareness of where his off stump was, and leaving the ball very successfully in that over. Charlie Morris is going to start the attack in the afternoon session from the New Road end, and he's going to be bowling to Lewis Hill, who's on 18 off 39 balls, having become becalmed really after quite a frenetic start to his innings. A couple of early boundaries off the edge down to third man, throwing the bat at anything wide, but much more circumspect against the spin of Baker, and now facing Morris for the first time after lunch. As Morris is in bowls, and Hill turns this on the onside, fielded at mid-wicket by Baker, and score remains 88 for 3. Sun's out again. Lovely, lovely early autumn afternoon. I should say late summer, because it's the last day of summer, I think, isn't it? Officially. Lovely late summer / early autumn afternoon here at New Road. And a decent crowd in, enjoying the last game of the season. Charlie Morris striding in from the New Road end, bowls, and Hill is forward, plays firmly, straight back to the bowler. Good bit of fielding by Morris off his own bowling. And there is no addition to the score. 2 slips, the only close fielders. We've got a third man, cover point, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg. A pretty conventional right-arm seam bowler's field on what we assessed this morning to be a good cricket pitch. Bit of seam movement in it, bit of turn in it, bit of bounce in it, and flat enough to play shots like that if you get a half volley, which Hill received on that occasion from Morris and drove it square of the wicket for 4. Excellent shot, probably the best shot he's played. He goes to 22, 92 for 3. Certainly
it could be a dangerous innings, couldn't it, in a way, if he can go on.
Yeah.
From Worcestershire's point of view, but long way to go, obviously.
Yeah, but he's that kind of player. We talked about it this morning. He's had a good season. He's confident, and he certainly looked to dismiss the bad ball when he's had the opportunity. Stocky right-hander waits now, bat raised as Morris bowls, and he smashes this one for 4 more. It's another loose delivery for Morris. Not that loose, to be fair. A little bit over pitch, but not that wide, and he just sliced it really on the up, square of the wicket on the offside. The shot of a man full of confidence. That just dismissed it really, but it wasn't that bad a ball. It wasn't a full half volley by any means. And away it goes. So successive boundaries for Hill. He moves to 26 and a total to 96 for 3. This after Leicestershire won the toss and chose to bat this morning. Here's Morris again. Comes in, he bowls, and this one is down the leg side. He looks to work it away off his pads, and it runs out square on the leg side for a single. He must have got a nick onto it, I think. And
sounded a bit wooden.
Yeah, he goes on to 27. And the total to 97 for 3. 1 ball left in the 32nd over. Good over rate this morning from Worcestershire. 30 in the first 2 hours. Pretty good going, helped by a little spurt of 4 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 5 from Josh Baker, who we estimate gets through his overs in comfortably under 2 minutes most of the time. Morris in again, bowls to Kimber, who takes a step back into his crease and then plays this defensively down, and it spins back and rolls out towards Daryl Mitchell, picking it up at second slip as he makes his way in to move towards the other end, because that's the end of the over. 97 for 3.
Kimber about a head taller than Hill as they converse in mid-pitch. And a span wider as well. He looks like a prop forward in the maybe second row in the making.
Second row.
Whereas Hill scrum half, no, if that these days. Leach to continue from the Diglis end, leans forward and gets into his run, bowls to Hill, who's advancing down the pitch to meet the ball, looks to drive, gets a thick inside edge, it trickles out towards the spinner at mid-wicket, Josh Baker. Using their feet, the Leicestershire batsmen, well, particularly Hill. Rhodes did it as well, didn't he? They shuffled it almost down the wicket when they could against... They're not quite as quick. You probably wouldn't do it against Pennington, but you can get away with it just about against Leach. Bang one in every now and then, perhaps, if he thinks you're taking liberties. Down the pitch goes Hill again. He's a good few feet down the pitch. Cox might think about standing up if he keeps doing that, you would have thought. Let it go in the end. Would he be inclined? Lots of waving at Brett D'Oliveira, who's down on the third man boundary. It's Dave Bradley and Frank Watson, everybody waving at him. He waves back with a big smile on his face. Must be very familiar after all these years. In goes Leach and bowls. Hill is down the wicket, driving. He's got it through, and it is stopped at extra cover. He just got his right. I wasn't sure whether it had gone past it, but he held on to it as well, didn't he? He was playing with it in the end. So just a single to Hill. I thought for a second it had just got past Libin. I was looking at the extra cover boundary because it certainly would have gone on for 4, but he saved 3 runs. Up from third man, D'Oliveira jogs to backward point. Third slip goes in for Kimber facing Leach. 13 deliveries faced by Louis Kimber for his single, as in goes Leach and bowls to the young man, who goes back and defensively back down the pitch on the on side. Turns his wrists on his defensive shot slightly. Runs out very slowly to mid-on. Pennington it is there, with his sun hat on. Bernard has gone in at third slip alongside Daryl Mitchell, as Leach goes in, bowls outside off stump, left by Louis Kimber. He'll leave what he can early on. Applause from the Worcestershire fielders. 98 for 3, 32.5 overs bowled, 3 runs and over. As we've been saying almost from the start, then the game sort of quite nicely balanced at the moment. No one side on top. An early wicket post lunch, however, and Worcestershire will feel that it is they who have the upper hand, as Leach, trying to make that happen, is in, bowls outside off stump. Louis Kimber steps forward, lets it go through, end of the over. Again, Leach will probably feel he didn't quite get his line right in terms of consistently testing the batsman. Kimber able to leave too much for a new batsman. He has 1 off 16. Hill 28 off 47. Fox is 98 for 3.
Yeah, you're right. I think there's times, aren't there, where teams deliberately bowl that sort of 5th stump line and don't necessarily attack the stumps and say to the batsman, well, come on, have you got the discipline to leave this, and keep leaving it. But that tends to be when pitches are a bit flatter than this. I think with a pitch like this, you're probably wanting to be at the stumps and make the batsman play a little bit more. As Morris bowls, that one's down the leg side. Cox dives away to his left, I think gets half a glove on it, and it's flicked back in down at third man, and there was a bit of bat on it because there's no signal from the umpire, so arguably a quarter chance maybe to Ben Cox, that one.
Well, a few hands went up in the air.
Yeah,
hands onto head.
Woody sound, and presumably. Anyway, 2 more runs. 2 more runs to Lewis Hill. He goes to 30.
So would you put that one down as a half?
Yeah, probably.
Half,
I suppose
quarter
you've got
chance.
to, really. Yeah, I mean, very difficult.
Yeah.
Morris in again, bowls, and Hill drives up to mid-on and beats Leach, who again gets a half a hand on it and has saved 2 runs. Didn't manage to hold on to it, but took enough pace off it to allow him to pursue it back towards the boundary and pull it up a good 10-15 yards inside the rope. So they get 2. So Hill moves on to 32 fluent since lunch. Lewis Hill, he's added 14 already since lunch, and he just looks to me like somebody who's keen to get on with it. Possibly the sort of player that just as likely to stay in if he plays shots as he is if he doesn't. As Morris is into him now and he bowls, and he plays another lovely shot through the covers. He'll get 2 again this time as it's pursued by Roderick. So he's scoring off almost every ball he faces at the moment, Hill, and he just, as I say, strikes me as that kind of batsman. I might be wrong, but he looks like the sort of batsman who's much happier when he can just keep things going, just keep the scoreboard moving. And that's certainly the mindset that he's come out with since lunch. He's now on 34, and it's 104 for 3 in the 34th over, as Morris comes in and bowls short, and he's cut for 4 down to third man. In fact, yeah, it has gone for 4 despite the efforts of Libby down there on the boundary. So Hill has virtually doubled his score since lunch. In fact, he's more than doubled his score. He was 18 at lunch. He's 38 now off 51 balls, and Leicestershire are racing along in this post-lunch session. They're now 108 for 3.
He'd faced 39 balls at lunch, so he's only faced another 12 balls.
Yeah, he's cracked on, he really has.
For 20 runs, 20 off 12.
He's the adrenaline's pumping, isn't it? He wants to score at the moment. Morris in again, bowls to him, and he gets another run this time, just easing this one away off his hip on the leg side for a single. And he keeps, well, he'll keep the strike if Kimber doesn't score off this ball. There's 1 ball left in the over. Impressive ball striking from Lewis Hill this afternoon. Not always just feeding off bad balls either. He's been, I mean, there was that one particularly good drive off a fairly decent delivery from Charlie Morris. But he's trying to put the pressure onto the bowler a little bit here. Morris, meanwhile, to finish the over, into Kimber, who's forward, steering this out square on the offside, and there's no run. End of the over, 109 for 3. Kimber 1, and Hill has raced on to 39.
Yeah, Charlie Morris 8 overs, 1 made, none for 35. Does Lewis have a wedding to attend this afternoon? I'm asked on Twitter. He's just...
Is that Foxy Phil?
No, this is Fango Fox, another kind of F Fox altogether. Down in Melbourne, Australia.
All right.
Watches religiously every ball. Bless. Joe Leach, 9 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 21 for the Worcestershire skipper in his last game as skipper. He is in and bowling to Hill, who is forward again, long way out of his crease, getting to the pitch of the ball, just pushing it out to Libby in the covers. No run. Third man D'Oliveira has gone back down. Bernard is at backward point, starting to warm up already. They won't want to keep Morris on if he's going to go for as many runs as that, as quickly as that. His moment in the innings may come a little bit later, but it's going a little bit too fast, Hill, I'm sure, for Leach and Worcestershire's comfort. Leach bustles in and bowls. Hill leaves outside off stump again, having advanced down the wicket. 109 for 3. That sort of milky high cloud is diffusing the sunlight, but it is still fairly bright. There's a few shirts off out there, a few gentlemen on that last day of summer, unless it was actually yesterday, whether the 21st is actually the first day of, because 21st of March is the first day of spring, isn't it? 21st of May, first day of summer, is it? Or June, presumably. Based on 3 months. In goes Leach and bowls. Hill back, having advanced down the wicket. He dropped it a little bit shorter, pulled it back, and he had to defend. He had to put his weight on his back foot, hit quite high up in the bat. Pushed it out to Bernard, and then just checking that Bernard had thrown the ball away, following the etiquette, if you like, before advancing further down the pitch just to pat it. Baker just swinging his arms, maybe just trying to keep warm, but he may not be too far away from a recall as Leach is in. Hill's looking to turn on the leg side, comes off a little bit of a leading edge, or maybe even off the back of the bat, maybe went a bit too soon at that one and drops out into the offside. Bernard comes in to field. Umpire Adnan is staying at point for the right-handers. I wonder, can't think of a obvious reason why.
I think they just tend to do it now, don't they?
Some just prefer it, I guess. I suppose it makes no odds if your view is unobscured. Leach. I always thought it's got quite a long run for a bowler of his pace. In he goes and bowls outside off stump again. Hill is advancing down the pitch, but this time he's leaving. It's not meant to be a slight in any way, because he's a wonderfully effective bowler, but I just wonder whether he'd probably be just as effective off 10 paces as he is off, I don't know, 18, 20. I'm sure it's a question that he's pondered. Not. He knows what he's about. He knows his own game. He's had some good bowling coaches over the years, including Matt Mason, who is down in Australia now as he bowls to Hill, who turns that one into the leg side. Australia via Leicestershire. He had a couple of years with the Foxes. End of the over from Joe Leach. 10 overs, 1 for 21 for him. Leicestershire 109 for 3. Will Morris continue?
No, Barnard's on, I think. Update for FM listeners on Hereford and Worcester. And Leicestershire have started the afternoon session in a bit of a hurry, or at least Lewis Hill has. He was 18 not out at lunch, and he's raced on to 39 so far off 58 balls, with a flurry of boundaries, mostly off the bowling of Charlie Morris, who's just been replaced at the New Road End in this post-lunch session by Ed Barnard. Joe Leach in action at the other end for Worcestershire, so no wickets since lunch. At the break, Leicestershire were 88 for 3 wickets this morning, 1 each for Leach, Barnard and Pennington. But in the afternoon sunshine, as the 36th over begins, Leicestershire 109 for 3 with Kimber on 1 and Hill on 39. As Barnard begins with the ball outside the off stump, which Kimber leaves alone. It's taken by Cox. So 36th over of the innings. Barnard from the New Road End is in and bowls, and Kimber pushes this up to mid-on off the back foot. Leach fields, so 60 overs, 61 overs left in the day, 60 after this, and well, 28 of those will be in this afternoon session, leaving 32 for the evening session, and it's just a case of whether the light holds at this time of year. Barnard in bowls to Kimber, who drives off the back foot very nicely, but despite timing it well and hitting it hard, he doesn't get any reward for it, because Brett D'Oliveira moves smartly to his left at backward point and effects the stop. 2 slips, third man, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg. That very conventional field that I described earlier when Morris' bowling has been maintained for Barnard. Right arm over the wicket, medium pace, he's in now, he bowls, and Kimber edges this one down to third man for a single all along the ground. No great danger in the shot, but it wasn't really a steer off the face, it was a pretty genuine edge, I think, and it's his second run. And it brings Lewis Hill, the man in a hurry, on to strike. Hill has added 21 runs since lunch, and here's Barnard to him now. Bowls, and he's forward to this one, actually taking the bottom hand off the bat as he pushes at that one. and it runs out on the offside. Good pitch, we think, on the basis of the first session. Bit of turn when Josh Baker bowled. Bit of carry for the quicker bowlers, particularly Pennington. Bit of seam movement for all the seamers in the Worcestershire side when they got it in the right place. Barnard in, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Hill. Taken by Cox, end of the over, 110 for 3. Lewis Hill has 39, Louis Kimber has 2. I'm Frank Watson of BBC Hereford and Worcester. Alongside me is Richard Ray of BBC Radio Leicester.
The umpires semaphoring signals to each other. Not quite sure what about. Nick Cook turns to Joe Leach. Hands plunged deep in pockets. Cook, that is, not Leach, who's going to continue bowling. With that field staying back for Kimber now, as in the third man. Anyway, in he goes, bowls to Kimber, outside off stump, and Kimber plays no shot. I'd be interested to know exactly how many shots he's actually had to play at Leach since lunch, but I would...
The last over was better at Hill. He made him play, didn't he, when he had to keep using his feet and so on. But
which makes you wonder whether he's kind of doing it on purpose to Kimber. You know, making him leave, maybe nip one back. Interesting what's going through his mind, what the strategy is, because I'm sure there will be one. Turns in and bowls. Kimber is full, gets a bit of a thick inside edge, and then he lopes off when he sees Lewis Hill coming scampering down the pitch to him. It was a little bit of a late reaction. Josh Baker had a lot of ground from mid-wicket to make up to the ball, which had just sort of trickled towards short leg. Kimber stayed still for half a second, then he saw Hill coming, but Kimber's strides, he eats up about as much ground in one stride as Hill does in 3, it sometimes feels. Probably only takes about 10 strides to get to the other end. He loped off. He moves on to 3. 111 for 3. Nelson, as in goes Leach, bowls to Hill, who's forward, defending out into the offside. Libby picks up, no run. And you just feel as though the game's almost waiting for something to happen a little bit. Not stasis, but going through a quieter period post-lunch. Hill having exploded in the over or 2 after lunch in terms of boundary hitting. Leach is in, bowls to him, he's driving but doesn't quite time it as well as he would have liked, and rolling as he dives away to his right is Roderick at mid-off to make the stop. It was a fairly comfortable stop in the end. Walked around the ground and in as much as we're able to during the lunch interval. Probably it's about 1,000 in at the moment.
Did you count?
Roughly, as you sort of go past in blocks, which is a decent turnout. Leach in, Hill down the wicket and then defends, having advanced down the wicket. Leach looks a little, what am I going to do here?
Cox is going to stand up.
Run. Has to, doesn't he, really?
Yeah.
Has to keep Hill in his crease. Because that was sort of so blatant, maybe 2.5, 3 steps down the pitch, and he was waiting when the ball came through. On comes the helmet. Cox takes off his Worcestershire cap, reveals a shock of whisper it, potentially dyed blonde hair, because it looks fairly dark on the bottom bits, blonde on the top. Am I doing him an injustice?
No.
No, okay. They do like a shock of blonde, don't they, on top. Leach is in and bowls with back in his creases Hill now, and he's on the back foot, cutting down. Didn't time it as well as he would have liked, but he got it behind backward point. No chance for Bernard to get there. D'Oliveira has to run a few yards away to his right. Single comfortably taken by Hill, who keeps the strike. moves into the 40s on 240, in fact 40 off 64 balls. Kimber, who's faced 23, has scored just 3. Leicestershire 112 for 3.
Yep, and Hill keeps the strike, which will suit him and suit the Foxes at the moment, because he's the man who's making things happen out there. Leicestershire's in-form batsman, a little bit sketchy early on, a little bit loose perhaps at times, but that's the way he plays, and he's certainly come out since lunch in very positive mode, and well, he's nudged Leicestershire in front, I think, on my card in this early part of the game. As Barnard comes from the New Road end and bowls to him, and he's out, caught at first slip. I've done him, haven't I, beautifully. Caught at first slip by Jack Haynes, who I mentioned earlier is turning into a very reliable slip fielder, having never really fielded there before in his career this year, but that's a good wicket for Ed Barnard, big wicket for Worcestershire, much needed wicket, and it's probably taken much of the momentum out of this innings. So Lewis Hill is caught at first slip by Jack Haynes off the bowling of Ed Barnard for 40, and it's 112 for 4.
Well,
loosest shot, to be fair.
It was, but it's how he's played in the innings, hasn't it? And it's how he's... In this innings, he's been sort of looser than any of his previous innings so far this season, really, Hill. But I think it's not just about the way he's played this season in terms of being positive. I do think it's how Leicestershire actually seem to be approaching this innings, that they feel that there's always something a little bit there for the bowlers, and they're trying to score quickly as a consequence while they're there. I'm not necessarily sure it's the right approach, but well, it kind of paid off for Hill up to a point. 40 of 66 balls, 112 for 4. But the first of the all-rounders, Ben Mike, comes to the crease, and well, you know, they could easily be 180 all out here if they're not careful, Leicestershire. You know, they might get 300, who knows, but as I say, it would be easy.
Yeah, you're looking at the scenario that Worcestershire want, aren't you? Worcestershire are thinking that very much, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's because they've chipped that wicket out. 10 overs, 35 added in that time between those two, and most of those added since lunch, in fact, and most of those added by Lewis Hill, who's now gone. Second catch of the innings for Jack Haynes at first slip. Comfortable both times, both sort of into the breadbasket, round about midriff height, but he took them well, and he's, as I say, turning into a reliable catcher in the slips, and it's not something that you would have predicted a few years ago.
942 first-class runs for Hill, with one innings potentially now
to go.
remaining.
Yeah. Big one next innings. So it's Mike on strike against Barnard, who's forward, and he's pushing out square on the offside, and it's fielded by Gareth Roderick, and there's no run. I think it's interesting talking about Jack Haynes' slip catching to just consider the way that fielders are shaped and born, if you like. I mean, some young cricketers are just brilliant fielders wherever they are, all the way through the age groups, and you know, always know they're going to be a cover fielder or whatever. Not the case with Jack Haynes, not the case with quite a few, obviously. Barnard is in and bowls, and Mike defends. Jack plays at the club where I coached until quite recently, and when he first came into our side, he was clearly good enough as a batsman, but way off it in the field, by his own admission. You know, he would admit that. And even when he first sort of broke into the Worcestershire setup and England under-19s and so on, he actually said to me a couple of times, I just know that I've really got to improve my fielding. Barnard in again from the New Road end bowls, and Mike defends again, and there's no run. You know, and that was all round fielding, you know, speed over the ground, throwing, awareness, anticipation, all those things. And clearly somebody somewhere along the line has seen something in him and said, well, actually, you've got a good pair of hands, you know, you could turn yourself into a slip fielder. And if you do, I mean, alongside him is a bloke who's been doing it for the best, probably about 12 of the 15 years that he's been in the Worcestershire side, and has caught 300 catches, Daryl Mitchell, as Barnard bowls, and this is taken by Cox. And there's a potential, if Haynes has a long career, that he could do the same. He's learning his trade, and this year they've said, right, we're going to give you a go in there, and he's beginning to pick the catches up quite regularly. And with Tom Fell no longer in the side, he's in there at first slip alongside Mitchell. Things could change next year, but just interesting to watch, you know, how a specialist fielder might be developing in front of our eyes, really, and it's good to see. Barnard turns, last ball of the over. Comes in now to bowl to Mike. He bowls, and Mike is very solidly forward, pushing out to mid-off, and there's no run. End of a successful over for Ed Barnard. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 21 for him, and it's 112 for 4 with Kimber on 3 and Mike yet to get off the mark.
And I guess with Mitchell stepping down or retiring at the end of the season, Worcestershire do need another specialist slipper.
Yeah, they do. Well, second is where most of the catches go, in my opinion. I think the great slip fielders, I mean, sweeping statement to say the great slip fielders mainly field at second. That's obviously not true. I can think of going in years gone by, you know, Bobby Simpson, Phil Sharp, great slip fielders who fielded it first. But here at Worcester, Graham Hick was second slip for a long time and picked up hundreds of catches there, and Daryl Mitchell has turned that into his sort of specialist position.
We were working out some figures that completely bear that out
Yeah.
The other day. In goes Leach and bowls to Kimber, who is forward, pushing out into the offside. Libby is the fielder, and there is no run. Azad fields at quite often fields at first slip these days, notwithstanding his Twitter handle of Bat Padman. Those days are pretty much past now, and has picked up just 4 catches this season. He hasn't, I think he may have dropped 1, something like that. Ackerman, who's only played in 10 games but fields at second slip, has got 20 catches. So, you know, 1 to first slip for 4 to second, or even 5. In goes Leach and bowls, hits him on the pad, but his appeal is a little belated. Kimber was forward. It did look to come back in, but as Frank says, just a little bit too much. But Leach will be encouraged. Well, Cook thinks it's the funniest thing he's ever seen in judged by what Leach might have said to him as he walked back past him, but Cook put his head back and roared. So whatever Leach said, it was funny as far as Nick Cook was concerned. Those two will be a... Well, they might just... No, they can't have played against each other. What am I talking about? In goes Leach and bowls outside off stump. Kimber leaves. Have obviously... Cook has obviously umpired Leach on many an occasion.
They might have had... Their paths might have crossed just before Joe Leach played for Worcestershire, when Nick Cook, for a few years when I was at Repton School, coached Uppingham on a Saturday, and they might have played Shrewsbury in a festival or two, and their paths might have crossed there. I'm not exactly sure, but Joe was at Shrewsbury School and Nick was at Uppingham as a coach.
Leach is in and bowls to Kimber. That one does come back in and hits him amidships most painfully. Movement there pronounced, and that will not entirely dismay Leicestershire. Tough out there for the batsman, but it's not as though the pitch is settling down in this gentle autumnal sun. Leach turns in and bowls. Kimber's looking to drive, but he's not convincing. Takes a thick inside edge as he does, and rolls, trickles almost out to mid-on.
The other, going back to our slip conjecture about where most catches go, I think the other thing is it's affected by, this is just a personal opinion, I think it's affected by the pitches that you play on. I'll just expand on that at the end of the over.
Last ball of that over, outside off stump and back foot square drive by Louis Kimber. The best shot he has played in his innings so far by some distance. Went back, forced it away square on the offside, and he picks up 4. Moves on to 7, 116 for 4. Was that cakes?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, cakes from the Ladies Pavilion, available from 2 o'clock, I think. 106. Where you get? Oh, no. I thought you were dashing off to get one, Richard. I'm only joking. 116 for 4. Yeah, my theory on the slips is that if you play your red ball cricket in April and May and September, when the ball's seaming around and doing a fair bit, you get more extravagant movement. Probably going to get more going to second slip. If you get a little less movement, I'll just break off as Barnard bowls to Mike, who pushes back to the bowler. No run. You get a bit less movement, and then you're probably going to get the nicks that just go to first slip or whatever. That's one way of looking at it. You could argue that if batsmen go at it hard, they might nick it more and it will go wider. But certainly second seems to be where the big numbers are picked up in modern cricket anyway, I think. And bear in mind, then you also get your specialist slip like your Bobby Simpson or your Phil Sharp or your Daryl Mitchell, if you like. And when you're down to 1 slip, it tends to be them, doesn't it? So that they will pick those catches up when there's only 1 slip. As Barnard bowls and Mike plays the first loose shot that he's really played at a fullish delivery, which went away actually quite significantly, and he threw the hands at it, missed it, and it went through to Ben Cox. That's another one where Barnard's got the ball to go away. If he can start that just a little bit straighter, then it's a really, really dangerous delivery, I think. Mike waits, yet to get off the mark. Barnard is in, bowls to him, and he is off the mark this time with a firm push through the offside. Gets 2 runs as Gareth Roderick goes back towards the offside boundary to do the fielding.
What I should say is that a fair proportion of Ackerman's catches at second slip came off the bowling of Callum Parkinson as well. So with the left arm spinner, turning it away from the
Would that be when he's the only slip, or would Parkinson bowling with 2 slips?
No, it tends to. Well, sometimes, but because that again, he stands quite wide at second slip. At first slip for Parkinson.
Barnard in bowls, and Mike steers this one down on the offside. Mitchell fields, which again would bear out the same argument about the seam movement. With if Parkinson's turning the ball quite a long way on turning pitches, he's more likely to get a catch going to second slip or even gully maybe than he is to first slip. Whereas if he's just turning it a little bit, and the batsman plays for a bit of turn that isn't there, he might nick it to first. As Barnard is in and bowls, and Mike is forward, pushing out into the covers where Roderick fields. 118 for 4. Man out since lunch. Lewis Hill caught first slip by Jack Haynes off the bowling of this man Ed Barnard for 40. And again the game fairly evenly poised. Could go either way, as Richard Ray was suggesting. Barnard in, outside the off stump, taken by Cox. End of the over. 118 for 4 it remains.
Well, Ben Mike this season, this is his 18th first class innings. He's played in 12 games. He's scored 434 championship runs at an average of 27. He's also picked up 23 wickets. So a good season for Ben, but for a player of his talent, Leicestershire sort of still waiting for him to really fulfil his manifest potential. And a very good afternoon to Charles, who's in the D'Oliveira stand. Charles Runcie, formerly of our parish in terms of the BBC, of course, and very much the man responsible in no small measure for our presence here. Joe Leach is in from the Digley's end, bowls to Louis Kimber, who's solidly forward, pushing the ball out towards mid-off. He remains on 7, 118 for 4. I said to one or two of the Leicestershire supporters at lunch, who I saw actually around that other side of the ground, that I thought 250 would be a pretty decent score, first up. Certainly you'd be in the game with 250, still feel that to be the case. I think anything under 200, Worcestershire will feel they're very much on top, Leicestershire having chosen to bat first, of course, but they know it won't be easy. Leach is in, bowls to Kimber, short, pulled away impressively from Kimber, out to the square leg boundary for 4.
Yeah, good shot. Yeah, I think going back to your projection of the score, all of these September games, 220 or so has been kind of parish, hasn't it? I mean, there have been odd exceptions, but I mean, Middlesex got 600 in one game, didn't they? But other than that,
492 for 4, Leicestershire.
Yeah, but they're odd exceptions. But generally,
yes,
generally, I think 200, 220 have been scores that have been keeping you in the game, I think.
Leach is in outside off stump, and both those big scores were actually scored by Middlesex and Leicestershire against Sussex, who put all their eggs in the T20 basket. They left a lot of their players last week at Hove to prepare for the T20 finals day and were knocked out in the semi-finals.
Having said that, when I saw them here, and Worcestershire did beat them, but it was a fledgling side, certainly. They were very impressive, those young cricketers.
They looked absolutely shot when they arrived at us, to be quite honest. Utterly exhausted as Leach is in and Kimber is forward, playing out into the offside, and there's no run. Really tired.
Some good cricketers there.
They do.
Ibrahim and Coles and Lenham and of course they had the first batsman to reach 1,000 runs in the season, didn't they, as well, in their captain. Tom Haynes.
Yes.
So yeah, decent side, I think, in the making. Decent side in the making.
Leach is in and bowls outside off stump. Kimber leaves. We had an attack, or Sussex brought an attack. Ollie, Carter, Henry, Crocombe, Jack Carson, Sean Hunt. I think in the side they had 4 teenagers, 2 20-year-olds.
Their average age here was 19 and a half. It's the youngest ever in the history of the championship. Very good. Crocombe bowled really well too.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, they were. I was impressed. I thought they were good.
I think by the time they got to us, they just looked a tired side, and some of them looked a little bit unfit. Some of them looked a little bit heavy. In goes Leach and bowls, and Kimber leaves, which is the kind of the point you were sort of making about your young players wanting to be fitter and do better in the field,
learning the game.
Like that.
Absolutely.
But I felt sorry for them really up to a point, because by the end of a long innings they were just finished really, and I don't know how much
Middlesex had got 600 against them, I think,
and then we get 500 for 4 and score at will essentially, and then they were rolled over twice pretty quickly, and I don't know how much good it does a young player in the end, that those sort of beatings really.
No, I'd agree with you. I mean, there's 2 sides to it, aren't there? They played really well here and they were in the game, and then they got beaten on the last day. And you know, that was a harsh lesson, and what followed, it sounds like it was even harsher. But if they're going to turn into seasoned pros, they can bank those experiences and learn from them. But you're right, someone somewhere's got to take responsibility for minimising the damage, I suppose. Barnard from the New Road End bowls to Mike, who leaves us alone outside the off stump. But I sat here certainly for 3 of the 4 days, and I just thought, I'm going to see quite a few of these guys again. You know, they were really very... Ibrahim, I thought in particular, Ben Ibrahim, outstandingly talented all-rounder. 17 years old and playing like a man out there with bat and ball. Very good. Barnard again. He's in and he bowls, and that one's left alone outside the off stump. by Mike, and there's no run.
It was interesting to talk to Ian Salisbury afterwards, though, saying that, well, but if we win a trophy, you know, we haven't. There's only 3 trophies. We haven't won a trophy for 12 years, whatever. Yeah. But unfortunately, they didn't. And they lost in the semi-finals. So
yeah, they did. But I can understand where he's coming from, and you know, they probably should have won that semi-final. But there you go. That's T20 cricket. But when you look at the honours board, Barnard again bowls and Mike drives up to mid-off, no run. When you look at the honours board at any club, there aren't many, you know, most clubs haven't got a list of honours, massive numbers of titles won. Worcestershire winning that T20 when they did back in 2018, still fondly thought of, and I can understand why Sussex went down that route, but it didn't pay off. But certainly had some very impressive young cricketers when they played here a couple of weeks ago. Here's Barnard in again, bowls outside the off stump. Mike leaves alone, taken by Ben Cox behind the stumps, and the score remains 122 for 4 in the afternoon sunshine here at New Road. Leicestershire having won the toss and chosen to bat on the first day of this final game here of the season. Final game as captain for Joe Leach, and the final game of his career for Daryl Mitchell. Barnard is in once more, bowls, and Mike drives on the offside straight to Roderick at extra cover, and again there is no addition to the score. Barnard 1 ball left in his 8th over, been tidy since lunch. He's picked up the wicket of Lewis Hill, and he has figures of 2 for 23 at the moment. Cathedral clock chimes 2 away in the distance, and Josh Baker is sent back from mid-wicket to deep mid-wicket. Is it a bluff, or will Barnard bowl a short one? He's in. It's a bluff as he bowls a full length ball outside the off stump to Mike, who steers it out square on the offside. And there's no run. The end of the over from Ed Barnard. A maiden, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 23 his figures, and Leicestershire 122 for 4 at the end of that over. And we're going to see spin again with Josh Baker, the left arm spinner, coming into the attack at the Digley end to replace Joe Leach. Had a tidy spell this morning, Baker. 4 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 5, and he replaces Leach, who comes out of the attack with figures of 13 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 31. Possibly a little bit unlucky not to have got a second. Pennington 1 for 18 from 9 overs, bowled well this morning. We haven't seen him since lunch. Morris 8 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 35. And Barnard, as I've said, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 23. But it's Baker from the Diglis end, left arm around the wicket, bowling to Kimber, who's forward and pushing this one out on the offside, fielded by Ed Barnard himself in the covers. And Baker is in again. Bowls now, and Kimber once again reaching forward, pushes out on the offside, and there's no run. 122 for 4 it remains. Baker, very straight approach, 4 or 5 paces, bowls little bit short, and that allows Kimber to get on the back foot and punch that for a single out square on the offside. Takes him on to 12. 123 for 4 the total, and Ben Mike will face Josh Baker for the first time. Well, Worcestershire have had 1 breakthrough since lunch, the removing of the very dangerous Lewis Hill, who'd come out after lunch all guns blazing. He'd made 40 when he edged Ed Barnard to first slip, where Jack Haynes took a comfortable catch, his second of the innings. That was 112 for 4. Since then we've seen steady progress from Louis Kimber, and a very watchful Ben Mike. Mike is on 2, Kimber on 12. Josh Baker, the left-arm spinner, has just been reintroduced into the attack, and in the 43rd over, Leicestershire are 123 for 4. And that's another very quickly delivered over from Baker. 1 run coming from it, 5 overs, 2 made and no wicket for 6, his figures, and it's 123 for 4 at the end of that over, the 43rd of the innings.
Just conceded the 6 runs from those 5 overs as well. Leicestershire might eventually look to attack him. At the moment he's being, I could say, allowed to bowl, but it's a wrong probably choice of phrase really, but he's not being put under any pressure, and that's one of the things that Paul Nixon is very keen on doing, not letting spinners sort of spell the seamers, so to speak. Try and put them under pressure, work them around. But not easy when there's a little bit of bounce and a little bit of turn. Bernard is in, bowls outside, off stump, swings away. Kimber lets it swing away.
Yeah, he's been used, I suppose, quite cleverly by Leach, hasn't he, as well, because you brought him on just 20 minutes before lunch. Nobody's really going to go mad then, and he's come on now with neither batsman particularly well set, so quite nicely used by
indeed
Joe Leach in that respect.
Bernard is in and bowls to Kimber, who's forward, defending on off stump, pushing it out into the offside. There's no run. Curiously, these two are probably the 2 biggest hitters in the Leicestershire side.
Yeah.
Kimber certainly. Mike can hit and does in white ball cricket. Very different circumstances, however, at the moment. 20 balls Ben Mike has faced for his 240. Huey Kimber for his 12. Bernard is in. Kimber is driving most pleasantly, and he's got it away through mid-off. And down to the long off boundary, wide long off boundary for 4. Half volleyed is swinging for Ed Bernard, who's picked up a couple of wickets, just over pitched on that occasion. Kimber accepted the invitation, got to the pitch of it, drove it away mid-off, sprawled away to his left, couldn't quite get there. Kimber moves on to 16. Bernard is in, bowls, drags his length back. Kimber stays on the back foot, defends the straight ball back down the pitch on the onside. Leach scampers, in as much as he does scamper anywhere, across to his left. Hops and skips across to his left, makes the stop. No run. 2 slips for Bernard, who's looking mainly to bowl outswingers to the right-handers. He's in and bowls. Kimber lets that one go through, taken around about shoulder height by Cox, albeit he's slightly flexed at the knees, but his gauntlet's pointing up as he takes the ball. No too far away from his chin. That's wondering what that sound is in the effects mic. It's one of the pigeons just flying across. It's extraordinary sound they make. The effects mic here at Worcester is in the form of a little satellite dish, so it picks up all sorts of noises. In goes Bernard, bowls, just outside off stump. Forward goes Kimber, pushing out to mid-off. No run, end of the over. Leach goes trotting forward. He's going to have a word, I suspect, with Josh Baker. Not much to say to him though, he's bowled very nicely. Chatting to Nick Cook. The two obviously get on pretty well.
Yeah, they do, don't they? I suppose the captains get to know all the umpires. So you've been 5 years captain, you know all the umpires pretty well.
Yeah.
And also, umpires have been, during the COVID times, they've been sort of geographically grouped, haven't they? So they've been doing the same counties again and again, I think. Anyway, here's Baker round the wicket to Mike, who lets that go outside the off stump, and it's taken by Cox. He'll whisk through the overs, Josh Baker, so we need another 30 before another 20 before tea, don't we? Baker bowls, and that one's left alone outside the off stump. I think tea is 32 overs remaining, isn't it, in the day?
19.5, 19.4.
So we should get through with Baker bowls half of those. will get through pretty quickly. He's in now and he bowls, and Mike gets a single, running this down to short third man. D'Oliveira running around from sort of, well, backward point, very backward point, but that's gone between him and Mitchell, who's at first slip, and he gets a single. So Ben Mike goes to 3, 128 for 4.
This ground might be commutable for Nick Cook, just about. He likes a drive.
Baker is in and bowls, and is pushed out on the offside. And where does he? Is he still? He's presumably he's East Midlands based.
Yes, I believe so. Yeah.
But he wouldn't want to miss out on his umpire's expenses. I think they put them all up in the same hotel. So here's Baker round the wicket, bowls, and Kimber gets a single off the back foot, pushing out on the offside. And 129 for 4. Kimber 16, Mike 3. Kimber 17 there. It's a big Leicester City fan, I think.
Oh yes, not half.
So he might be a little bit concerned about their recent form. Baker is round the wicket and bowls, and he beats Mike outside the off stump, and Cox whips the bails off. But no foot movement from the batsman, no back foot movement that is, and no appeal. End of the over. Again, I bet he got through that in about 90 seconds. 129 for 4 at the end of the 45th.
On come the drinks and the gels. 45 overs, so not so far from being halfway through the day.
Yeah, the over rate is +1, although I never quite know what that means. But anyway, it's good, interesting cricket. It may be Division 3, it may be little on it other than a bit of prize money, but it's interesting, watchable county cricket here in the September sunshine at New Road.
Polly, the Worcester scorer, when a couple of seasons, last season, when I sent me some details about the various sort of delays, how they sort of all add up, and 2 minutes for sort of drinks, or this sort of thing, and how it all affected the over rate. But I kind of rather lost track rather. Bernard is in, bowls, Kimber, the bat nicely next to his front pad as he stretches forward in defence.
Well, I'm always puzzled when the over rate's +4 or something, but you reach the scheduled tea interval and you can't have it because they've got too many overs left to bowl in the day. And I think, well, if they're +4, how can that be? But it happens. But I don't know. You can get in touch with us and tell us these queries that we throw out into the ether. If you know the answer, you can get in touch and tell us. I'll give you the Twitter handles in a minute.
Bernard bowls, back foot defensive shot, just turns his wrists on it a little bit. Louis Kimber, as he pushes it out towards mid-on, it's intercepted en route.
So on Twitter, I'm at Frank Watson 58. At Frank Watson 58, and Richard is at Rich M Ray. That's R-A-E. Have you got anything to say?
Rich M Ray. Yeah.
Rich M Ray. I beg your pardon.
That's all right. Bernard is in, bowls a bouncer, just ducks underneath it. Probably didn't need to duck as it looped rather than whizzed through to wicketkeeper Ben Cox.
I had a few responses this morning from Worcestershire supporters with their feelings about Joe Leach stepping down from the captaincy,
right,
about Daryl Mitchell coming to the end of a magnificent career. But do get in touch if you've got any observations to make. And if you know the answers, when we ask a question like that one about, I do wonder how the over rate can be plus something, and yet you can still be behind the time when you've got so many overs to bowl at tea.
Bernard is in, off stump defensive shot on the front foot from Louis Kimber. There's no run.
And I think, also just before you nipped off your update, we were discussing that idea of Sussex sort of putting all their eggs into the T20 basket. And I was just going to say, I was looking at a list of honours, that like trophies, if you like, that Worcestershire have won over the years, and there aren't that many when you look at it like that in the last sort of 30, 40 years.
Bernard bowls. Kimber's looking to drive, possibly a little bit too straight. He has to check the shot rather, and it's stopped away to his right. Extra cover.
Golden years at the end of the 80s, two successive championships, 2 championships in the 60s. But since then, you look, you got 2007, the Pro 40, and then 2018, the T20. They're few and far between, these successes. So I can understand why Sussex would say, if we could win that T20, that'll be a real, a feather in the cap. But it wasn't to be.
Bernard is in. Kimber is driving beautifully for 4. Fuller again, just too wide, and he's cross with himself. Ed Bernard rehearses his action. Last ball of the over, fastened on by Kimber, and he's beginning to look pretty good. Louis Kimber. He's played as well as anybody in a way. He'll obviously, in going to 40, played some lovely shots, as did Patel, but they both played and missed it plenty. Kimber has been sort of more circumspect. He's picked off the bad balls, 21 off 52, and he hasn't. That said, the ball is that much older, of course, and the bowlers perhaps not quite as fresh as they were.
No, I agree with you though, Richard. I think he's put the bad ball away almost every time it's come along. Baker is in and bowls to Mike, who has thrown his wicket away. He's chipped to catch up to mid-off. Good bowling from Baker, held it back a little bit, but Mike, who advanced down the pitch, and then he got caught in 2 minds. He went down the pitch and you thought he's going to smack it, and he kind of checked himself, and in the end he's just chipped a catch up to mid-off where Jake Libby took the catch. So he's given it away a little bit. I don't know, it's easy to sit here and say these things, isn't it? But I often say to young players, if you go down the pitch and you make that positive movement that you're going to try and hit the ball over the top, go through with it. Don't then stop and check yourself, because you'll end up falling between the 2 stools, and that's exactly what happened there to Ben Mike. So caught by Libby in the deepish mid-off position, 133 for 5.
It was almost as comfortable a catch for Libby. Possibly it was a touch deeper than Leach when he caught Rishi Patel, but it was as simple a catch, wasn't it? They kind of both, as you said, knew that perhaps they shouldn't really be playing it, and didn't fully commit to it.
Here's a good tweet for Leicestershire fans, and it's just timed to absolute perfection. It's from Scott. I don't know who Scott is, but he says, all the RPBCC, Royal Park Brunswick CC boys up late waiting for our boy Batesy to make some runs. I think that must be an Australian side then, is it? And they're waiting for exactly this moment, aren't they?
Sam has been playing in Australia.
In Melbourne, yeah. Royal Park Brunswick Cricket Club in Melbourne. Great to hear from you, Scott. I hope we're not keeping you up too late. I've got my Worcestershire hat on. I hope he doesn't get 0, but I hope he doesn't get 100. But he's in now anyway. Your man.
Yeah.
And let's hope it's a good start for him. Sam Bates, left-hander. So there you are. He is a left-hander.
Talking of which, Nicholas has tweeted as well. Can you give the boys from RPBCC in Melbourne a shout out?
There you go.
For watching for Sam Bates.
It's a great name, isn't it? Royal Park Brunswick Cricket Club. Very nice. Well, presumably where Sam Bates has spent a winter.
Played summer of 2019-2020, the Australian summer, of course.
And he obviously made a very good impression on Scott and the boys.
Shoe at that end, isn't it?
It is, I'm sorry. As he pushes this one away on the onside, yeah.
There you go, his first delivery in first class.
Yeah, and I missed it. Well, his second he's forward to, and he pushes up to Gareth Roderick at extra cover. I apologise, Sam. I really apologise. Somebody somewhere will be recording the stream, and I'll say, have a look at this. As Baker is in, and he's forward again, very studiously forward. Big stride in, pushing the ball out on the offside. Tallish left-hander, quite tall for a wicket-keeper, I would say.
Yes, he is.
Wearing number 14.
Paul Nixon rates him highly as a keeper, for sure.
Baker's gone over the wicket to him, and he bowls, and Bates is forward again, pushing out on the onside. Well, Paul Nixon rates him highly. That's good enough for me, I think. Pretty good judge of a keeper, one assumes, with his own fantastic career behind him. And now looking to carve out a new career as a head coach. Baker moving his short leg to short mid-off, or silly mid-off bowls, and Bates pushes out on the offside. End of a wicket maiden for Josh Baker's impressive figures: 7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 8 for the 18-year-old. 133 for 5. It's back in the balance, maybe even tipping Worcestershire's way a little bit.
Yep, for sure. Those 2 wickets post-lunch. Leicestershire supporters not impressed with Ben Mike's shot, it's safe to say, judging by the tweets and messages that are arriving. Pennington's coming back on, sensing an opening here. Worcestershire, one feels.
I think, you know, to be fair to Ben Mike, players have done it. We've all done it. Players have done it over the years. Go down the pitch thinking, I'm going to hit him over the top, and then just thinking, oh, hang on, I'm not quite there. And you know, if you think that early enough, you can just block it or kick it away. But if you're into the shot and then if you're actually into the shot and then you have that hesitation, that's how you end up doing exactly what he did there. But it's a common mistake.
Pennington then is in to Kimber, who's leaving outside off stump. A lot of responsibility on Louis Kimber's young shoulders now, given how new he is to the side as well. Kimber,
he's been impressive so far, though, hasn't he?
It's just his 4th first-class fixture of the summer. He did play a first-class game for 2 first-class games, I think they were, for Loughborough. Never quite know which of the university games are first-class. Sometimes it's 2 at the start of the season, sometimes it's 1. He has played a couple. In goes Pennington, bowls very wide, not very wide, but wide enough certainly for Kimber to leave very safely, and taken by Cox, moving further to his right, almost in front of first slip. No run. Bates even taller, he's probably 6'1", something like that. As Frank said, very tall for a wicket keeper. Heart will be beating at the moment, that's for sure. Beating hard. As in goes Pennington and bowls. Again Kimber leaves. He has left well, and he has left quite a high percentage of the 55 deliveries that he's received. I wouldn't be surprised, given how many that he left from Leach at the start of Leach's post-lunch spell, that it's something around 15. Something maybe even more than that, maybe even closer to 20 deliveries that he's left of those 55 he's been allowed to leave. His bat raised now as Pennington is in. Bowls to him, lifts outside off stump, had a little flinch at that one, I think. Little feel off the back foot, arguably.
Maybe just pulled his bat away. It went late. That again. That was an encouraging delivery for a seam bowler, I think.
There's been encouragement throughout. Let's have a look at the replay. In fairness to him, he just kept his bat tucked down by his hip.
I think Stuart Broad and Jimmy Anderson might bowl quite well on this.
Pennington is in, bowls outside off stump, and for the 4th time in 5 balls that have been bowled in the over. Well, actually 5, isn't it? Because he didn't play at that last one.
No.
Every delivery then he's been able to leave. Only one that has been really close enough to.
This is where, you know,
if
you're the bowler now and you get one in the right place, this is where you've got a real chance, isn't it? He's looking to leave it. You can make him play. Pennington just looking to just straighten that line up just a little bit.
And he goes, bowls, and Kimber is forward, does take a thick inside edge as he presses forward, runs out towards short mid-wicket. That is the end of a maiden over for Dylan Pennington, his 4th in 10, 1 for 18, but probably not the best of his maidens. But he's just settling back into his bowling again. Leicestershire 133 for 5. Innings, well, very much in the balance, but at the moment the scale's tipping towards the pairs.
I thought he played that over really well, Kimber. Really well.
He's been impressive.
Good judgment, leaving 5 and then solidly forward to the last one. He's been impressive, yeah, he really has.
He's astonishingly calm young man for a relative newcomer to the first class game, but as I say, he's been through Loughborough and went to university there.
Baker over the wicket to Bates, who's forward, pushing out on the offside. One of the best things about doing this job, I think, is seeing young cricketers come through. And when you see young cricketers right at the start of the careers, you just never know, do you? You know, you just never know whether in 7 or 8 years' time you're watching you might be an absolute star as oh, he's gone. Yeah, caught at short leg, pushing forward Bates, bat and pad, caught at short leg. Jack Haynes is the successful fielder again, and Baker strikes. Talking of young players coming through in the game and making an impression, Baker is one. That one turned and bounced, I think, and Bates pushing forward is dismissed without scoring, and Jack Haynes gets his 3rd catch of the innings, this time at short leg, turned and bounced a bit, and now I think Richard, you're absolutely right to say it's tipping back towards Worcestershire with 2 wickets having gone down with a score on 133. It's 133 for 6. But yeah, just going back to my previous point, if I may, you know, we could be looking at somebody coming. They might not. They might disappear from the game, but you never quite know. And I was saying how impressed I was with those Sussex fledglings the other day. I've been impressed with Kimber. Just the way he's gone about it, just everything about it. But he's, as you say, the responsibility on his shoulders has grown even more with the dismissal of Bates.
Excuse me. Coming to the wicket now is Ed Barnes, who has impressed everybody with the tenacity, I think is probably the right word, of his batting so far this season. Was not thought of a batsman at all at the start of the season when he came into the side. Came into the side for the 5th game of the season. That was at home to Surrey, and has been a fixture ever since in the Leicestershire side, in terms of red ball cricket anyway. And he's batted impressively. 17 not out in his 2nd innings. That was his highest first class score, but he got an 83 not out at Taunton against Somerset, a 70 not out and a 22 not out against Kent at home. Leicestershire badly need him to hang around for a while, give Kimber some support.
And he waits now as Baker comes in to bowl his first ball to him, and he's forward, confidently pushing up to mid-off. He's a young Yorkshireman, Ed Barnes, from Knaresborough, about 20 miles north of York, played in the Harrogate League. There's Baker round the wicket to him, he's forward, no run. He's got a bat that's almost exclusively black on the back. Yeah, yes. Very, very unusual number of stickers on the back. 133 for 6, that's your part of the world, isn't it? North Yorkshire. Yeah, not far off, not far off. I knew that. I'll tell you why in a minute. Baker bowls outside the off stump, left alone. The way you say one thing, and I knew when we were at Leicester earlier in the season, I thought definitely from North Yorkshire. I won't say what it is now, because you might think I'm talking nonsense, but it's. I did a bit of linguistics at university, so there's certain little things that people say about from certain areas. Baker bowls pushed out on the offside by Barnes. End of a very good over from Josh Baker, a 2nd successive wicket maiden for him. 8 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 8 is very impressive figures. And Leicestershire at the end of that over 133 for 6. And Josh Baker, a happy man, growing into his trade. Tall left arm spinner from Ashwood Bank via Malvern College and Kenilworth Wardens and Worcestershire Academy, coming into the side and making a good impression. Made his first 50 at Lord's last week and has bowled really well today. Picked up 2 wickets since lunch. Dylan Pennington continues from the New Road end now and bowls to Kimber, who is 21 not out, and he punches this first ball of the over back to the bowler into the ground, and Pennington fields high up to his left hand side. 133 for 6. Update coming shortly for BBC Hereford and Worcester's FM listeners, and it's a little bit brighter as far as they're concerned. Had that little spate of runs after lunch, but since then the home side have struck back. Here's Pennington again in bowls, and Barnes, I beg your pardon, is taken on the pad as he tries to turn this one away on the leg side. There's an appeal, but not upheld by umpire Hassan Adnan, who signals leg by as they go through for a single. It was Kimber on strike, I beg your pardon, not Barnes. And the total goes on to 134 for 6. Barnes now on strike for the first time against Pennington. At the Diglis end he stands, bat tapping in the crease. Raises it now as Pennington comes in, bowls to him, and he drives at that and misses it. And it's quite wide outside the off stump, and swinging a little bit, kept a little bit low, very full, and Ben Cox gathered it diving away to his right, low down in front of first slip, where Jack Haynes is fielding. He's picked up 2 catches there, Jack Haynes, plus that catch in the last over at short leg off the bowling of Josh Baker. So 3 catches for Haynes so far in this innings. Pennington in once more, past umpire Adnan, bowls to Barnes, who pushes this into the covers, and there's no run. Worcestershire have struck back well. 3 wickets for Worcestershire in the post-lunch session have come in a little bit of a rush. Lewis Hill was caught at first slip by Jack Haynes off Ed Barnard for 40, and then a double strike in successive wicket maidens from the young left-arm spinner Josh Baker. First of all, he had Ben Mike caught at mid-off by Jake Libby for 3, and then wicketkeeper Sam Bates picked up at short leg off an inside edge by Jack Haynes without scoring. Those wickets going at 112 and then 2 at 133. Leicestershire at the moment, having won the toss and chosen to bat, just looking to build a little bit of a recovery following that post-lunch shock, with Kimber on 21 and Barnes yet to score in the 50th over of the innings. They're 134 for 6. As Pennington moves in again from the New Road end and bowls to Barnes, who steers this one down behind square on the offside, and there's no run. So 134 for 6, and Barnes yet to get off the mark. Pennington 11 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 18. Don't think those figures necessarily do him justice. And Baker, the man of the moment, 8 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 8, will continue. He's bowling from the Diglis end round the wicket to Louis Kimber.
Little story about Ed Barnes while he's still at the crease. Not that I'm thinking of he's going to depart too soon, but you never quite know when the ball's doing plenty and a tail ender is up against a spinner who's getting a little bit of bounce and turn. But Leicestershire supporters are familiar with this story. Worcestershire supporters not.
Here's Baker round the wicket.
He's in, and forward goes Kimber, pushing out into the offside, and there is no run. Barnes is a big soap operas fan. He loves all the soaps, but especially Emmerdale, and before he went into bat against Somerset down in Taunton with a previous best of 17, Baker is in. Kimber is driving pleasantly out into the offside. It'll be just a single though. Has got cover out there obviously on the cover boundary, so it is just 1 to Louis Kimber. Happy to give Barnes a strike. Paul Nixon said to Barnes, look, if you get 50, I'll pay for you to go on a tour of one of the soap opera studios. In goes Baker and bowls to Barnes, who got more than 50. He'd have got 100 if the game hadn't been rained off. 83 not out he was at the close, so all the Leicestershire players, when he came in at the end, managed to get the theme from Coronation Street on their mobile phones. In goes Baker and bowls. Barnes is on the walk almost as he defends that one out towards extra cover, and there's no run. So yes, he's got his tour of the Coronation Street studios arranged. And Baker bowls to him, and he beats him on the outside with the ball that bounces and turns. He was rather groping for that one, Ed Barnes, and Ben Cox, having whipped off the bail, has quite a long way to go and get them. They'd gone past short. Short leg would have been in danger from flying bails had there been a short leg, which there isn't at the moment. So yes, he's got something to look forward to in the winter, that's for sure. In goes Baker and bowls to him. He goes back and looks to cut, but without any real conviction, ends up steering it rather than cutting it out to D'Oliveira at backward point.
Oh, that's
he's
great.
got through the
That's
over.
Lovely,
He's
lovely
got through the over.
story.
So there you go.
Lovely story.
That's Eddie Barnes.
He should like Heartbeat as well, isn't he? Because that's filmed up there, isn't it?
That's over in the
your part of
moors,
world,
isn't it?
Yeah, Goathland, isn't it?
It is. Is it still on? I know it's
I think
repeated
repeats are on, aren't they?
endlessly,
Yeah,
but
yeah. No, I don't think they're not making any more.
is it living on Dave somewhere now?
Yeah, I think so. And I also know that I'm not sure if you know this, but well, in fact, I'm pretty sure you wouldn't know this. And why would you? Why would anybody? But it's a cricket trivia point. Several episodes of Heartbeat have been written by an ex-Derbyshire batsman. Believe it or not. I can expand on that in a while. I can't remember his name. Pennington bowls, and this one is played off the back foot by Kimber. But Tony Borrington, who used to play for Derbyshire and is now sort of quite well known on the after dinner speakers circuit, cricket societies and that kind of thing, and his son Paul also played for Derbyshire briefly, and he told me about this, that this friend of his who used to play for Derbyshire with, his name I can't recall, but I'll try and find out later, has written episodes of Heartbeat in his retirement. So this one's driven by Kimber up to D'Oliveira, sliding across to his right at mid-off, and there's no run. Yeah, written successfully several episodes of Heartbeat, and they've gone down very well. So there you are.
So he's now a TV script writer.
Career as a TV script writer. Yeah.
I'm impressed. Very impressed.
Had a nice tweet from Alan Stanley. I'll just break off as Pennington comes in and bowls, and Kimber plays a good shot off his pads down to long leg, fielded by Charlie Morris. They get a single. Kimber goes to 23, 136 for 6. Alan Stanley says, thanks to you for the excellent commentary, both. I'm a Worcester member who lives in Derbyshire, unable to get to New Road. Coverage via YouTube is the next best thing. Great to see young Josh Baker bowling so well. Yes, it certainly is. And he's impressed quite a few people, Alan, in the start of this career. I wonder whereabouts in Derbyshire you are. Part of the world I know reasonably well after spending so many years up at Repton School. As Pennington is in again and bowls, and that's driven very nicely by Barnes, but he doesn't get off the mark. It's a good diving stop by Pennington low to his right.
I once wrote a feature about Repton Sport for the Sunday Times.
Did you really?
But it was about football, because
yeah.
they had two Derby County youngsters.
They did. Yeah.
They went through a period of giving them scholarships.
They did. I taught them. Yeah, and one of them played first 11 cricket for me. He's a good cricketer, Matthew O'Halloran. Yeah. As Pennington comes in and bowls short to Barnes, who gets his first runs rather fortuitously, cutting at this one and slicing it over the top of the slips down to third man for 4. So he's off the mark, 140 for 6. Yeah, Matt O'Halloran, who went on to...
Did he play football for Derby?
Yeah, played football a bit for Derby. No, he went to Oldham.
Okay.
He played at Oldham under Ian Dowie for a bit. And the other one was Johnny Gorman, who did play a little bit, played at Wolves a little bit, but actually won about 6 full Northern Ireland caps while he was still at school, under Nigel Worthington was the manager, and he's playing again. He's playing non-league now. But Repton football has gone on to great things actually, and they've won. They even won they've won the Independent Schools Cup, but they've also won the ESFA, the one for all the schools in the country in recent years, and had quite a few. And the other good footballer that I taught that most people will be familiar with, I've mentioned on air before, is Will Hughes, who's just moved from Watford to Crystal Palace. This sort of albedo, left-footed midfield player that many people know. Good left-arm spinner in the under-15s.
Wow.
A couple of A's in his GCSE English. Pennington in, bowls and beats Kimber outside the off stump with a good one, which Cox takes. So yeah, happy days and happy memories. But 140 for 6 at the end of that over. Kimber has 23, Barnes has 4. Pennington 12 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 23. I think he's bowled better than that. I think he's probably not flattered by those figures. Continues his development this season as a really promising young fast bowler for Worcestershire. And at the other end, Josh Baker is about to resume, having taken 2 for 9 from 9 overs with 4 maidens.
Leicestershire supporters started to say, with this amount of turn, 200 may not be a bad first innings score. But it puts sort of pressure on Callum Parkinson, Leicestershire's captain. He's going to have to be the main man. He and Chris Wright have been the main men, so to speak, for the Foxes in terms of wicket taking. Baker is in and bowling. Back goes Kimber, looking to force. Doesn't time it, runs out fairly gently to D'Oliveira at backward point. Does he have a sort of good arm ball?
Yeah.
Carry on through. In he goes. Baker and bowls. Kimber is driving, and he does commit to the shot. And it is, although it's aerial, it's wide of extra cover, and between extra cover and mid off. Libby can only turn and jog after the ball to retrieve it. Where's he going? Almost to the car park down there behind the covers. Is that Sycamore?
It's a horse chestnut. There were 2 more, but they've gone. Sadly, that big gap there is where the tape is just in front of it. There is where 2 more, but disease saw them off. That's very sad. Very sad.
Baker is in. Kimber goes back and cracks it away off the back foot down towards deep backward point. Fielder comes round from the cover boundary to field. Just a single taken. Good fielding down there, which means that Kimber content or has to restrict himself to 1. Moves on to 28, but he continues to impress Louis Kimber with the way he's playing in this innings. But it brings Barnes down to face Josh Baker, who is in. Barnes is forward, getting to the pitch of that one, pushing it out towards cover. In is Morris, who was the fielder on the cover boundary, who made that stop. He's gone up to the conventional-ish cover now. Baker is in, hurries, and he's playing on the back foot. He's a little bit late on that one, Barnes, but defended it reasonably well in the end. Little intake of breath there, I'm sure. 2 slips go down as Baker goes in. Barnes is forward, big stride, and pushing it out towards mid-off. End of the over. Baker's 10th, sitting on figures at the moment which are rather impressive. The youngster 2 for 14 from 10 overs. Leicestershire 145 for 6. Kimber has 28 now.
Peter Gibbs is the name of that man that wrote the Heartbeat episode. And Alan's been back in touch, and he says he's in Derbyshire near Chesterfield. Okay. And he says Queen's Park is a lovely ground too. Indeed it is, an absolutely magnificent cricket ground, Queen's Park, where Derbyshire still play. Seen some wonderful games there various times. Pennington in from the New Road end. Bowls, and that's a big shout for LBW as Kimber fell over that one a little bit, but going down the leg side, Hassan Adnan unmoved, as he has been by several big appeals. He's been very calm, very certain in his decision making today. There's one in particular that we thought was really close, but decided that on reflection it might just have been a bit high, and he's been very assured. Hassan Adnan. Speaking of Derbyshire, Hassan Adnan, of course, who he played for. Remember him playing at Repton School in the early days of his career in the seconds and making big runs. In comes Pennington. He's in and he bowls, and Kimber is forward, pushing out on the offside, fielded by Gareth Roderick coming in from the covers. And there's no run. So yeah, Queen's Park, Chesterfield, wonderful.
Do you know, it's a
lovely
ground I've never been to.
Yeah, it's a public park. Chesterfield Cricket Club play there at the weekends. It's a public parks field, but it's they turn it into a magnificent arena when Derbyshire play their first class games there. Seen some great games over the years. Here's Dylan Pennington. Rapid approach, he's in, he bowls, and this one's driven up to mid-on by Kimber. Joe Leach is the fielder. And there's no run.
My wife came back from work one day, quite a while ago now, so I've been working today with some. She said he apparently used to play cricket for Derbyshire. It was Bernie Mayer.
Bernie Mayer, wow, yeah, wicket keeper.
In finance.
Yeah.
They were
batsman.
Colleagues for a while.
I remember Bernie Mayer playing in the late 80s. Predecessor of Carl Crickham behind the stumps.
Indeed.
There's Pennington bowl short to Kimber, who swivels round on this one, and it's gone down to the boundary behind the wicketkeeper for 4. He didn't appear to know much about it. Don't know what it came off, just having a look at the replay. Is it off a glove? Short, yeah, just sort of swivelling around trying to pull it, got a glove on it I think, and it's gone almost, well, about 10 degrees wide of the stumps down on the leg side for 4. Took the pace right off it. I think that's what did for Cox. He just couldn't read it at all, could he?
He didn't seem to pick it up.
Just
almost
a glove,
Cox,
I think.
Indeed.
149 for 6. Kimber's gone to 32. Pennington into him now, and he's forward and pushes out on the offside. And there's no run. No, it was an odd one. He swivelled round on it, looking to sort of hook it round to fine leg, and it took his glove or the bat handle or whatever. It just kind of died, didn't it? And Ben Cox hadn't moved down the leg side, and it just ran away for 4. Here's Pennington again as the sun comes out once more. He's in and he bowls, and forward comes Kimber, pushes out into the covers again. Roderick fields. End of another decent over from Pennington. 13 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 27 his figures. 149 for 6.
Enter the ladies' pavilion from the marquee side. Please do not walk around behind the Glendick pavilion. Thank you.
How to approach the ladies' pavilion in these days from the marquee side of the ground. Customers are abjured. 49 for 6. Makes sense.
Well, everywhere else is taped off.
Indeed, it'd be difficult to get around otherwise. Stewards as well. Normally you can walk sort of underneath the Graham Hick Pavilion, which is obviously built on stilts to protect it from the floods. When was the last time the ground flooded?
February, I think.
It was earlier this. It was this year.
Very
it did actually
bad late one this year,
Right.
which is why there was a lot of problem with new grass growth on those pitches on the far side, particularly that you can see over there that we used early in the season. They were the ones that were they were just so dead. It was incredible. Notts batted, having been made to follow on, they batted all through the last day here without losing a wicket. And then we had a similar scenario in a game against Warwickshire.
Baker to continue from the Diglis end into Barnes with a short leg in, but he's slightly over pitched there, and Barnes clips him neatly away along the ground through mid wicket. Pennington has a bit of a run around from deep square to deep mid wicket, picks it up and gets his throw away. Leicestershire pick up 2 and pass 150. There is a desultory round of applause. Baker is in, Barnes goes back, plays him rather off the pitch, head over the ball though on the back foot, pushing it out towards extra cover. Morris starting to do a few stretches at cover as Baker goes in, bowls to Barnes, who turns him back down the pitch on the onside, just about Baker, just steps across and picks up. He's already in and bowling again. Barnes is forward, pushing it out to Morris, who's at deep-ish extra cover. deepish. That's him clapping. You probably picked up in the effects, Mike. He's there for the drive, really, to stop one, but on for the drive as in goes Baker. Barnes back down the pitch to him again. Barnes he's a very unassuming individual. They know him, some of the Leicestershire boys, as the coat hanger, and if you sort of see his shoulders, you'll kind of understand why. In goes Baker and bowls to him again. He's turning through mid wickets in the air. Short mid wicket might have been in the game there. Short leg wasn't quite. And so Barnes takes one and keeps the strike, but he's sort of slightly sloping shoulders, Eddie Barnes, and hence the coat hanger moniker. 152 for 6. Doing a good job, the coat hanger, at the moment. He's 7 off 23.
Yeah. He's got a bat with more black on the back of it than any bat I've ever seen. More of the sort of wood covered up on the back of the bat than any I've ever seen. Really.
It is, it's not a affectation. I saw him
no,
put it on Instagram. It's a genuine manufacturer sort of thing, isn't it?
Absolutely. I know. I wasn't suggesting that it was an affectation, but
you know what I mean. It's
I know what you mean.
I remember on Instagram he was so pleased that to have been sent a few of these that he sort of did a post about them.
Well, I suppose bat manufacturers and producers are constantly looking for new ways of making their bats stand out from the middle.
About distinction, isn't it, and making them.
Although
as you say.
I was recalling a conversation I had recently with Paul Fernley, son of Duncan, who now runs the Fernley enterprise here. They don't make that many bats anymore, but he was saying that
what do they make?
Surprisingly few bat makers actually make the bats that these guys use that we watch. There are lots of stickers, but there aren't actually that many craftsmen who are at work, and most of the bats are made by very few people, and then you get different stickers put on them. Anyway, Charlie Morris back into the attack at the New Road end. So far wicketless in this innings. 8 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 35. Had a really good game down at Lord's in the last game, and he comes in now and bowls, and that one is driven by Barnes up to Gareth Roderick at extra cover, and there's no run.
I remember Phil Edmonds always used to make the case for, well, why shouldn't, because it was a little bit like that even in his day, and he said, well, why shouldn't we just have advertising slogans on them, on the back of them and things like that, for as many as we want, really. And he had a point.
Well, they do, don't they? Some of the test players have little adverts for smaller companies on their bats. In comes Morris and bowls out to Barnes, steers that out on the offside, there's no run. And of course Sachin Tendulkar for years used bats with MRF on. Well, one assumes that the Madras Rubber Factory makes tyres and things, not cricket bats, but
I didn't even know it stood for the Madras Rubber Factory.
That's what was on his bats, I think, wasn't it?
Okay.
So at least that's what I always thought, anyway. Here's Morris from the New Road end, striding in, bowls, and that's short and wide, and Barnes goes to cut it, just gets a bottom edge on it, and it dribbles away to second slip where Mitchell does the fielding. You were talking about Leach's run up before, and I could see the point you were making, and as you said, it suits him and his rhythm is good and everything else, but I always think with Charlie Morris it's just everything just about right, really, with his run up at the moment. You could say he goes back quite a long way at this point, but then he walks in a little bit, so he's still walking. Now he breaks into a stride, and it's all quite rhythmical, and he bowls and it's pushed back to him, and it just, do you know what I mean, it just, the stride lengths look even, and he hits the crease with a nice sort of balance, and I just think his run-up is good. He exaggerates his follow-through a great deal, which I think is something that he does deliberately to try and make sure that he finishes his action, completes his action properly, and as you'll see, after he's let the ball go, he advances down the pitch quite a considerable way. It's all part of his method. He's in bowls, and that's actually driven through the covers, half volley, so I've done it again just by saying how well somebody does things. You put the mockers on them, and that one's driven nicely by Barnes for his first boundary, and he goes to 11. It's 156 for 6, but Charlie Morris he's had his problems this year with white ball, particularly at the end of the innings. He was the death bowler, and a couple of T20 games that went horribly wrong this year. But he's a very resilient character, and he's in again now and bowls, and that one's better outside the off stump, but left alone by Barnes, and that's the end of the over. 156 for 6. Kimber 32, Barnes 11. 56 overs gone. Charlie Morris had to sort of almost have a year out of the game and rebuild his action about 4 or 5 years ago, after there were questions about it, and he came back from that, worked incredibly hard, and he gets left out of the side and works hard and comes back in and does well, and that's what I mean. Very resilient and determined young professional, I think. And wicketless so far, but he'll keep trying. 9 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 39, his figures. And here's Baker.
It's going to be bowling to Louis Kimber. Still got the 2 slips in. Mid-off is about halfway back as he goes in and bowls. Kimber goes back, defends, out into the offside, and there is no run. One of the reasons I think that they've worked hard and successfully with Barnes on his batting, Paul Nixon said from the start he's played the short ball well. He said, which a lot of tail-enders don't. And he said that sort of gives you a little bit of a basis for going forward. It's in the air just short as he drives there, Kimber. It's in the air for a while. It is well short actually of mid-off, of that deep-ish mid-off in the end. Twiddles the bat in his hands. Baker is in, bowls, back goes Kimber, looks to chop it away into the offside, doesn't time it, bounces quite comfortably for Bernard, moving to his left at extra cover towards cover to make the stop. He's standing on that matting covered pitch at the moment. Now he's off it as in goes Baker, bowls to Kimber, who just strokes it on the front foot down towards mid-on, who, like mid-off, is sort of halfway back towards the ropes, which the straight boundaries are rather short with the ropes sort of 10 yards in from the advertising hoardings. Baker's in, trying to flick down the leg side. Cox for a minute thought he was going to get a stumping chance because he'd stepped a long way out of his ground, but it came off the pad and trickled out towards mid-wicket. Cox would have demolished those stumps had that one gone through down the leg side. Caught the pad, went out into mid-wicket. Baker is in a leave that is a well-judged leave from Louis Kimber. It was close, not close. Baker's still standing with his hands on his hips in disbelief. The tall, lean, young Baker cannot believe that one didn't just clip.
He left it on turn. He left it pitched on off, and if it hadn't turned, yeah, it would have been out. So he's left that on turn, which is a bold thing to do, isn't it?
It did, but it turned.
I wouldn't recommend it too often.
No. But Kimber's decided the wicket is turning pretty much all the time, it would appear.
Dear, oh dear.
It did turn.
Well, it's the old cliche, there are 2 leaves. Yeah. It was a good one. It was a very good one. 156 for 6, Charlie Morris from the New Road end. Bowl short to Barnes, who cuts but doesn't time it. It just runs out off a bottom edge really into the covers, fielded by Gareth Roderick. Got 7 overs left before tea, and
which should be at 10 past 3,
be about right, won't it? If Baker bowls 3 of them, in that'll be 4.5 minutes.
Yeah. True, yes.
So yeah, it should be just about right. 156 for 6. Blue skies again, bit of cloud around, it's bright and sunny. It's a lovely September afternoon here at New Road. Charlie Morris from the New Road end, he's in and bowls, and Barnes gets a single, squirting this off a thickish outside edge down to third man, where Jake Libby does the fielding. 157 for 6.
If Worcestershire's batters adopt the sort of similar approach to that adopted by Leicestershire's, to be positive on the basis that they might get one that's unplayable before too long. This is going to be a really entertaining game of cricket, I suggest. Whether it'll go 4 days is another question.
If it is, you'd say that's the benefit of having what we've regularly called a good cricket pitch, isn't
Agreed.
it? Agreed. Morris again from the New Road end is in bowls, and forward comes Kimber, pushing out on the onside. He's played well, Kimber. He's been there since before lunch. He was 1 not out at lunch. He's 32 not out now off 81 deliveries. He's played every ball on its merits, played some good shots, put the bad ball away. He's been watchful, he's left it well, and it's a very mature innings, actually, I would suggest, for a young player at this stage. Morris in once more. Balls, and Kimber drives nicely, but fielded by Barnard at backward point. Yeah, if you're working in the city and you're on your way home down past New Road this afternoon, this evening, it'd be well worth dropping in the sunshine for the last hour or two, if you can. Good atmosphere here today. It's just got a lovely, gentle sort of mellow feel. Yeah, mellow's a good word for it. Pastoral feel here under the cathedral, which on cue chimes 3, and Richard nips off to do his update. Yeah. Here's Morris. In he bowls, and this one just short of a length, and Kimber on the back foot forces back to the bowler, and there's no run. So 3 men out since lunch. Hill for 40, the top scorer in the innings, Mike for 3, and Bates without scoring. But nothing in the last half an hour or so as Leicestershire look to build something of a recovery. As Morris is in and bowls, and Kimber plays this back up the pitch to the bowler, does his own fielding. No run end of the over. Morris 10 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 40. Baker 12 overs, 5 maidens, 2 wickets for 17 at the other end. And the other bowling figures for Worcestershire so far: Leach 13 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 31. Pennington 13 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 27. A little bit unlucky in my opinion. Barnard 10 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 31. And it's Baker to continue from the Diglis end, and he'll be bowling to Barnes, who is on 12 off 32 balls. These two have added 24 so far for this 7th wicket, as Baker comes in now to Barnes, bowls, and Barnes drives nicely back to the bowler, timed it well, no more than a push, but it fizzed back to Baker. He did his own fielding. 2 slips waiting as he comes in round the wicket and bowls to Barnes, who goes back, pushes out on the offside. Yeah, I've seen a little bit of turn for Baker. Got one to turn and bounce a bit to remove Sam Bates. Here he comes again, bowls to Barnes, who drives this out on the offside, and there's no run. 157 for 6 it remains. Update for BBC from Worcester's FM listeners coming very shortly as Baker bowls and Barnes gets a single down to short third man. D'Oliveira is the fielder. Just steered that one wide of Haynes at second slip. 158 for 6. Haynes has stayed at second slip with Mitchell at first, which is the other way around from how they stand when they're in there for seamers. Here comes that update. Leicestershire building something of a recovery, as at one stage they were 133 for 6, but so far 25 added for the 7th wicket by Louis Kimber, who's on 32, and he's been joined by Ed Barnes, who is now on 13. Star of the afternoon for Worcestershire is young Josh Baker, who picked up 2 wickets in successive overs to remove Ben Mike for 3 and Sam Bates without scoring. Ed Barnard had picked up the wicket of Hill, caught at slip by Haynes, for 40. So Baker at the moment figures of 13 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 19, and Leicestershire in the 60th over of their innings, having won the toss and chosen to bat 159 for 6. And Baker finishing that over, and Charlie Morris to continue from the New Road end. He comes in now to bowl to Kimber, who pushes this out on the offside, and there's no run. So 36 overs left after this. We're probably going to have about two. We have to probably have 2 more after the scheduled tea interval time. So tea's going to be about 3:15, I would think. Morris from the New Road end in again, bowls, and that's short, and Kimber looks inside it. Looks as initially from his footwork as though he's going to hook it, and then decided to just let it go over his left shoulder and through to Ben Cox behind the stumps.
I would think at Repton they used to play Oakham, presumably.
Yep.
Would that would have been on
definitely.
the fixture list, because both Louis Kimber and his brother Nick, who plays for Surrey, are Oakham.
Right. He had many great contests with Oakham in those days, with Frank Hayes and David Steele at the helm at Oakham, and had some great games against them over the years. As Morris is in and bowls, and that one's turned away on the leg side by Kimber, out to Baker at deep mid wicket, gets a single, goes to 34, 160 for 6, and and Stuart Broad, of course, was at Oakham in the days when I took my teams there, and Josh Cobb, Alex Wiley, who played a bit for Alex Wyatt, who played a bit for Leicestershire.
He did.
Alex Wiley played for Worcestershire. Had some great contests over the years. They were very, very good games. Always a pleasure to go there. Morris bowled, and he bowled him. He's bowled Barnes with good delivery, just nipped back off, so he might have got an inside edge, not sure, but a big breakthrough. Charlie Morris very, very pleased with that, and he might be. He's been wicketless so far, and he's plugged away as ever, and he's gone for 13. Big breakthrough for Worcestershire, 4th wicket of the afternoon session, and 160 for 7 is
dipped back into him a fraction.
160 for 7. So that partnership worth 27. That's decent for the 7th wicket, but just as it looked as though they were resting a bit of control back, Charlie Morris strikes. So good wicket for Worcestershire, and they'll feel they're back on top now. That 180 you talked about, 200 looking a reasonable shout, I think.
Yeah. The skipper has a job to do now, Callum, alongside Louis Kimber, who's impressed me no end actually in the way he's carried himself in this innings, and the way he's approached it, and the way he's played as well. Brunty's in the ground with the boys, the dogs. Amazing, he says, how different cricket grounds have different sounds. He says Worcester has the Cathedral, Leicestershire has the Outlaws, which are the Hells Angels, but have a chapter based on Milligan Road, and occasionally on a Sunday we'll all rev up together before disappearing somewhere. Yes, the sonorous cathedral bells, or the Outlaws exhausts on their Harleys as they rev down Milligan Road.
That was a lovely moment, wasn't it, at 3 o'clock when I mentioned the cathedral, quite by accident. And it chimed just as I mentioned that word, and it is lovely, isn't it? Lovely to see. It's not quite as lovely as it used to be when we had the 3 chestnut trees, and some would say the hotel isn't quite as pretty as what was there before, but still a beautiful sight as we watch Morris come in and bowl to Parkinson, who's forward to his first ball, steers it down behind square on the offside. I think we've all kind of got used to the cathedral. I have said before, a lot of members bemoan the loss of that lovely old scoreboard at the back there behind the D'Oliveira stand, the old green-faced scoreboard which appears in so many pictures that capture the history of this wonderful ground. But
just 2 manual scoreboards remain now.
Yeah, in comes Morris and bowls to Parkinson, who pushes out on the onside. You mean in the country too, Manual one?
First class grounds.
Canterbury.
Correct.
I know that because I was there last week. And the other one? Don't know, go on.
You don't know?
No. 160 for 7 at the end of that over? No, I don't think. Grace Road, presumably. Yeah, well, there you go.
At the Upton Steel County ground.
Yeah.
It's been renovated recently. Underneath a couple of clock there on the Milligan Road.
But even, you know, you could do what they've done at Edgbaston, couldn't you? You could keep the shape and rebuild it and turn it into an electronic scoreboard.
As we've seen, electronic scoreboards don't always, they're not completely, totally reliable. In goes Baker and bowls. Kimber is forward. He won't cut loose yet. Talking about motorbikes, one goes down the new road behind us. As Baker is in, Kimber leaves again, not quite as close as that one he left at the end of Baker's previous over, which really was close. Eddie Barnes, 38 deliveries he occupied for his 13, put on 27 as Kimber leaves again from Baker with Louis Kimber. 91 balls he's faced now for his 34. And again, as you say, Frank, he's assuming it will turn. He goes back to that one and forces very correctly out into the offside. The contrast between Kimber playing shots and Kimber running is marked. Yeah. It's a real contrast. He plays his shots beautifully, correctly and quickly, and as you would expect from a first-class batsman. Then he kind of lopes off down the wicket. It's a sort of very different body language. In goes Baker and bowls to his fellow left-arm spinner Parkinson, who is forward. He'll be watching with great interest now, Callum Parkinson. As Baker is in, bowls to him. He's getting to the pitch bit at the moment. Back out into the offside it goes. But it's like Parkinson says, he's still only young, really, Callum Parkinson, vice-captain of Leicestershire now, and in Colin Ackerman's absence, obviously, he's stepped up and he's matured a lot since coming to Leicestershire, markedly so. He's had to in both his cricketing and his personal life. And he says, but when it is turning, as it turned at the Upton Steel County ground last week, he said, it does add to the pressure on you. Yeah. If you're he said, you know, you're conscious, I've got to be the main man here. And
absolutely, 100%.
But he said it quite dryly as well. You know, he wasn't affected, I don't think.
Charlie Morris from the New Road end to carry on. Bowl short to Kimber, who ducks under this and allows it through to Ben Cox. Yeah, first spinner to say that to me was Richard Illingworth, now famous international umpire, of course, who played here in the 80s and 90s. And Richard said it's all very well when we went to it was Old Trafford. Worcestershire were playing Lancashire on a pitch that had been prepared really for the Lancashire spinners at the time, and it backfired on Lancashire. Morris bowls and Kimber drives, no run. 1988 I think it was, and it backfired on Lancashire. They had Jack Simmons, who wasn't a big spinner of the ball, but I think the other one might have been Ian Foley, and it backfired because Worcestershire won the game, and on the last day the man who did the damage was Graham Hick, who took 10 wickets in the game, I think, and had also got a double 100. It wasn't a bad game for him, but he out-bowled all the other spinners in the game. As Morris is in, bowls, and again that short Kimber swivels out of the way of it and allows it through to Cox. And Richard Illingworth said to me afterwards, you know, it does put more pressure on you when you turn up and they say, oh, it's a spinning pitch, so everybody immediately looks to you as the number one spinner, and that can be more difficult, and it might mean that the batsmen take more risks against other bowlers than they do against you. Consequently, somebody else might not be quite as much a frontline spinner, might pick up more wickets, but yeah, I can see exactly where he's coming from with that. As Charlie Morris comes in and bowls to Kimber, who drives very nicely straight down the ground, but a good sliding save by Darvira at mid-off. Otherwise that would have been 4. And I suppose it works the other way too, that if it's a seamer friendly pitch, everybody says, oh, it's a green top, and seamers are expected to perform really well, and they can't always produce.
But there's usually only one spinner and 3 seamers or something like that, isn't there?
Yeah,
So
exactly, yeah. And you look to him, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, here's Morris. Bowls to Kimber, who gets a single, pushing out on the onside. Continues to impress with his phlegmatic attitude, I think. Kimber, he's been there since before lunch. He's faced 98 balls for his 36, and he's just kept playing each ball on its merits. And maybe, just maybe, if you've been with us all day, you'll have heard that conversation we had this morning about turning starts into scores and what the requisite qualities are, and maybe he's just showing that he has got those qualities. Mental strength, mental fitness, if you like, physical fitness as well, judgment. Morris in, bowls to Parkinson, who gets his first run, steering this out in front of square on the offside. Fielder Ed Barnard, no, Jake Libby comes from backward point to do the fielding. It's the end of the over. We've got 2 overs left until the tea interval, and Leicestershire are 163 for 7.
Parkinson and Kimber touch gloves in mid-pitch. Decent partnership now. Get it up to sort of 200, maybe a few more. Fair way to go before they reach that point, however. Hotel looks a bit whiter now in the sun.
Yeah.
So, as you say, doesn't half need a coat of paint as forward goes Parkinson.
Yeah, I think that's the general
Sorry,
consensus is that it needs a bit of lick of paint, yeah.
To Baker, out into the offside. Baker is in, Parkinson forward again. Not a tall man, but he has quite a big stride, Callum Parkinson. Twin brother of Matt, of course, of Lancashire. Lets that one go through outside off. Some nice bounce in this pitch for the left arm spinner as well as the seamers as well. And then the odd one has died. In goes Baker, back foot this time from Parkinson out towards extra cover. He really does whip through him. It's amazing given he's will have bowled 15 overs at the end of this over. Baker is in, Parkinson's forward again. That we haven't got to tea quite on time because
that's what I mean. It's +1 the over.
Yeah. And yet, yeah. But because of the various breaks, I think with the sanitising breaks add a minute or whatever. In goes Baker and leaves this time Parkinson end of the over. 1 now left until tea, which will be bowled by Morris. 163 for 7. Baker's figures now 15 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 20. But maybe if this sort of regime continues next year, they ought to change the hours a little bit just to reflect that. I don't know. Personally, and I don't know how you feel about this, I'd like to always start at 10:30. I think it would end a lot of problems with light.
Maybe
like that.
Maybe I would start at 10:30 in June, July and August. Not sure about earlier and later because of I think you might get too many low scores. But that's when we play the red ball cricket anyway.
Indeed.
There's Charlie Morris comes in to bowl, and that's a lovely shot from Kimber. Just over pitched on leg stump, and he just waited for it. He let it come. More importantly, he didn't fall over. So many players just let their heads go inside the line, lose their balance, miss that, get hit on the pads. He just stood up, waited for it, and he just played a lovely punch drive through wide mid-on for 4. Very good shot. Almost effortless and yet so effective. He goes to 40. 167 for 7. Morris in now again, bowls, and this time he's taken on the pad. This time maybe his head did go a little bit over, just a bit more movement off the pitch as well. but going down the leg side.
He bowls a little bit of off spin as well, and he bowled for the first time in probably bowled for Loughborough at some stage, but he bowled for the first time for Leicestershire at Derbyshire a few weeks ago. And he has the loveliest action I think I've seen in an off spinner. It's not reliable in any way, and I don't know how much he turns it, not that much, but it's his action is a thing of beauty. We were saying to Leicestershire's bowling coach Tom Smith.
Morris again bowls, and another run for Kimber here, probably 2 in fact, as he tickled. Oh, it's leg byes, I think. I was going to say he's tickled it down to fine leg, but he hasn't. It's leg byes. Fielded down there by Dylan Pennington. Feel a bit sorry for Dylan Pennington when I look at the bowling figures this afternoon, because I reckon he's bowled as well as anybody really, well, perhaps with the exception of Baker, and 13 overs 5 mains, 1 for 27 don't really do him justice. Had a catch put down, but just kept at it, bowled pretty quickly, pretty straight. Morris is in, bowls to Kimber, pushes this one out square on the offside. Gareth Roderick fields. There's no run, 169 for 7. And this will be the last over before tea. 2 balls left. It's been well, if it was Leicestershire's morning, it's been Worcestershire's afternoon. And the game is nicely poised, but given the time of year and the nature of this pitch, from what we've seen so far, I'd say there's not much in it really. As Morris is in and bowls, I don't say not much in the pitch. No ball. I mean not much in the game at the moment. No ball there. 2 runs will be added. Signal to the scorers now comes from Hassan Adnan.
First
171 for 7.
The innings, I think.
Sorry?
First one of the innings, I think.
Second, I think.
Second,
yeah.
Okay. Leicestershire bowled quite a few.
I think Pennington bowled one, and then if you remember, he had a little discussion with the umpire about. Oh, actually, Leach bowled one as well, I think. In fact, yeah, 4, 8 on the extras.
That, then.
Yeah,
it's completely.
Morris bowl was pushed back to him. There have been 4,
okay,
including the one we've just had. No, 5 including the one we've just had. Just gone on. 5 including the one we've just had. I
have been here, but obviously, maybe they were all drawing up.
No, Leach bowled 1 and Pennington bowled 1. And Morris bowled 1. I can't remember the other 2. Baker didn't bowl any. Barnard might have bowled 1. Well, let's have a look. Here we go. Leach 2, Pennington 1, Morris 1, Barnard 1. There we go. Morris in again. Bowls outside the off stump. I was going to say taken by Cox, but it wasn't taken. It was dropped by Cox. No contact with the bat. End of the over. T 171 for 7. Kimber 40. Parkinson 1. Very much in the balance, Richard.
Yep, I think both sides have got reasons to take positive. Worcestershire more, I think, at this stage of the game. But as I say, Leicestershire will feel that 220, maybe even 200. Is something to work with on a pitch that continues to give all the bowlers some help, particularly the left arm spinner Josh Baker. Parkinson, who's much more experienced despite his relative youth, will certainly be encouraged by the amount of turn he's seen out there for Baker. So yeah, really good game of cricket we've got on here.
So there we are, 64 overs of the innings gone, 171 for 7, the Leicestershire score. The men out, Azad 2, Patel 22 and Rhodes 27, and since lunch, Hill 40, Mike 3, Bates without scoring and Barnes for 13. Not that bad. Be at the stumps and make the batsman play a little bit more. As Morris bowls, that one's down the leg side. Cock dives away to his left and I think gets half a glove on it. And it's flicked back. As Barnard comes from the New Road end and bowls to him, and he's out. Caught at first slip. I've done him, haven't I? Beautifully. Caught at first slip by Jack Haynes, who I mentioned earlier. He's put the bad ball away almost every time it's come along. Baker is in and bowls to Mike, who has thrown his wicket away. He's chipped to catch up to mid-off. Good bowling from Baker. Held it back a little. He might be an absolute star as Oh, he's gone. Yeah, caught at short leg, pushing forward bait. Yeah, as Pennington comes in and bowls short to Barnes, who gets his first runs rather fortuitously, cutting at this one and slicing it over the top of the... Yeah.
Carry on through, in he goes, Baker and bowls. Kimber is driving and he does commit to the shot, and it is
predecessor of Carl Cricken behind the stumps.
Indeed.
Yes, Pennington bowls short to Kimber, who swivels round on this one, and it's gone down against Warwickshire.
Baker to continue from the Diglets end into Barnes with a short leg in, but he's slightly over pitched there, and Barnes clips him neatly away along the ground
down the pitch quite a considerable way. It's all part of his method. He's in now, bowls, and that's actually driven through the covers, half volley, so I've done it again just by... Very, very good games. Always a pleasure to go there. Morris bowled, and he bowled him. He's bowled Barnes with good delivery, just nipped back off, so he might have got... As Charlie Morris comes in to bowl, and that's a lovely shot from Kimber, just over pitched on leg stump, and he just waited for it, he let it come. More think it looks good. Yeah. Very similar to Sussex, yeah.
Good cricket wicket, that was, wasn't it? Bounce with a bounce, carry, play your shots.
For the turn.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, missing pops. I'll be licking his lips if you get a decent 250. If you get up to 250. No, no, oh, that game that was moved here? No, I didn't have to do that. No. I remember the game, but I never forgot you took 10 wickets. You won 3 for 50.
Tea being taken as we speak, and the game very much in the balance. Leicestershire won the toss and chose to bat. At lunch they were 88 for 3. Worcestershire struck 4 times in the afternoon session. 2 wickets for young Josh Baker, left arm spinner, in successive overs, and other wickets for Ed Barnard and Charlie Morris this afternoon. Top scorer, however, was Lewis Hill on 40, and that has been equalled by one of the not-out batsmen, Louis Kimber, who's there at tea on 40, very much holding things together from a Leicestershire point of view. He's in company at the moment with his captain, Callum Parkinson, who's on 1. So if Worcestershire can knock over the last 4 wickets quickly after the break, then they'll feel it's been their day so far. Equally, if Leicestershire can recover from this position, anything over 230, 240 on what looks a pretty good pitch for the bowlers might be challenging for Worcestershire. So it's very much in the balance at tea, with 64 overs gone in there. First innings, Leicestershire 171 for 7. you never get him saying you should do this or... Having said that, if I was a listener, a little bit too much in favour of their own counties sometimes. Yeah, not. Yeah. And welcome back to New Road in Worcester, where we're about to start the evening session on day 3. Day 1, session 3. Day 1. Don't wish your life away of this game between Worcestershire and Leicestershire. Leicestershire at tea, 171 for 7. Louis Kimber, impressive on 40. Callum Parkinson on 1. Joe Leach to take up the attack from the Diglis end. And Richard Ray to take up the attack from the commentary box.
Big session, but you kind of feel everyone will be really. There's a little bit in the pitch, just enough for the bowlers, all kinds of bowlers, and if they can get their score up to 200, 220, Leicestershire, as Leach goes in and bowls to Parkinson, out swinger, which is left by Callum Parkinson, captain to captain. Leach 1 for 31. First spell was a really testing one. Second, he probably didn't get quite right. I think he would probably feel that himself. Looking to come back hard post tee. If they can get Leicestershire out for sort of 200 or less, Worcestershire will be delighted. Leicestershire, remember, won the toss, chose to bat. Leach is in, Parkinson is forward and is beaten outside off stump, I think, by the out swinger. Don't think he tucked the bat inside the line. I think he was definitely playing at that one. Boltonian, if that's the right description for someone from Bolton. Callum Parkinson, Lancastrian, started his career at Old Trafford, went on to Derbyshire, and now very much part of the scenery at Leicestershire. In goes Leach and bowls. Parkinson leaves outside off stump as it swings away, vice captain of the club. To a certain extent, they're looking to sort of build around him as the main threat with the ball. Looking to get a little bit more turn into the pitches at the Upton Steel County Ground as a consequence. That doesn't look like it's going to be an issue here though. It looks like there is plenty, or there will be plenty of turn when he comes to bowl. Josh Bates has bowled up beautifully and found a bit of turn and bounce throughout. Bates is in, bowls to Parkinson, who leaves, who's in ours from behind the stumps, but it was a pretty safe leave by Callum Parkinson. It did come back from Joe Leach. Parkinson looks levelly back down the pitch at Leach. He just turns and walks back towards the top of his mark. Nick Cook, in the meantime, has found someone else to talk to, moved across to have a chat to mid-on, mid-off. Occupational hazard if you're fielding close to Nick Cook as Leach goes in and bowls. Fuller this time. Parkinson walks into a defensive shot down the pitch on the onside. Looked like he was ready to try and on-drive it. It was probably a little bit too straight in the end. Steered it out to D'Oliveira at mid-on. Pleased chatter around the ground at the moment, a gentle hum of conversation. Beers are being drunk, cups of tea, pieces of cake consumed. Coffee cake in my case. Rare this season it's been. Leach is in and bowls. Parkinson defends a good length delivery on off stump out into the offside end of the first over after tea. It is a maiden over. Parkinson 17 balls he's faced to his single now. There's a few Worcestershire players sort of warming up, but it looks like it's going to be Pennington. At least he has shed his cap or left it over the boundary. Yes, it is going to be Pennington.
Yeah, Dylan Pennington, who as I said just before the tea interval, for me has been unfortunate today and hasn't been flattered by his figures of 13 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 27 so far. I also said before tea at length how much I'd been impressed with Louis Kimber, and he is on strike now on 40. He's played really well. And he waits now as Pennington comes into him from the New Road end and bowls, and he gets his first run of the evening session, turning this away on the leg side. They thought about 2. Baker came in off the boundary, but it was only ever really going to be 1, and that takes him on to 41, 172 for 7, and with no disrespect to Callum Parkinson or indeed to the remaining Leicestershire batsmen that we've yet to see, Chris Wright and Aberdeen Sikandi, you would think if they are going to get to 250, much will depend on Louis Kimber.
First class best for Chris Wright a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
Derby.
Yeah. There's Pennington in, bowls outside the off stump, left alone. But in terms of the glue that holds things together, I think Kimber would be the one.
Absolutely.
Interesting talking about Callum Parkinson. I mean, obviously was allowed to go by Lancashire to Derbyshire. Did they release him, or did he decide to leave, or I'm always interested to know, because it strikes me as a cricketer who's, I'll just break off as he plays this one from Pennington out on the offside. It strikes me as a cricketer who's recovered really well from one, if not two setbacks, really, if you know what I mean. And often players like that who have to move once, maybe even twice, they don't often make a great deal of a third move, I don't think, or a second move, but if they do, I think it can often turn them into a very, very resilient cricketer indeed. As Pennington is in and bowls, and Bargain drives on the offside, and he gets 4 runs as this one goes through Roderick in the covers. Just fielding well there, Gareth Roderick, but that one just, well, I don't know whether it was an old wicket end or a bit of rough ground in front of him, but it bobbled and went through his hands, and Parkinson gets his first boundary. What I mean is, players that move once, move twice, they don't often then go on to have very long, successful careers. But if they do, it's because they've bounced back, they've learned what they've done or not done right in the first 1 or 2 opportunities, and they've really worked hard at it. Pennington is in and Parkinson is forward, playing back to him, and there's no run. And it shows a strength of character, a determination and a belief in the individual's ability, that despite the knockbacks they will keep trying until they make it happen. So good luck to Callum Parkinson with his 3rd county.
I'm pretty sure that they wanted to keep him, Derbyshire.
Right.
Leicestershire offered him a 2-year contract.
Right. Yeah.
And it may be that Derbyshire only were offering a 1-year deal.
Yeah. As Pennington bowls 2 and he pushes out on the offside, end of the over, which would reinforce really the belief that he has in his own ability, I suppose. 176 for 7 at the end of that over. Kimber's on 41, Parkinson on 5, and as we keep saying, or I keep saying, this game, in my opinion, very much in the balance at the moment.
He and his brother played in the Cheshire League, the club cricket, Urmston I think it was, with a U. And they actually represented Staffordshire as twins in 2015.
There is a North Staffs and South Cheshire League, isn't there? Worcestershire have just signed somebody from the Cheshire League, left arm seamer Ben Gibbon, after impressing in trials with the second team.
So Leach to continue from the Diglis end to bowl to Louis Kimber, who is turning his wrists on that one as he pushes it a fullish delivery back down the pitch on the onside out to mid-on. No great aggressive intent from Kimber. He's just setting his stall out with that single that he picked up after tea. He's the top scorer in the innings now, Louis Kimber. Hill scored 40. 2 slips, 3rd man as Leach goes in and bowls to Kimber, who is bringing 3rd man into action with a push, firm footed push off the back foot that takes a thick outside edge, runs down sort of through about 5th slip stroke gully down towards 3rd man, jogs the single, who's on to 42 and 77 for 7. Parkinson just checks his guard with umpire Cook. He was talking about bowling when Nick Cook is umpiring Callum Parkinson, as is going to happen later on in this game at some stage, I'm sure. Leach is in, bowls to him, and he's pushing out towards mid-wicket on this occasion. He said he doesn't sort of say, he doesn't advise me, he says, but Nick Cook, obviously left armsman who played for England, he said he kept looking up towards the sky. You know, he clearly wanted me to toss it up a bit higher, you know, to give it a bit more air, give it a bit more. And he said he would never say anything like that, but he kept looking up. And he said in the end, he said I was trying not to look at him when I walked back to my mark.
Yeah.
In goes Leach and bowls. Parkinson leaves outside off stump. That was much earlier this season. Can't remember who it was against.
I played some league cricket with Mushtaq Mohammed, you know, the Pakistani leg spinner and all-rounder, and he used to play for Northampton County Cricket, and he told me a very funny story about an interaction with Dickie Bird that he had when he was playing for Northants, which I may have related on air before, but not for a good few years. I'll just recall it in the next over.
Leach is in, Parkinson is defending, a bit more firmly this time, but only as far as mid-wicket.
So Mushy always used to bowl if a left-hander came in, if he got a wicket and the next man in was a left-hander, he always bowled a googly first ball to the left-hander. And as a keeper, and I could pick his googly, I was always expecting it and waiting for it. And we got many a stumping off a left-hander first ball as somebody who played for one going the other way. And he said he'd always done it. It was something he used to do when he played in county cricket as well. And he recalled an occasion when it happened.
Leach is in. Parkinson is turning it out towards deep square. Man had gone out too deep mid-wicket. Parkinson perfectly content. Kimber to take the single. End of the over, 178 for 7.
And he said that Northampton were playing Sussex at Northampton, I think, and Dickie Bird was umpiring, and Mushtaq got a wicket, and the next man in was Peter Graves, who was a left-hander for Sussex. And Mushy turned to Dickie Bird and he said, "Watch this, Dickie." He said, "Left-hander, I'll give him a googly first ball, just watch." He said, and Graves came in and took guard, and Mushtaq bowled the first ball, and he landed it exactly right on about the left-hander's middle and leg or something like that. And Graves went as if to sort of leave it and allow it to hit him on the pad, and it was a googly, and it went the other way. Pennington comes in from the New Road end and bowls Sue Parkinson, who plays defensively back to him. He said, and it turned and bounced, and it missed the top of the off stump by an absolute fraction. And the wicket-keeper, who was probably George Sharp, I think, probably took it. And he said that there was a little bit of excitement from the fielders and from the bowler, not too much, but Dickie Bird went, "Oh my God, you're nearly, fantastic, you're nearly, absolutely incredible." And Peter Graves said, "What's going on?" The umpire's celebrating as though I've just been dismissed. In comes Pennington and bowls to Parkinson, who drives at that, misses it, taken by a diving Cox behind the stumps, and there's no run. And he said it was a really, really funny moment with the umpire jumping around, waving his arms around and celebrating this wonderful piece of bowling, and the batsman just couldn't quite believe it. And it's not hard to believe when you've seen Dickie Bird in action, I suppose, but nice story from days gone by. He was a great cricketer, Mushtaq. Still living in Birmingham, 178 for 7 as Pennington is in and bowls, and Parkinson gets a run, steering this one down to third man. Fielded down there by Brett D'Oliveira down at third man. Goodness me, you don't see that very often. They're really ringing the changes in terms of fielding positions today, Worcestershire. Libby's been down there for a lot of the day. He's at mid-off. That's where D'Oliveira's been. And Roderick in the covers quite consistently today. He's been quite lively. Baker at mid-wicket most of the time. As Pennington is in again and bowls, and this one is turned through mid-wicket by Kimber. He'll get a couple as Baker runs from his position as a sort of squarish mid-wicket down towards our commentary position at wide long on to do the fielding, and they go back for a couple. Kimber, the impressive Kimber, top scorer now in the innings, moves on to 44, and it's 181 for 7. It's idyllic scene here at New Road, I must say, for late September. Lovely sunshine, and Pennington in from the New Road end bowls, and Kimber drives up to mid-off where Libby fields, and there's no run. The pitch for this game is quite well over on the 7 side of the square. If you know the ground, the boundary in front of the pavilion has been brought in some 30 or 40 yards, and the dugouts they use for T20 have been brought out and moved up to the rope, and they are in use for the coaches and the subs, the 12 men, etc. As Pennington finishes over with a wide-ish delivery outside off stump, left alone by Kimber, and it's 181 for 7 at the end of the 68th over. 28 left in the day. Daryl Mitchell playing his last game for Worcestershire. The prospect of his second last innings for the county coming up, and I suppose if you're him or you're Jake Libby and you're an opening batsman, this is the way I would be thinking. I'm thinking, well, if we're going to knock these wickets over, I'd rather do it sooner than later, so I've got a decent chance. I don't really
want to come in for
really
20 minutes
15, 20 minutes
yes.
Against the new ball, but there you go.
Joe Leach trying to endeavour to give him that little bit of extra time, comes in and bowls to Callum Parkinson, who leaves outside off stump. Again, a little bit like Kimber against Leach. He was being able to leave an awful lot from Leach in this spell. Very hard to say what a good score is on the track. I mean, we'll be able to say after the completion of Worcestershire's first innings, in goes Leach and bowls. Parkinson very correct, big stride forward defensive out into the offside. D'Oliveira jogs in, picks up and throws back to Cox. No run, of course. Crowd basking in this slightly unexpected burst of late summer sunshine, which is scheduled to last until Friday, and then it gets unpleasant and cold and miserable again, as it should be when the cricket season is finished. In goes Leach and bowls. Parkinson back foot, going to pick up at least 3 runs, could be 4. In fact, he's timed it really nicely, Callum Parkinson. Out between point and cover, all D'Oliveira can do is jog after the ball as it crosses the ropes and goes a good 10 yards beyond them. Fairness to myself, it was going across the square, the cut pitches, if you like, and the practice pitches that extend almost to the boundary square of the wicket on that side of the ground. So there was not much in its way as it chased across the outfield. 185 for 7, Parkinson into double figures. Leach turns. In he comes past umpire Cook and bowls much straighter. Parkinson turns it out towards mid-wicket. The bell sounds, which is a useful reminder that it's updates time.
Don't they come round quickly?
Every half hour or so.
Off goes Richard to update BBC Radio Leicester listeners, and I'll be doing the same for BBC Radio Hereford and Worcester's listeners into the 4 o'clock news programme very shortly. As Joe Leach turns at the Diglis end and comes in once more and bowls a short delivery to Parkinson, who ducks underneath that and allows it through to wicketkeeper Ben Cox. 185 for 7. Lovely sunny evening at New Road. Late afternoon, we should say, shouldn't we, rather than evening. Shadows lengthening though. As Leach comes in and bowls outside the off stump. Parkinson lifts his bat well clear of that, allows it through to the keeper. End of the over. Parkinson 11 not out off 35 balls. Kimber, the rock on which the Leicestershire, well, the second half of this Leicestershire innings has been founded, certainly, is 44 not out off 111 balls. And the men out are Azad 2, Patel 22 and Rhodes 27 this morning, and since lunch, well, in the afternoon session, Hill for 40, Mike for 3, Bates without scoring, and Barnes for 13. No successes since tea for Worcestershire. Here's Dylan Pennington from the New Road end, bowls, and Kimber gets a run, just going on the back foot and working this one wide of Joe Leach at mid-on. Leach moving around to his right to do the fielding. They take a single. Kimber goes to 45, and Parkinson will be on strike against Pennington, who's in his 16th over. 1 for 36 so far for the young paceman. 2 slips in place, the only close catches. Other than that, pretty conventional field that we've had most of the day for the seamers, which I'll describe after this ball. Pennington in bowls, and Parkinson drives up to mid-on. Leach fields, or misfields, and they get a single. That's gone right through the Worcestershire captain's hands, and he's annoyed with himself. Picked it up, threw on the turn and hit the stumps at the non-striker's end, but the batsmen were through for a single. So they say never run on a misfield, but on that occasion it was justified. 187 for 7. Here comes that update. No success since the tea interval for Worcestershire, as Leicestershire attempt to build something of a recovery, having lost 4 wickets in the afternoon session. At one stage they were 112 for 3, but they slumped to 133 for 6, and by tea had limped really to 171 for 7. Since then, Louis Kimber, who's the rock on which this recovery is being built, has been joined by his captain Callum Parkinson, and between them they've taken Leicestershire on to 187 for 7. Kimber has 45, Parkinson has 12, and we're halfway through the 70th over of the innings. And it's Pennington again bowling to Kimber, who steers this down on the offside, and it's fielded at backward point by Ed Barnard, and there's no addition to the score. Pennington, I was just saying, his field, it's a conventional sort of field that we've seen most of the day for the right arm seamers. 2 slips, and we've got a third man, backward point, cover, extra cover, or backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg. As Pennington is in, bowls, and Kimber gets a single, steering this off a thickish outside edge, but all along the ground and under control, down to third man Jake Libby, and the score goes to 188 for 7, and Kimber to 46. Worcestershire striving now for this 8th wicket, 28 added so far by this pair. Pennington turns again and bowls to Parkinson, who clips that one to mid-wicket where Baker fields, and there's no run. So 10 overs more until the new ball could be taken, and I think if I were Joe Leach, I'd be keen to take that new ball as soon as it becomes available, and it might be that we see Josh Baker brought into the attack fairly shortly. In fact, I think we're going to see him straight away, and I think the idea will be to whip through these 10 overs to the new ball, and if Baker picks up a wicket or 2 in that time, then maybe not take the new ball, but obviously if these 2 are still together in 10 overs time, then I think Leach probably would take the new ball. Yeah, and that's maybe why he's having a little break now.
Yeah, so he'll be hoping, there's no need, he'll be hoping to be batting in a few overs time. He's been telling BBC Radio Leicester's FM listeners that if they can get up to 220, 240, they'll be, I think, feel that they're certainly par, if not just a fraction above it. So very hard to tell, but Kimber continues to acquit himself admirably. Checks his guard with umpire Cook. Baker has 2 slips, otherwise he has mid-on and mid-off now. Well, mid-off is actually long, off, back, a little bit short for once for Baker, and Kimber goes back and crashes it away, cuts it away down towards the sweeper on the cover boundary, who is usually Morris. I think it still is.
Yep,
it is. So Kimber on to 47, 189 for 7. Baker in to Parkinson. Bounces a little bit, but from a bit short of a length, and Parkinson too can get up on his toes and force out into the gap in the covers. Morris has to come in from the ropes to field. Single taken by Parkinson. Just missed his ideal length the first 2 balls. He'll get into it again. One of the impressive things about Baker has been the consistency of his lengths. In he goes and bowls again. That's a little bit short, and he goes back, Kimber, but doesn't time it as well. It sounded a little bit tinny off his bat, and he ended up picking out D'Oliveira at backward point. Baker is in. A little bit better length, that said. Kimber's still able to go back and force it out into the offside, time it nicely. Out to Morris it goes, single taken again. Much happier, obviously, both batsmen, when that length is just a fraction too short. Baker is in. Again, perhaps looking out into the offside. Not much foot movement there from Parkinson. And pushes it a little in a slightly ungainly way out towards extra cover. Baker is in, brings him forward this time, better length, and Parkinson defends it out towards extra cover. End of the over. Might need an over just to get back into his rhythm a little bit. Josh Baker, 16 overs, 2 for 23, 6 of them maidens. Very, very impressive figures for the teenager. 191 for 7, Leicestershire.
Tweet from Simon, who says, wondering why Moeen Ali isn't playing in this match, and do I think he should be captain of Worcestershire next season? Well, he's not playing in this match because I think he's gone to the IPL, and
not here next season, hardly here. I think he's not playing season.
And I don't think he'll be captain. No, I don't think we'll see a lot of him. He might play some white ball cricket, but no, I don't think he's a candidate for the captaincy at all. I mean, he skippers the side in white ball cricket and does a fantastic job, but I wouldn't be worrying too much about him in terms of long-term planning, I don't think, as Ed Barnard comes into the attack to replace Dylan Pennington at the New Road End.
Yeah, somebody like him who plays all forms for England really now. Okay, well,
yeah,
bit in and out, but all forms essentially. You just don't see
his
him.
His brother's here, so
he could be captain.
Yeah. Kadir, who did play here and then went on to Gloucestershire and then started his coaching at Warwickshire and is now second team coach here, sitting out on one of the dugouts in front of us as Barnard comes in and bowls, and this one is pushed up to mid-off the back foot by Kimber. Repeat of his shot almost of the previous ball. It's 191 for 7. Barnard 10.2 overs now, 2 for 31, and he's picked up the wickets of Hill and Patel. Comes in again now and bowls to Kimber, who goes on the back foot, pushes up to Leach at mid-on. Kimber showing admirable patience, determination, fortitude, stickability and general responsibility out there, holding things together. He's faced 121 balls for his 48. It's included some really lovely shots, but he has refused to be rushed or disturbed really in any way. It's very impressive.
To play with any nerves really. I'm sure he feels them, but
one slip only in place now. The hair's got a man on the drive at short extra as Barnard is in, and he lets that go outside the off stump, and well he might, because it was pretty wide to start with, taken by Ben Cox. 191 for 7 score remains. These two then doing a good job. They've added 31 so far. These good little partnerships, you know, 27 for that last wicket, 31 for this, after that sort of mini collapse in mid-afternoon. Good effort as Barnard is in again and bowls, and Kimber leaves this one alone outside the off stump, and it's taken by Cox. Better line that time, good leave. That's been a feature of his innings actually, Kimber. His leaves have been very, very well judged, including one off Josh Baker where the ball pitched on the stumps and he left it and it turned past the off stump. Now you could call that fortunate, or you could call it exceptional to look at the ball, read its flight, see how many revs are on it, and think, oh, that's going to turn. I'll leave that. Barnard in, bowls, and that's 4. Short and wide outside off stump, and that's what he's done so well, Kimber. He's gone on the back foot, cracked it away for 4, and brought up his 50 off 124 balls. A really excellent innings.
Kimber's 50 are 124 balls with 8 balls.
And that's his 8th 4, and as I said, he's kind of capitalised on more or less every bad ball that has been bowled to him, and I just continue to be extremely impressed. End of the over. Ed Barnard, 11 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 35, 195 for 7. Kimber 52, faced 124 balls and hit 8 4s.
His second consecutive 50. His first last week came off just 45 balls, included 6 4s and a 6. This is a completely different challenge, and in its own way more impressive. In goes Bates, bowls to Parkinson, who's on the back foot, dropping it down towards short third man. D'Oliveira just has to skip to his left from backward point. Parkinson momentarily inquiring of Kimber whether a quick single might be on the cards. He looks to turn that one down into the leg side. Comes off a little bit of a leading edge along the ground out towards mid wicket, who comes running into field, Gareth Roderick, and there's no run. Bates is in. Parkinson defends a length delivery, not a big stride forward. Bates whipping through this over, halfway through it already. In he goes. Parkinson is forward. Again, he thinks there might be a quick single in as it squirts out into the leg side. Cox in pursuit, gets to it quickly, so sent back by Kimber, not that he'd gone very far. Bates bowls, Parkinson defends again, ball off the pitch, not getting to the pitch of it, but playing it solidly enough. Bates bowls, Parkinson leaves outside off stump. A good leave. Cox shows the ball to the stumps, doesn't bother taking off the bails. End of the over. Rapid in the extreme. I've got the right end of the stick here, haven't I, with Bates overs lasting about...
Baker.
Beg your pardon,
Yeah.
Baker.
Yeah, about 90
a minute,
seconds, I think.
A minute and a half.
Yeah.
And Josh Bates. What been calling? Is there a Josh Bates playing? I don't know.
No, there's Sam Bates, isn't there?
Yes, of course.
For you.
Probably. Yeah.
I
That's
say
why
you.
he's in my mind.
It's not you
for
or we.
Leicestershire.
Leicestershire and Worcestershire, of course, but we can't help showing our allegiances sometimes.
Mixing up my
Yeah.
teenagers.
Yeah.
Apologies to both.
Anyway, it's Ed Barnard from the New Road End bowling to Kimber, who is beaten for the first time for a long time outside the stump by a really good one from Ed Barnard. I mean, when he gets it right like that, reminds you of the Barnard of a couple of years ago, really. Just had to play at it, just angled in from fairly wide on the crease and just holding its line. Good delivery, 6 inches straighter maybe, and to start with, and might have got a nick. Certainly doing a bit. Here's Barnard again. He's in. He bowls, and Kimber goes on the back foot, plays back up the pitch to the bowler. Key partnership this, I think. Certainly a key wicket, Kimber. But they've done well. 35 so far now added for this 8th wicket, which in this context of this game is decent. There's Barnard again. In bowls, and Kimber gets a single, pushing out square on the offside, fielded by Roderick, who throws at the stumps at the non-strikers and misses them by a good yard or 3, and the batsman, I think, would have been home anyway. Kimber goes to 53, and now this is where, if you're an opening batsman, I think you would be starting to this is purely me as an ex-opener thinking, 23 overs left. I do not want to have to come in for 5 or 6 overs at the end of the day. Barnard in again, bowls, and this one's driven square on the offside, well fielded by D'Oliveira at backward point. No run. You know, I'd rather we knock these wickets over quickly and I go in and I've got a good hour, you know, 15 overs or so, rather than drag it out and end up bowling them out with 8 overs left in the day or something like that. It'd be just horrible, wouldn't it? And Daryl Mitchell wouldn't want to begin one of his last 2 innings for the county like that, but it could well happen. Barnard bowls, and this one is driven square on the offside for 4. Full half volley, and Parkinson doesn't miss out on that, drives it away to the boundary on the 7 side of the ground. Good firm punch, very well organised, didn't have to reach too far with his hands for that one, just let it come and then just made sure he got a good solid bat on it and found the gap between cover and cover point and off to the boundary, and the 200 up for Leicestershire as Barnard bowls again. This one outside the off stump, left alone by the batsman, taken by the keeper Cox, and that's the end of the over. Barnard's 17 overs, 7 maidens, 2 for 23, and Leicestershire's 200 is up. They have their first bonus point. Worcestershire have 2. Probably nothing more meaningless than bonus points at this time of the season in Division 3, but there we go. 200 for 7, Kimber 53, Parkinson 17.
Baker will continue from the Diglis end. He'll continue until the new ball becomes available. And who knows, maybe thereafter as well. Steps to the crease and bowls. Kimber leaves. Outside off stump, of course. Cox just whips it straight back to Josh Baker. Just the one slip now for Kimber. He's got long off out and he bowls, and Kimber is forward, pushing out to the man at shortish extra cover, who's Jack Haynes, who was at second slip. Baker bowls, slog swept over to mid wicket by Kimber, and it's gone all the way for 6. Well, that was Kimber showing his aggressive side, arguably for the, well, not arguably for the first time. He's hit some cracking 4s already, 8 in his 50, but there was something vaguely agricultural, but even then it was such a clean pick up and hit, and it went into the hedge, just about actually where Worcestershire have a little sort of memorial garden, and the cricketers are being left to it by the spectators. They found it, because obviously they know the rules these days. You mustn't touch the ball if at all possible. It has now been plucked out of that hedge down there. And Kimber picks up 6, moves on to 59, 206 for 7. Parkinson comes down for a congratulatory word. I suspect the ball is shown to Nick Cook, and will possibly they'll have a few bits plucked out of it, I would imagine. He's doing something to it, Cook. And he's summoning Hassan Adnan, his fellow umpire, over to have a look at the ball. How many overs is it old? 74.2 overs. And it looks like it's going to have to be replaced, so they're going to have to find a pretty battered specimen with which to replace it.
Not too battered. It hasn't been battered that much, has it?
No, but you know what I mean, in terms of age.
Yeah.
Pretty aged in those terms.
I think that's another thing about games at this time of year, isn't it? You know, you get a ball in July or August on a dry outfield and a dry pitch, and it gets smashed around all over the place and be in a right state by this stage. But this one, I think its surface has probably been affected rather than anything else. Do you think, by it landing on it? Probably landed on the concrete over there.
Yeah, there's not that. It sped into the hedge and it went over the green seats. So there is a sort of walkway behind it, but it's not wide, is it? No. But you're right, it probably did land on it. And if it did, it will have. And then buried itself in that sort of hedge behind it. Yeah. So that will add to the
this is
over rate, which is +3 at the moment.
This
has
Baker's
completely
taken
ruined
ages.
Baker's run time per overs record, which is
Goodness
impressive at the moment. So a new old ball has been chosen, handed to Josh Baker. Daryl Mitchell jogs into position at first slip. Baker is in to Kimber's, looking to turn to mid-wicket, doesn't time it, trickles out down the pitch on the onside. Baker himself field. Mitchell has got the scruffiest old pair of trainers on, they're absolutely grey.
Well, he's not going to buy another pair now, is he?
I suppose not. You would think he'd get one or two sponsored pairs. Still, in goes Baker and bowls, clipped in the air for a few feet by Louis Kimber. Out towards mid-on, but mid-on is Joe Leach, and he is sort of halfway back. He's deep-ish mid-on. Baker is in, it goes through Kimber, the arm ball. I think he was very late down on it, chops it down somehow. It doesn't go onto the stumps. Well, bowled by Josh Baker. Almost got through Kimber there. He had to really come down on that one late. He did just manage to do so. Survives 206 for 7 at the end of the 75th over. 59 to Kimber.
Yeah, first real mistake he's made since tea, I would say, that Kimber. Played so well, but that one very nearly got through him. Just got to persevere, Baker. Keep at it. He's got to. The other thing about Baker that I've picked up from the other players is how well they think he responds when he's bowling to what the batsmen do. If somebody hits him for 6, how cool he remains and how he doesn't let it worry him and how he just keeps on bowling, and that would have been a very good example of it really if he could have picked up a wicket in that over. Here's Barnard in, bowls, bouncer to Parkinson. Unexpected from Barnard, as it always is, but he has that capability. Climbs over the batsman's head through to the keeper. But yeah, it's part of learning your trade as a spinner is not just the bowling, not just the actual skills that you possess, but having that ability to cope with what comes at you in terms of what the batsmen do, and maintaining your calm. Barnard bowls outside the off stump, taken by Cox, so that if the batsman hit you for 6 like Kimber did in that last over, you don't let it get to you and you keep to your plans and keep a level head, and Baker did do that and very nearly got his reward. But as I say, Kimber, who's leaning on his bat at the non-striker's end, 59 not out, has been the standout performer in this innings by some margin. Barnard bowls, Parkinson drops that down on the onside and there's no run. Lewis Hill played well for his 40, but we thought he was a little bit loose early on and a little bit manic after lunch, if anything really, although there were some excellent shots in there. I'm not decrying some of the shots that he played, but he did think he was giving the bowler a chance, and eventually he did edge Barnard to first slip and went for 40. This one to Parkinson is left alone outside the off stump by Parkinson. Barnard, 2 balls left in the over, and this is where he'll want to complete the over without bowling a loose one. This last few overs has just slipped in the odd loose delivery, and both these two have capitalised. Two balls left then as he comes in from the New Road end and bowls, and that's short again, and Parkinson gets inside it, shapes to hook, and then just decides not to and sort of swivels round and allows it to pass over his left shoulder and through to Ben Cox.
I make it that Kimber came in, I may be wrong, the 28th over, so it's not as if he's just been playing against an aged ball sort of thing all the way through. He came in the morning session.
28th over he did, just before lunch. Here's Barnard in, bowls, and Parkinson steers this down behind square on the offside. Good save by D'Oliveira. Maiden over from Barnard. 13 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 40. His figures, it's 206 for 7.
Baker then will surely continue from the Diglis end. 2 more from him, perhaps 2 more from Barnard, and then the new ball is due, which Joe Leach and Worcestershire will be hoping will finish off this Leicestershire first innings. 46 these two have put on now for the 8th wicket. 46 potentially very valuable runs for Leicestershire. Looks like Morris is warming up down on the cover boundary, perhaps in anticipation of that new ball. Baker is in. Forward goes Kimber. Back down the pitch it goes to Josh Baker. Who is in and bowling. Kimber goes back. Might just stay a little bit low. He looked to be looking down on that one rather, as he pushed it again back down the pitch off the back foot. Baker bowls. He goes back again. This time turns the arm ball out towards mid wicket, who's down there on the boundary now. He's giving himself, or Leach has given Baker a good bit of cover out there on the leg side to Kimber now. He takes the single, moves on to 60. His first class best, I should say, now for Leicestershire. Louis Kimber. In goes Baker, bowls to Callum Parkinson. Conventional forward defensive. In goes Baker. Parkinson again, conventional forward defensive out into the offside. His first class best, Kimber, is actually 62, which he must have scored for Loughborough. In is Baker, and momentarily arms start to go up as Parkinson presses forward, takes him maybe inside edge, maybe pad, bit of both. Drops out into the on side, and that is the end of the over. 207 for 7. 77 have been bowled, 3 remain. Kimber has 60, Parkinson has 17. Everybody waiting for the new ball, perhaps now.
Nick Cook's having a chat with Daryl Mitchell and Ben Cox now about something. Not quite sure what. Talking about, they're actually discussing technique, I think. There's a bit of a wave of the arm from Cook suggesting a batting motion, but always keen for a chat, as Richard was saying. Nick Cook, the umpire, jovial figure, moving off to square leg now, hands in pockets, and it is Charlie Morris coming into the attack at the New Road end to replace Ed Barnard. Morris so far has picked up 1 wicket for 49 runs. He comes in now and bowls to Kimber, who drives a half volley straight down the ground for 4. Lovely shot. Bit of a loosener, I suppose you could say, from Charlie Morris. Full, and Kimber in very good touch drives that straight down the ground, just wide of the stumps at the non-striker's end for 4, and he moves on to 64, and the total to 211 for 7. 19 overs left in the day, and Leicestershire moving into a position of some strength now, I think it's fair to say, as Morris comes in and bowls, and Kimber on the back foot plays defensively into the covers. 160 for 7, so these pair, that's the 50 partnership now. 51 added for this 8th wicket, which is in the circumstances when they were 160 for 7 and Worcestershire were hoping they could bowl them out for 200 or so. The partnership of 51 for the 8th wicket is not to be underestimated, and Kimber has played a major part in holding this innings together. Morris bowls to him and he's forward. pushing out into the covers. D'Oliveira fields, and there's no run. A very mature innings, I would suggest, from Louis Kimber, Oakham schoolboy, ex-Oakham schoolboy, and he's held things together. As Richard was saying just a few minutes ago, he came in as early as the 28th over, so a good effort from him. Morris in, bowls to him, plays back to the bowler. There's no run. So yeah, he's been there for nearly 50 overs now, and held things together. Louis Kimber, 64 not out. Good effort. Charlie Morris, 2 balls left in this over, and there'll be 18 left in the day after this. 2 more after this before the new ball is due. Morris bowls short, and that's heaved away over square leg for 4. Excellent shot from Kimber, who looks in really good touch, as I say. 68 not out, career best now for Louis Kimber, and well deserved. Update coming for BBC Hereford and Worcester's FM listeners shortly. Bad news if you're a Worcestershire supporter, that this partnership continues to grow. 55 now added for this 8th wicket, as Morris is in and bowls, and Kimber is on the back foot, forcing this one through the offside for a single, which means he'll keep the strike, and he is on 69, and it's 216 for 7 at the end of that over. 2 more overs before the new ball is available, and at the end of that over, Morris's figures 14 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 58. And Josh Baker to continue from the Diglis end. The left arm spinner bowling round the wicket to the right-handed Louis Kimber, and that's allowed through by Kimber to wicketkeeper Cox. Bit of turn though, bit of bounce. Cox for Baker into Cox's gloves. He's in again now and bowls, and Kimber goes back to a much quicker, flatter ball, which goes on with the arm and is taken by Cox. Decent leave by Kimber. This time he goes back and pushes defensively out on the offside, and there's no run as the fielding is done by Jack Haynes at short extra cover. Baker again is in, round the wicket, bowls. Kimber lets that one go outside the off stump, and again a bit of turn, a bit of bounce, and it's taken by Cox. Parkinson leaning on his bat. Non-strikers then will not be discouraged by the response that Baker's getting from this pitch. Leicestershire building a very nice recovery here, 160 for 7 just before tea, but that 8th wicket pair are still together. Louis Kimber in particular has impressed, and he's reached a career best 70 so far in partnership with his captain Callum Parkinson, who is on 17, and this pair really frustrating Worcestershire at the moment. The new ball is just 1 over away. Worcestershire might hope that they can take that and break this partnership and see off this Leicestershire innings, but at the moment 57 added for the 8th wicket so far. Kimber is on 70, Parkinson on 17, and after 79 overs Leicestershire are 217 for 7. And Richard's back.
1 to go in terms of that new ball. Morris will continue from the New Road end of the ground. One assumes that Leach would be one of those to take the new ball, probably with Pennington. Who knows, Morris might get it if he can nip somebody out in this over. He's coming in now to bowl to Louis Kimber, who gets a short ball. He tries to pull it away, almost hook it away. It was shoulder high when it went through down the leg side. Didn't get anything on it. There is a wide long leg and a deep mid wicket at the moment. It was taken by Cox down the leg side. Gauntlets pointing upwards. Change in the field as a consequence. Leach brings out one of the men on the off side, who is Brett D'Oliveira, and he does go out to deep mid wicket, and the man who was at deep mid wicket, who I think is Haynes, is now at deep backward square. In goes Morris short again. This time it's a straighter delivery out to off stump and up on his toes. Kimber rides it away really nicely, guides it down towards wide third man. The throw comes in. It overthrows Cox, but good work by Brett D'Oliveira, who gets up from his position at deep mid wicket to make sure that there are no overthrows. Kimber moves on to 71, his every run enhancing his first class career best. But I must admit, as somebody who's watched Leicestershire for a long time, I'm very, very impressed with this innings from Louis Kimber, just in the way he's handled himself, as well as the way he's played, the shots he's played in the innings. He's left the ball so well when he's had to as well. In goes Morris and bowls. Parkinson's trying to whip one away down the leg side, doesn't get anything on it as he tries to turn it off his hip down towards sort of wide long leg, taken by Cox away to his left. Leach starts to bowl a few looseners at mid-on, I think we can assume therefore that he will be taking the new ball from the Diglis end in 3 deliveries time. Frustration for Worcestershire at the moment, as these two have added, what is it now, 61 for the 8th wicket. Morris is in, back foot force from Parkinson, can't get it past Pennington, who is now sitting on his bottom, splay-legged, having stopped the ball, looks suspiciously at the turf. He managed to get something behind it and then athletically leaps to his feet, having stopped the ball. Morris 1 for 59 from 14.4. Been just a little bit inconsistent, perhaps. Little skip to start his run up, walks into it, then bowls, and it's full down the leg side, and Parkinson raises his eyes to the heavens, having tried to clip it away and not got anything on it. Cox takes away to his left behind the stumps. Again, the leaves on the trees just not stirring at all. It has been a wonderfully still day here at New Road. Horse chestnut that stands over the marquee, that is pretty much a permanent feature now. It seems to have been there for years.
Yeah, no, it is.
Temporary permanent marquee alongside the ladies' pavilion. It's had a gym in it at one stage, as well as been used for hospitality. Morris is in. Parkinson's trying to turn to the leg side. It looked pretty high to me and was going on down the leg side. Hassan Adnan says no, not out. Every single appeal for leg before in this innings has been turned down. There must have been at least 10 of them. End of the over. End of the 80 overs.
Missing a leg anyway.
For 7. Yeah.
Yeah, they've turned them down with great consistency, these umpires, and we've looked at all the replays and I reckon they've been right on every single occasion. Not always the case. When you watch the replays, you sometimes look and think, ooh, I reckon he's got that wrong. But they are taking the new ball, and they need 3 wickets to wrap this innings up. I'll still be hoping they can get them in a rush. You know, if they break this partnership, they'll be thinking we could knock them over. We can still knock them over 230, 240, but obviously it could go the other way. We assess this pitch as being a fairly helpful one. It's turned a bit, not particularly venomously. It seemed a bit, there's been a bit of movement in the air throughout the day, and I reckon 250 be a decent score on this pitch. But of course You can never tell until you've seen both teams bowl on it. Joe Leach with new ball in hand comes in from the Diglis end now. Bustles in and bowls to Kimber, who is out. First ball with the new ball, produces a wicket. His LBW. Just been saying they've been turning shouts down all day, and that one is upheld by umpire Nick Cook. Leach comes in, bowls, yeah, back pad. I reckon that's a pretty good shout. Kimber looked disappointed as well, he might, but he's played a really good innings.
He has. The cheer was distinctly ironic that echoed around New Road then, I think, reflecting the number of appeals that have been turned down, but as we've said, pretty much correctly.
Oh, I think they were, and I think that was correct as well.
Agreed. Nick Cook sort of turned to the crowd, I think, with semi-raised eyebrows. Applause for Louis Kimber as he leaves the field, led by Tom Smith, Leicestershire's assistant coach and head bowling coach. Admirable innings from young Kimber. Showed a different side to his game. And well, he did open the batting for Loughborough, as well as captain them. So he's far more than simply a hitter. So Chris Wright comes out to the wicket, probably having anticipated that he might be coming out to replace Callum Parkinson. His captain is still there. It's Kimber he replaces, so bonus runs from now on in really for Leicestershire. And again, the game swings.
Yeah, as I said, you know, you could think you could wrap it up in 2 or 3 overs now, wouldn't you, if you were Worcestershire? That's what you'd be saying out there now.
Yeah.
New ball. Number 10 in there. Let's get through them.
150 balls, 10 fours and a 6 for Louis Kimber.
Good innings. So Wright is the new batsman. Chris Wright, who got a career best recently, Richard?
He did, yes, first class Chris. He's got over 3,000 first class runs, but he made, let's have a look at my records, I think it was 83 he got at Derby. 87, I beg his pardon, off 167 balls, 12 fours and a 6.
Here's Leach into him now, bowls, and he's forward to that one and kind of squeezing it off an inside edge up to mid-on. You could hear the clunk of the hard new ball on the bat as it ran away to the fielder Baker, who's bowled pretty well himself here today, but Leach getting that new ball in his hand and picking up his second wicket, and he'll be steaming in there from the Diglis end, hoping to wrap things up fairly quickly. Here he is now, he's in, he bowls and he beats Wright outside the off stump with a good one. Didn't need to play at it, and then pulled his bat away at the last minute as if he hadn't played at it, but I think he did actually. Just have another look in case his dad's watching or something and he'll tell me I'm talking rubbish. Yeah, he played at that, I reckon. He played at that. He pretended he didn't, but he did really, I reckon. Don't you?
No, I think you're right. Possibly had a little feel.
There's Leach in. I want to straighten up a little bit. He does, and that's a good lead this time by Wright, who knew exactly what he was doing, and that thinking, that's what I should have done on the one before. And it goes through to Cox.
245 runs this season, with that 87 being his best at just about 19. That's in 14 innings. I say no mug with the bat, right? The fact he's got over 3,000 first class runs.
Yeah.
He can hang around.
Well, he waits now. Bat raised as Leach is in and bowls to him, and he's off the mark, turning this one away behind square on the leg side and jogging up to the far end of the ground. He has a single, 219 for 8. So Worcestershire, having taken this new ball, will be hoping to wrap things up. Took it and got rid of Kimber. Key man, played really well for his 71. Leach now to Parkinson. Balls, and Parkinson leaves. Excuse me, been a long day. Outside the off stump, taken by Cox. End of the over from Joe Leach. 17 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 38. His figures now, it's 219 for 8.
Daryl Mitchell may be thinking, well, I'm going to get these awkward. Who knows, 6, 8 overs, 10 overs.
But then he's
but
been
the life
around.
Is good.
He's been
yeah,
around long enough.
To say, he's on familiar.
Would you rather have that, or would you rather come out at 10:30 in the morning and face the new ball? I suppose is the conundrum.
Yeah.
Or would you rather not have to suffer both? It's a hard life, but as you say, he's been around. He knows what it's all about. Dylan Pennington to share the new ball with Joe Leach.
Pennington deserves a little bit of reward. He did pick up 1 wicket. 1 for 38 off his 16 overs. Dismissed George Rhodes. Trying to leave, actually, Rhodes. Managed to edge it to third slip. Pennington is in to right, who defends on the back foot. Out into the offside. Straight delivery. Out towards extra cover. No run. Solitary goal. Flaps over the heads of the cricketers. Shadows of the Graham Hick Pavilion, a utilitarian building away to our right, begins to extend towards the ropes. Pennington is in to right, who has got a leading edge that's floated somehow over extra cover and he's picked up around 10 yards inside the ropes. He was trying to turn that one into the leg side, had no idea where it had gone for a minute, looked up startled. See it lofting over towards extra cover, could have gone absolutely anywhere, got away with it, picks up 1.
Yeah, could easily have been out, couldn't it? Don't know very much about it at all. Bit of pace from Pennington, probably, maybe just didn't quite come on as much as he thought.
In now to Callum Parkinson, who is forward and he's beaten on the outside edge. He's caught behind. He is more than beaten on the outside edge.
LBW.
Or was it leg before?
LBW, yeah.
A little bit of movement, says Parkinson. Now I was going to say it's gone behind the wicket keeper. So, yeah, he was forward, but it wasn't a big stride at all.
Back leg,
it didn't get outside the line at all. Let's have a look at the replay. Yeah. So, having had all those appeals turned down in the first 2 sessions, 2 answered in the affirmative in a row post tee. And Callum Parkinson, doughty little innings, tenacious innings of 17 comes to an end. He faced 66 balls for that 17, 220 for 9, a third bowling bonus point for Worcestershire. Not as Frank said that it makes too much difference in the overall scheme of things, but the game moves on. 220 for 9. Abhi Sakande, formerly of Sussex, comes to the wicket, given a trial and then a playing contract until the end of the season by Leicestershire. This is a big old game for him, really, because his bowling has been kind of okay, but no more than that. And some of the Sussex people against whom he played last week was saying he doesn't look half as quick as he did down in Sussex when he started. So he needs to impress with the ball if he possibly can in this game.
He's got 3 balls to negotiate in this over. If he doesn't, I think Joe Leach's decision to take the new ball will have been entirely justified.
I think it may have been already, really.
Did say if you can get 1, you can just. It's amazing how quickly you can knock him over.
Absolutely. So, more reward for Pennington. 2 for 39 for him now. Yeah, exactly. In he runs, bowls to Sakande, who is turning one neatly into the leg side, and he's going to pick up 2, in fact, in the end, because long leg has to come running around to pick up at deep square. Charlie Morris is the man. Sakande picks up a couple. 2 for 9. 15 overs remain, 14 after this one. Take off 2 for the change of innings. It's going to be an awkward little session for the Worcestershire openers. Night watchman? No, surely not. In goes Pennington and bowls down the leg side, tries to help it on its way. Sakandi, good half stop by Cox, saves for
Worcestershire. Used a night watchman down at Canterbury a couple of weeks ago, and he got out before the end of the day's play. And then you think, well, what's the point anyway?
Not with.
There is a bit of a school of thought
go.
these days that it's not really worth it, isn't it?
Chris Wright, when he made his 87, had come in as night watchman the night before for a couple of overs. Different.
Richard Illingworth used to love it, the opportunity to get in up the order.
Pennington is in, looking for the Yorker. Sakande is equal to it. Everybody can bat these days. It must be so frustrating. Number 11, you'd think, surely she could knock him over, but he kept it out. But well bowled. Dylan Pennington picked up a wicket in the over. 17 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 41 for him. Leicestershire 2 for 9. 14 overs remain.
Yeah, those figures on the board there. Joe Leach 17 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 38, and Dylan Pennington 17 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 41. They've both bowled pretty well, pretty consistently. I think Pennington in particular is not flattered by those figures, and Leach, hoping to improve them further, comes in now from the Diglis end, bowling to right, who's beaten outside the off stump, and that one goes through to Cox. So 2 for 9. The other bowling figures for Worcestershire, if you're just joining us: Leach, as I said, 17 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 38. Well, he's in his 18th. The other ones: Morris 1 for 59 from 15, a little bit expensive. Barnard 2 for 40 from 13, and Baker 2 for 31 from 20. Leach again in bowls, right on the back foot to that one, which is just short of a length, and he pushes it out defensively on the offside. Gareth Roderick does the fielding at extra cover. There's no run. Lovely, lovely late afternoon here at New Road. Shadows lengthening quite considerably now across the ground, but a good crowd, mostly still in their shirt sleeves, enjoying nice temperatures as Leach comes in and bowls right. So the innings closes on 222 with Wright bowled by Joe Leach for 2, and 13 overs left in the day, 2 off for the innings. So we'll have, well, that'll be 10 overs left, I think, for Worcestershire to bat. And that will not at all be a comfortable 10 over period, but that'll be their first target, to try and get through that 10 over period unscathed. It won't be easy on a pitch which has pretty much helped the seamers throughout the day, but that'll be the target, and I'm sure most of the people in the ground will be wishing Daryl Mitchell all the best as he begins what will be his penultimate innings for Worcestershire in all likelihood, and he'll have 10 overs to survive to the end of the day.
Yeah, not too much to gain in those terms, but I'm sure there'll be a sort of slightly ironic smile on his face. Yeah, well, that's the openers a lot, isn't it? Sometimes in red ball cricket, these awkward little periods, and it's one of the things I suspect he might miss, really, in a funny sort of way.
Yeah,
knot of tension, but the conditions remain, in terms of the light, perfect, really. So pitch, he could probably wish for a flatter one, but yeah, he'll get a huge round of applause when he comes out. So Louis Kimber,
anyway, here's Leach from the Diglis end, bowling again to Azad, who is out this time. Caught at second slip by Daryl Mitchell, his 301st catch.
At 1950s at the moment.
It does.
In goes Bernard and bowls. Patel is looking to drive. He's hit it in the air, and he is caught by Leach. A simple catch, and he smacks his
mid off. with the score on 47. So these two have added 40 so far for this third wicket. Pennington bowls and Rhodes is caught at first slip by Jack Haynes. He'll feel he's... As Barnard comes from the New Road end and bowls to him, and he's out, caught at first slip. I've done him, haven't I? Beautifully. Caught at first slip by Jack Haynes, who I mentioned earlier. He's put the bad ball away almost every time it's come along. Baker is in and bowls to Mike, who has thrown his wicket away. He's chipped to catch up to mid-off. Good bowling from Baker, held it back a little. He might be an absolute star as... Oh, he's gone. Yeah, caught at short leg, pushing forward. Very, very good games. Always a pleasure to go there. Morris bowled and he bowled him. He's bowled Barnes with good delivery. Just nipped back off. Say, Mike. I'll leave that. Barnard in bowls, and that's 4. Short and wide outside off stump, and that's what he's done so well, Kimber. He's gone on the back foot, cracked it away.
Baker bowls, slog swept over to mid-wicket by Kimber, and it's gone all the way for 6.
Comes in from the Diglis end now, bustles in. And bowls to Kimber, who is at first ball with the new ball, produces a wicket. His LBW just been maybe just didn't quite come on as much as he thought.
In now to Callum Parkinson, who is forward and he's beaten on the outside edge. He's caught behind. He is more than beaten on the outside edge.
LBW.
Or was it leg before?
LBW, yeah.
9 o'clock in the morning. You've already seen it at 9 in the morning. I know, exactly.
Returning to the field. Callum Parkinson's leading Leicestershire onto the field.
Well, Worcestershire are just about to begin their first innings, and they'll be replying to Leicestershire's all-out score of 222. The innings wrapped up in short order when the new ball was taken. Joe Leach picking up 2 of the last 3 wickets to fall, including that of the outstanding Louis Kimber, who made 71 off 150 balls. Dylan Pennington picking up the other one. So Barnard finished with 2 wickets, Baker 2 wickets, Pennington 2, 3 for Leach and 1 for Charlie Morris. 222 all out Leicestershire, and Worcestershire about to begin their reply, and Daryl Mitchell receiving a guard of honour from the Leicestershire players as he starts what could be his last innings for Worcestershire. Standing ovation for Daryl Mitchell here at New Road, and a guard of honour from the Leicestershire players as he comes out to begin what I suppose could be his last ever innings for Worcestershire, given that they don't know if they're going to have a second innings of this game. There's every likelihood they will have, but I suppose the thinking is that it could possibly have been his last innings for Worcestershire if Worcestershire went on and got 500 or something like that, and therefore they've given him a guard of honour in the first innings. Perhaps if it goes to a second innings there'll be some other form of recognition, but a lovely gesture from the Leicestershire players here at New Road as Worcestershire begin their reply. 11 overs left in the day, and they are replying to that 222 from Leicestershire, and Daryl Mitchell in his final game for Worcestershire is on strike against the bowling of Chris Wright.
Kind of feel as though you ought to describe every ball that Mitchell faces throughout the innings, but there could be an awful lot of them, really.
There could be, and no, that I wouldn't wish that on anybody. Anyway, here comes Wright from the New Road end, and he bowls to Mitchell, and he leaves that first ball alone outside the off stump, and Mitchell, as I say, beginning, well, it probably his last but one innings here at New Road, but made his debut as long ago as 2005, so 16 seasons, over 500 appearances in all cricket for Worcestershire, nearly 14,000 first class runs, 38 hundreds, 2 of them against Leicestershire, 16 of them on this ground. And he waits now as Wright is in and bowls to him, and he lets that one go outside the off stump, and it's taken by the keeper Sam Bates.
Well, if he beats his highest first-class score, Worcestershire will be in a strong position
Yeah.
in this game.
That's unlikely. There's an interesting fact about this score which I roll out every time it's mentioned, and I think it's worth mentioning. But there will be some listeners who are fed up with hearing it. But 298 is highest score, which was made at Taunton. In comes Wright and bowls, and he's off the mark. Mitchell tucking this one down to fine leg. He'll rarely have been applauded more for a single than he has for that one, but at least he's off the mark. When he got that 298 down at Taunton, I'm just trying to work out exactly when it was. I think it was quite early in his career. It might have been 2008, something like that. He became at that point the only player ever to be dismissed in first-class cricket in the history of the game for 298.
2009 it was.
People have been 298 not out. This one is let go by Libby outside the off stump, but it's the only time that a player has been dismissed, which is, you can't believe it, in all the time that cricket has been played, that would be the case. It might have been done since, but at the time certainly the only player ever to have been dismissed on that score. It's quite remarkable. But yeah, it was that was 2009, so there you are. It's fair time ago. But he's kept churning them out, really. Hasn't had such a great season this season, but he's kept churning them out. Anyway, he's non-striker at the moment as Wright moves in to bowl to Libby, and that's outside the off stump and left alone by Libby and taken behind the stumps by Sam Bates. But it's been lean times for Daryl Mitchell in the last few weeks, and I think certainly he will be hoping, and certainly there's a tremendous hope amongst the Worcestershire faithful, both in and out of the ground, that he could just mark this game with something significant in terms of runs. Wright is in again, bowls, and Libby is forward, pushing this one back up the pitch to the bowler. End of the first over. Worcestershire replying to Leicestershire's 222 all out, a 1 without loss.
Well, certainly he and Wright will be old foes one way or another. Bowled and batted against each other on many occasions over the years. Wright, of course, mainly when he was at Warwickshire, Essex too. Now of Leicestershire, perhaps less frequently, but even so on occasion. Sekande is going to open the bowling for Leicestershire, not Ed Barnes from the Diglis end. So, as I say, important for Sekande to impress in this game to a certain extent, playing for a contract next season, just his third first-class appearance for Leicestershire. Got 3 slips in a very pronounced echelon as he comes in and bowls to Mitchell down the leg side. Mitchell shapes to turn it away, doesn't really try to do so, taken by young Sam Bates behind the stumps for the first time for Leicestershire's first team. Hassan Azad is at first slip, Louis Kimber at second, Rishi Patel at third. Lewis Hill with his new gold fox on his cap as Sekande goes in, bowls outside off stump, lifts his bat over the line of the ball. Mitchell lets it go through. He was capped last week, Lewis Hill, and Wright as well. 2 senior players receiving their new baggy green caps with golden foxes rather than red foxes on them. That designates a capped player. What is Worcestershire's? Do they have different kind of caps for capped players? No.
I don't think so. I'm not sure actually.
An extra pair. He goes Sekande and bowls again down the leg side, and again just sort of steps inside the line a bit, really, Mitchell.
I don't think they do. The difference you can always tell with the Worcestershire players is just how faded the cap is. So
yes.
Just look at Mitchell and Oliveira, and their caps are
They
very,
love a
very
faded cap,
yeah.
don't they, the pros?
And then you look at Jack Haynes or someone like that, and it's a very new green one, and Jake Libby. But I don't know if the cap actually, if there's a badge change or anything. Not that I'm aware of.
Sekande is in to Mitchell, who's going to pick up runs here as he reaches forward and pushes it away through extra cover. Parkinson runs back, picks up around 2 yards inside the ropes at deep extra cover. Sakande holds up his hands to indicate that the sun is right in his eyes. Don't throw it in directly, he says. So Parkinson jogs back in with it. Mitchell settles for 2, moves on to 3. All 3 runs Worcestershire have scored in this innings so far. Who has blue caps that turn very rapidly brown?
Kent,
yeah. Isn't it?
Yeah, I thought they were actually a different colour last week.
Well, they are once they've been in the sun for a few hours, it seems. In goes Sakande, bowls outside off stump. Libby allows it to go through.
I actually took it up with our fellow commentators down there last week, and questions were asked in
they
the
need a new manufacturer, really,
we got the
don't
message back that no, they're not a different colour. It is just faded.
Yeah.
But yeah, they look like Surrey brown, don't they?
They do.
They've been in the sun. Yeah.
They do. Leicestershire's look sort of, they go from green to sort of faded green, but they stay green at least. Sakande is in and bowls outside off stump. A leave. Patel, who's an inveterate sort of ooh and ahra at third slip, raised his hands above his head. In fact, it was a pretty safe leave on the part of the batsman. End of the over. Sakande's first over. Just those 2 runs to Mitchell from it. 3 without loss Worcestershire after 2. 9 overs remain for them to negotiate.
Azad's cap is very faded, I notice, and he's not a capped player, is he? So
he's not, but he's obviously
he's got someone's cap on, because it's got a golden fox on the front as well. So that defeats the whole object.
Is he?
It looks like it, yeah.
Shouldn't have. It might be faded, but it should be
it's
a
not
red.
Faded
it should
red.
Be a red fox.
No, it isn't. He is at first slip, isn't he?
Yeah.
Anyway, it's right from the New Road end. Bowls, and that's 4 to Libby, driven through the covers. Shortest boundary on that side of the field. Half volley from right. Libby off the mark with a boundary. Goes to 4. 7 without loss. Yeah, he's definitely got a faded old cap with a golden fox on the front. So he's borrowed one from somewhere, I think. But anyway, yes, the Kent caps definitely go to Surrey brown when they've been in the sun. I've known a few players who cheat, you know. Alex Stewart used to have that one that was almost white, didn't he? That one-day international cap. I remember him wearing. Right bowls again and beats Libby outside the off stump, taken by the keeper. And it started a bit of a trend when I was still playing in league cricket amongst people to get their caps faded so they look really old and leave them out in the sun,
window.
put them in mum's greenhouse for the winter or something like that, or on any time it was sunny and they weren't playing. And cheating.
It lends it a certain cachet, doesn't it?
Cheating.
Cheating, you reckon?
Well, if you're only 20 years old and you've got a cap and it's that faded, I think anybody would know you've got a slight character flaw. Right bowls to Libby, who pushes out on the offside, and it's no run as it's fielded by a man coming in from cover point, who is George Rhodes.
I was going to say, he's one of the players you should
should be able to recognise. Yeah. Well, he didn't play that much.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. He's a very good fielder, George.
7 without loss then. And we've lost our best scoreboard again for some reason. As Chris Wright moves in again. Dark hair flopping as he comes in from the New Road end. And Libby steers this one down to third man for a single, which takes him on to 5. And the total on to 8 without loss. This in reply to Leicestershire's 222. Innings ending in a bit of a rush once the new ball was taken, with Joe Leach picking up 2 of the last 3 wickets to fall. Dylan Pennington getting the other one. Louis Kimber, the most impressive Leicestershire batsman, the first of those 3 to go, out for a very good 71 made of 150 balls, and followed quickly by Parkinson 17 and Wright 2. Is Wright bowling to Mitchell, who drives him through the covers for 4. Lovely shot, effortless, over pitched and just steered really through extra cover by Mitchell. And his first boundary takes him on to 7 and the total on to 12 without loss. Sakande was 2 not out in that Leicestershire innings. Joe Leach finishing with figures of 3 for 38. Pennington 2 for 41. Barnard 2 for 40, Baker 2 for 31, and Morris 1 for 59. Worcestershire with 11 overs to bat tonight, and currently in the third of those. They are 12 without loss. Chris Wright in, bowls again to Mitchell, who digs one out, almost a Yorker. They're just getting the bat down on it in the last minute, pushing it back up the pitch. End of the third over. 12 without loss it remains.
Taken to 1,000 runs for the season.
9 runs off the over, and applause for Jake Libby, who's passed 1,000 runs, as you possibly heard Dave Bradley say on the PA. Lewis Hill, who's the nearest to that figure for Leicestershire, 942 for Lewis, adds a few claps to the round of applause. Libby, having achieved that landmark, is going to be on strike to Sakande.
Had an interesting tweet at the end of that Leicestershire innings.
Who is in from the Diglis end and bowls. Libby is leaning forward, angled bat along the ground all the way. The ball runs to Hill at third man, single taken.
From somebody whose handle is Sporty60, and he says, LBW decisions, it would be good if the umpires would give the spectators informal indications to show they thought a ball was passing over or missing leg stump, etc.
Agreed.
Yeah.
I've often said as much. Some umpires do sometimes.
They do, but I don't think they do it for the spectators.
Not to us,
they
no.
do it for the players, don't they?
But if it'd be easy enough to do, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Just a bit high, or in goes Sakande and bowls. Mitchell leaves outside off stump on the back foot.
If it's on TV and you close in on them and they look at the bowler and go, like, you know, give an indication, just sometimes just a little gesture, they thought it was going down or height or something. But yeah, it would be good. But I suppose it might be open to some sort of...
Becomes a hostage to fortune, I suppose,
exactly.
in a way, doesn't it? And if you're just not sure, it's just not quite right.
Yeah.
What would the signal be?
And
A sort of
also
big shrug.
Yeah. And if there's a big screen...
Yeah. Sakande is in. Mitchell defends on the back foot out to...
If it's a big screen and you give the indication it's going down and then they show it on the big screen and it isn't, then you get... booed all round. But it's an interesting idea. Thanks for the email anyway, Sporty60, the tweet. Anybody else wants to get in touch with any observations about the game or anything in particular, do get in touch. I'm at Frank Watson 58 and Richard is at Rich M Ray, R-A-E, on Twitter.
Happy Sakande is in and bowls to Mitchell outside off stump. Bates takes it slightly to his left, but Mitchell, I think by now, has established where his off stump is over that long career, and leaves perfectly safely. That would be irritating if you were Daryl Mitchell, if you were bowled leaving it.
Don't say it. Yeah.
It can happen. I'm sure it has happened to him once or twice
yeah,
during his career.
Yeah.
Sakande is in and bowls. Mitchell turns the ball off leg stump down towards backward square. Ed Barnes comes off the ropes in front of the hotel. Single is taken by Mitchell, moves on to 8. No alarms really for Worcestershire. Libby was beaten once by Wright, wasn't he? There's a little bit of late swing for Wright, but nothing really spectacular so far. Sakande in, bowls down the leg side. Libby lifts his bat very deliberately over the line of the ball as he swivels on the back foot and watches it into the gloves of Bates behind the stumps. 4 overs gone. 2 for 4 for Sakande, 2 for 10 for Wright, who's pitching it up and finding a little bit of away swing, but being comfortably read by the batsman and put away through the covers twice now. 4-4. 7 overs remain in the day. Worcestershire made a good start already, 14 without loss of 4 overs, 222 Leicestershire scored in their first innings. How long before Parkinson brings himself on?
Think he'll have a little roll tonight?
Oh, has to, doesn't he, really? Especially if there's no breakthrough.
Here's Chris Wright from the New Road end. He bowls, and Mitchell is watchfully forward, steering that out square on the offside. It's going to be an emotional game for Daryl Mitchell, this one. I think probably the second innings more than the first, assuming there will be one. The weather forecast decent, there's no reason to suggest there won't be. And yeah, you know, when you've batted as many times for Worcestershire as he has, captain for 6 years of course, played so many games for the county, I think bound to be a few tears in the eyes when he goes out to the crease for the last time. He plays defensively to this one, up to mid-on, and Parkinson is the fielder. And the only captain of Worcestershire born in the county since 1925, which is quite a remarkable fact. Previous captain that was born in the county was one of the famous Foster family, 4 brothers who all played for Worcestershire. They were known as Fostershire at one time.
They all played at the same time?
I think they all played in one game, sort of 3 of them played together quite regularly, I think, as Mitchell turns this one away on the onside, and there's no run, 14 without loss. But yeah, born in a village called Badsey, which is about a mile from where I live, and a son of the county. Badsey in the middle of the Vale of Evesham, about 20 miles or so from here.
I love some of the names around here. Come through Upton Snodsbury on the way
Snodsbury,
here.
Yeah.
North Piddle.
Wire Piddle. There's right bowls to Mitchell and he's out. Caught at second slip. Good delivery from Chris Wright, and Mitchell just feeling forward outside the off stump and edges to second slip. So his penultimate innings of the career is not successful. It's a really good delivery. I think he would have been hard pressed to play that at the best of times. Really, really good delivery. And Louis Kimber takes the catch at second slip, and Daryl Mitchell goes for 8. Foolish ball, he had to play it, swinging away, and a pretty regulation catch for Kimber. That second slip, and a good wicket for Chris Wright. Daryl Mitchell gone then for 8, and 14 for 1 Worcestershire in the 5th over in reply to Leicestershire's 222.
A polite round of applause. They know they'll see him again. I think in this game it's just the nature of the pitch that he'll bat again in this game.
That's
and
a good delivery.
It was.
Good delivery. Charlie Morris is coming in. He's the night watchman.
7 overs, 6 point, what is it, overs, 6.2 overs remain, quite early for a night watchman. That's 47th wicket of the season for Chris Wright, draws level with Callum Parkinson.
Yeah, Charlie Morris made 100 for the Seconds a couple of weeks ago. It's his first 100 in any cricket. Brought it up with a 6, I think, and didn't know, because the scoreboard wasn't telling people on the ground what the score was. So he'd never got 100. And
He
hit a
didn't
ball
know
for
he'd
6.
got 100.
He didn't know he was on 94. Hit it for 6. Got 100, and everybody clapped. And he went, "Oh, I got 100." Or so I'm told. And then came back into the first team and then played in the game at Lords last week. But
were you a batsman as an opening batsman? Did you keep track of your score?
Sometimes.
Did you?
I wasn't did sometimes. I've got one particular memory of that. As Wright is in again and bowls to Morris, who's forward and pushes this one out on the offside. Got a good stride in, played it well. Yeah, I played one season in New Zealand and played on a good standard of cricket against lots of good players. All the first class players, when they weren't playing in first class cricket, would play in the league. But the scoreboards were pretty rudimentary on most grounds, and I kind of learned over there that I needed to count to keep check of things. I was under a bit of pressure playing as a sort of overseas. As Wright bowls to Morris, who's beaten by this one, going back as it goes away from him, taken by the keeper. End of the over. Daryl Mitchell, the man out in it, caught at second slip by Louis Kimber, off Chris Wright for 8. 14 for 1. Libby has 6. Morris, the night watchman, yet to get off the mark. I wouldn't say I religiously counted throughout my time, but sometimes in certain games I think I did. But it's hard to be accurate, isn't it? But I've said many times on air, and I'll say it again, I mentioned him earlier as well, Richard Illingworth, when he used to bowl, you knew his analysis absolutely to the last ball. And I can remember I used to have a commentary box at the other end of here in the old cricket call days. I remember him coming up to me at the end of an innings, walking down to the box and saying 19 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 62.
Sakande in from the Diglis end to bowl to Jake Libby, who's up on his toes, forcing the slightly short of a length delivery out into the offside. Parkinson slides back to pick up around about 2/3 of the way back towards the extra cover boundary. Libby picks up 1, moves on to 7.
And I said no, 19 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 64.
Just to wind him up.
And he said no, 2 of them were leg buys. But
so you genuinely thought that? You were
no, that was
mine.
Mine were the official figures,
okay.
But he said 2 of them should have been given as leg buys, but the umpire gave them off the bat.
Knowing Richard, I'd have wound him up straight away. In goes Sakande and bowls fullish. Morris plays it without too much foot movement, but competently enough, pushing it away off stump out to Parkinson, who's at mid-off.
No, but he genuinely knew. He genuinely knew every game.
He was one of the umpires earlier this season at the Upton Steel County Ground when it was a rainy old day, and we weren't playing in the morning. Just trying to remember who it was against. As Sakande goes in and bowls. Again, Morris is solid in defence, having stepped backwards slightly when the ball came in. And the inspection was delayed for a very odd time after lunch, and I suddenly realised that Leeds United were on TV. And he came out after about sort of 40 minutes. I said, "Are you watching telly?" He said, "People's team now, people's team." So, whether that still applies this season, I don't know. In goes Sakande and bowls. Morris strokes it out into the offside, and he's going to pick up 4. Beautiful piece of timing. Again, it's an odd sort of foot movement. His first movement is slightly sort of backwards, as though taking a backward step, but he isn't. And then he transferred the weight onto the front foot and stroked it away.
It was a full half volley, wasn't it?
It was. Yeah, it didn't have to.
Just push.
Didn't need much foot movement, did it? Really. Sakande, again, not really impressing. Little shuffle at the start of his run, and then he gets into his stride and bowls. Morris is on the back foot defending that one, out to Parkinson.
It's an interesting one with Leeds, isn't it? Just to think about football for a minute. I'm sure lots of people watching aren't interested, but some will be. For Richard to call Leeds the people's team, it's such a far cry from the Revy days when they were regarded as, nobody liked them. Everybody disliked Leeds apart from Leeds, the world's against us, and that was part of the philosophy, wasn't it, that bred such success. But it is so different now under Bielsa.
Sakande is in. Morris steps forward, lets that one go through outside off stump. End of the over, 19 for 1. They were a lot of fun last season, weren't they? It was entertaining.
I genuinely think
them.
that they've become a side that generally the neutral does like, and it's because of Marcelo Bielsa's philosophy, I think, and fair play to them. So maybe it's true, Richard, that Leeds have become the people's team. Kevin Sharp will agree with you, I'm sure, one of the Worcestershire coaching staff, big Leeds fan. 19 for 1 here. Daryl Mitchell, the man out, sadly, on his penultimate innings, probably, for Worcestershire, edging a very good delivery from Chris Wright to second slip. I don't think there was a lot he could have done about it. It was a really good one. And the catch was taken by Kimber. Mitchell out for 8. Here's Chris Wright from the New Road end, bowling to Libby, and Libby is forward and just steering this one through extra cover. There's a misfield ahead there on the cover boundary. He'll get 3 as a result of that. Should have only been 2. In fact, he only got 2. He's sent back by Morris as he thinks about the 3rd. There's a misfield by Ben Mike out in the covers, but he then recovered, chased after it and flipped the ball back inside the rope and kept them down to the 2. So Morris has 4, Libby has 9, and it's 21 for 1 now, Worcestershire, in the 7th over. And here's Chris Wright from the New Road end bowling to Libby, who's on the back foot, steering this one down on the offside, just behind square. And there's no addition. Leicestershire earlier today. 222 all out. Top scorer Louis Kimber with 71. Lewis Hill made 40, and there was 3 wickets for Joe Leach. And in reply, Worcestershire with 11 overs to bat in this session. 4 remaining after this are 21 for 1. As Chris Wright bowls to Jake Libby, who gets inside this one and turns it on the onside for a single. And that one man out, Daryl Mitchell, who received a guard of honour from the Leicestershire players, out for 8. Well, sadly, Worcestershire's Daryl Mitchell has been dismissed. He's in his final game, of course, for Worcestershire after a long and distinguished career. He had a guard of honour out onto the field from the Leicestershire players and a standing ovation from the crowd, but he made only 8 when he got a really good delivery from Chris Wright, which he edged to second slip where Louis Kimber took the catch. So Mitchell gone for 8. Libby is still there on 10, and he's been joined by Charlie Morris, who's come in as night watchman. He's on 4, and Worcestershire are 22 for 1 in the 7th over. This in reply, remember, to Leicestershire's first innings score of 222 all out. Just over 4 overs left in the day's play. Worcestershire will be hoping to get through the rest of the day unscathed. They are 22 for 1 at the moment, as Wright beats Morris outside the off stump with that last delivery. 2 left in this over. He turns now from the New Road end and bowls to Morris, who pushes this out on the offside off the back foot, and there's no run. So 22 for 1 and 4 overs left after this, so play will finish around about 10 to 6 tonight. And it's been an intriguing day's cricket in the New Road sunshine. Most enjoyable, well contested, and fairly evenly poised at the moment, as Wright moves in again and bowls to Morris, who goes on the back foot, steers out square on the offside. End of the 7th over of the innings, and Worcestershire are 22 for 1 with 4 overs left in the day. Probably, as I say, one would have to say the game is fairly evenly poised at this stage, I would think, and probably from a Worcestershire point of view, the only real sadness of the day, given that it's been a beautiful sunny day and they've dismissed Leicestershire for 222 having lost the toss, is that Daryl Mitchell has been dismissed in this session, partly because they didn't want to lose a wicket at all, and partly because it was Mitchell in what will be his penultimate innings, one imagines, for Worcestershire, and disappointment for him. But it was a really good delivery from Chris Wright. I've watched the replay a few times, Richard, and I think he had to play it, and it probably got him out, well, as many times as it wouldn't, you could say. If you're an experienced opener, I think you look at dismissals like that and think, well, you know, I've got to live with that.
Indeed, Morris got a beauty in that over as well. It was really far too good for him. Well, he has made a change, Parkinson, but contrary to my prediction that he'd bring himself on, he's thrown the ball to Ben Mike. Bowled very well last time out. He can be a little bit inconsistent at times, but played a huge role in the innings defeat of Sussex, 4 for 34 in that second innings, so his confidence should be high. He's replacing Abi Sekande from the Diglis end. In he charges and bowls outside off stump, out swing of it. Libby, 10 of 14 balls, allows to go through to Sam Bates, who we haven't really remarked on in his first appearance as a wicketkeeper for Leicestershire's first team, which is a good sign,
yeah,
I would
absolutely.
suggest.
Yeah, I agree.
He's just taken it unfussily, cleanly.
Yeah, tidy.
Very tall for a keeper. if he spends his next 20 years crouching down, he might have one or two knee issues,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
you know all about that. In goes Mike and bowls outside off stump, taken around about shoulder high by Bates as he moved to his right.
I do know all about that. I'm struggling at the moment, in particular with an arthritic knee. I had to have a cortisone injection a couple of weeks ago, which was on the morning of the 4th day of the game against Sussex. So I've bored Worcestershire listeners already with the details of the injection. But I think that's more to do with road running and marathon running than wicket keeping, but it probably didn't help.
Mike is in and bowls. Libby is forward, solidly on off stump, out into the offside it goes. I must admit, I do a lot of running myself, and I've started to switch more to triathlon, just because the cycling is, the impact is so much less.
And when your knees are bad, like mine are, both virtually no cartilage at all, cycling's great because the improvement of the strength of your quads just takes the pressure off the knees, very much so. So yeah, I agree with you. I can't do the swimming bit though.
Mike is in, bowls outside off stump, too wide, and a big step forward from Libby, leaves very emphatically, taken by Bates, again moving to his right in front of Hassan Azad.
I can swim, but I can't, not
well, it is
not
it's only about a sixth of the
yeah,
triathlon,
still
but
too much for me.
You'd be okay. You'd be okay. I suspect. You're sports. You're an athlete. But
I'm a dog walker.
It's there though. It's there. In goes Mike and bowls. Libby on the back foot, forcing out into the offside. Parkinson scampers towards it, but Libby sees he's got a bit of ground to make up, and isn't always the quickest across the ground to get to the ball, or indeed throw. Takes the single, moves on to 11, 23, 4, 1. Try and give Morris as much of a strike as possible, I would suggest. Would be a reasonable strategy from here on in.
That's the idea, isn't it, with a night watchman? You face as many of the balls as you can. It always tickles me when a night watchman goes in and takes a single straight away or something. You know, you think, well, hang on a minute, you've gone out there to face the bowling, not to be at the non-striker's end. That's what happened with Adam Finch down at Canterbury the other day, and he then got out before the end of the day. But so far so good from Charlie Morris. He's faced 10 balls for his 4.
Mike is in, Morris goes back, defends it out into the gap between Parkinson and Rhodes, extra cover and sort of backward-ish point. Parkinson has to go in pursuit down towards deep extra cover. Comfortable couple for Morris, who's acquitting himself, well, as Frank has explained, like the batsman that he clearly has ambitions to be.
Comfortable couple, but should he have only taken one?
Well, I was just thinking that after what we just said, maybe he should have kept the strike with that single.
Really, but there you go, 3 left, 3 overs left.
Fancies being here tomorrow and going on to a big score.
Well, maybe, yeah. Richard Inglewood's had a good few mentions today, hasn't he? But he got his highest scores for Worcestershire as a night watchman, and he often used to say, quite openly, I will always stick my hand up to be night watchman because it's the only way that I'm ever going to get up into the top 6 or top 4 or whatever.
Yeah.
And if you believe in yourself, then I think it's a good way to be. Charlie Morris has proved on quite a few occasions that he can hold an end up. Dylan Pennington's got a first class 50 this year in the first game at Chelmsford, and he would be number 10. Josh Baker got a first class 50 at Lord's last week, as I was saying, and he would be number 9. But as you said, Richard, they all work on it these days. Chris Wright, continuing from the New Road end, bowls to Libby, pushes defensively out on the offside, no run, 25 for 1. And you've got to, haven't you, as I often say these days, you cannot only be good at your main discipline and keep your place in a modern cricket side. You've got to be good at least 2. You've got to be a good fielder, simply, to stand any chance, especially in white ball cricket. Got to be a good fielder, and you've got to be a good batter or bowler, and probably you've got to be reasonably good as a batter if you're a bowler. Wright is in outside the off stump, taken by the keeper, no run. I suppose that's the one imbalance, isn't it? You can be a top class batsman who can't bowl, but you can't these days really be a top class bowler who can't bat. Well, you can, but there aren't many around, and you certainly can't be like many of the figures of the past, a brilliant bowler who doesn't bat and really isn't much good in the field either, because you just wouldn't have a career, I think, these days. You've got to be able to run, chase, dive, slide, throw, catch. He's right in, bowls, and Libby plays defensively out on the offside, fielded at mid-off, and there's no run. 25 for 1, Morris the night watchman 6, Libby on 11, and the man out Mitchell for 8.
If Worcester just won down at the end of play, I would suggest it's just about Worcestershire's day on the balance. Something like 60-40 or 55-45. Not much in it.
Not much in it.
But I think
not as much as 60-40, I don't think.
Having lost the toss, then
yeah,
I think they'll feel, yeah, we've done okay today.
Yeah. Here's right again, bowls, and Libby's on the back foot, steering this one down to third man. That's going to run away for 4. Played it well, to be fair, got on top of it and steered it rather than edged it, I think, and just used the pace of the ball to run down to the third man boundary for 4. 29 for 1, and 2 overs left after this one, so 14 more deliveries left in the day, and Worcestershire needing to survive them. If they did lose another wicket, then it probably would be arguably be Leicestershire's day. Here's right in, bowls, and Libby is forward and pushes up to mid-off, and there's no run, and that I suppose in itself explains how close it is, really, isn't it? Yeah, because it's been nip and tuck, really. I just think those 2 partnerships for the 7th and 8th wickets for Leicestershire, you know, they were 133 for 6, and then we had 27 for the 7th wicket and 58 for the 8th wicket. Tremendous credit to Louis Kimber for the way he played, held things together, and Callum Parkinson played pretty well too, but those 2 partnerships highly significant, as Chris Wright bowls and Libby is on the back foot pushing up to Parkinson at mid-on, and there's no run. End of the over, 29 for 1.
Yeah, Ed Barnes and Callum Parkinson, the 2 men who lended Kimber solid support in that respect. And they deserve plenty of credit for so doing. So 2 overs to go. Will Parkinson get in the last? Shows no inclination of so doing, does he? Surprised he didn't have just 1 over. Given that Josh Baker got turned pretty much straight away. Ben Mike from the Diglis end is in and bowls to Charlie Morris. Again, it's foolish. Morris playing from the crease. His weight is on his front foot, but there's no sort of stride or anything with it. Leans forward and pushes it out to Parkinson at extra cover. No run. Perfect light continues. Still the sort of high white layer that has just been filtering the sun has pretty much dissipated now. In goes Mike and bowls down the leg side. Good stop by Bates. Doesn't take it cleanly, but he makes the stop. Quickly takes off a gauntlet, picks himself up, scrambles across to his left to ensure that he doesn't concede his first bye in first class cricket. Horrible one for him because it bounced for a second time just before it kind of got to him.
Yeah,
he dived
really
across
wide,
to his left. He was. Can be a little inconsistent and therefore expensive. Ben Mike. His economy rate is not particularly low, as in he goes and bowls outside off stump. Had a little feel for that one. Morris didn't get anything on it, fortunate not to do so. His economy rate is 3.87, Ben Mike, which is by some distance the highest of those who've played regularly in the Leicestershire bowling attack. Gavin Griffiths is a bit higher, but he has just played 5 games. Ben Mike, this is his 13th out of the 14. In he goes and bowls down the leg side. Bates again has to fall off to his left to field. We try not to discuss why he missed one of the games. He got suspended. Whispers.
Yeah.
You recall?
I knew that, yeah.
Okay. 29 for 1. 6 to Morris. He's done a sterling job as night watchman, and he's anticipating, as I say, doing much the same tomorrow. Short leg has gone in. So it is Hassan Azad who's gone in there, as Mike is in to Morris, who leaves outside off stump. Which means that Rishi Patel has gone across from third, slip to first. Kimber stays at second, and George Rhodes goes in at third. 1 ball to go in the 10th over of the innings. Crowd have stayed with it pretty much to the end, haven't
well,
they?
it's not late, is it?
Who can blame them now?
Yeah, and it's still, most of them are in the sunshine, aren't they? Nearly all of them in the sunshine.
Yeah. The Graham Hick Pavilion shows the temperature on the front of it. In goes Mike and bowls. Morris gets one down the leg side, and Mike is furious with himself. He doesn't have to play at it. He rehearses a pull, but all he had to do was actually step inside the line and let that one go through to Bates behind the stumps. End of the over. 29 for 1. 6 to Morris. 15 to Libby. Just trying to see if I can. I can't
19 degrees according to my phone. That's still quite nice, isn't it?
Perfect, really, and probably a bit more in the sun.
Yeah, perfect. So 1 over left in the day, and it's going to be Chris Wright. So Callum Parkinson's not going to have a little trundle tonight. Might well have had a little trundle if he weren't captain. Somebody else had been making the decision, but
I agree.
Possibly just being a little bit.
I think Ackerman doesn't
want to be seen as pushing himself forward too much. Anyway, who knows? Here's Chris Wright in to bowl to Libby, who's forward to that one, pushing up to mid-off, and there's no run. So as we approach the close of the day, as we go through this over, I'll give the story of the day to anybody who might just be coming in from work and switching on for the first time, or listening in the car on the way home, or perhaps watching the feed having got home. So Leicestershire won the toss and chose to bat. They lost a wicket in just the 3rd over when Azad was caught by Mitchell at second step off Leach for 2. That was 6 for 1. I'll break off as right bowls to Libby, who plays this defensively off the back foot, no run. But they had to wait till the 15th over, Worcestershire, for the second wicket. That was when Patel, who'd played really well, he'd been dropped once when he was on 14, but had played very well for his 22, hit some lovely shots, but then chipped a catch up to mid-off, where Leach took the catch off the bowling of Barnard. So that was 47 for 2, and it was 87 for 3 just before lunch, when George Rose, who'd batted very confidently and competently for his 27, didn't manage to leave a ball from Dylan Pennington, tried to take his bat out of the way but edged it to Jack Haynes at first slip and went for 27. Libby gets a single, pushing this one from right out into the offside. Worcestershire go to 30 for 1. At lunch it was 88 for 3, and after that we saw Lewis Hill go on a bit of a run scoring spree straight after the interval, before he was caught at slip by Haynes off Barnard for 40. That was 112 for 4, and then it was really a little mini collapse as Josh Baker picked up 2 wickets in successive overs. Ben Mike out for 3, and Sam Bates out without scoring. Ed Barnes then added 27 for the 7th wicket with Louis Kimber before he was out for 13 just before tea. I'll just break off as Wright comes in again and bowls, and Morris is on the back foot playing defensively. There's no run. So at tea it was 171 for 7, and Kimber and Parkinson made good progress after tea and had added 58 for the 8th wicket and taken the score to 218 before the new ball was taken, and that was the turning point. Joe Leach had Kimber LBW for 71 with the very first ball of the 81st over, and Parkinson was LBW to Pennington for 17 in the next over, and then Chris Wright bowled by Joe Leach for 2 in the very next over, leaving Sakandi 2 not out. Wright in bowl to Morris, who steers this out on the offside. There's no run. So that was 222 all out Leicestershire. Louis Kimber top scoring 71 off 150 balls with 10 fours and a 6, the outstanding contributor, but Lewis Hill making good 40 as well, and 20s from Patel and Rhodes. 3 wickets for Joe Leach, 2 for Dylan Pennington, 2 for Ed Barnard, 2 for Josh Baker, and 1 for Charlie Morris. So Worcestershire had 11 overs to bat in reply, and they're just coming to the end of the 11th of those overs now, with Chris Wright bowling to Charlie Morris, the night watchman. Worcestershire are 30 for 1. Daryl Mitchell is the man out for 8, and Wright bowls, and Morris just manages to keep that one out, and that is the end of the day's play, with Worcestershire on 30 for 1, and Jake Libby is 16 not out, and Charlie Morris, the night watchman, is 6 not out. Excellent, interesting day's cricket, and I would suggest, Richard, that honours are pretty even.
Pretty much so. I think Worcestershire will be fairly pleased, having lost the toss and been asked to bowl first. Bowled Leicestershire out. Can just say that for BBC Radio Leicester listeners, the cricket show starts in just a few minutes' time. We'll get interviews with Paul Nixon and Louis Kimber on that for you. Otherwise, for all other listeners, we'll be back with you from New Road tomorrow. We will indeed. Thank you very much to Richard Ray for his company. Thank you for listening, and if you've been watching on the stream, thank you too, and we'll be back from start of play tomorrow at 10:30. Anyway, here's Leach from the Diglis end, bowling again to Azad, who is at time. Caught at second slip by Daryl Mitchell, his 301st catch. At 1950 at the moment. In goes Bernard, and bowls Patel, is looking to drive. He's hit it in the air, and he is caught by Leach. A simple catch, and he smacks position high. Really, you feel at the moment Bernard is in. He's driving in the air, not too far wide. He could pick up 4 runs for it, but he could not have been said to have been mid off with the score on 47. So these two have added 40 so far for this third wicket. Pennington bowls, and Rhodes is caught at first slip by Jack Haynes. He'll feel he's he might be an absolute star as oh, he's gone. Yeah, caught at short leg, pushing forward. Very, very good games. Always a pleasure to go there. Morris bowled, and he bowled him. He's bowled Barnes with good delivery. Just nipped back off, so he might have got an inside edge, not sure, but a big